Rush. A Billionaire Second Chance Romance. By Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Prologue.
This was wrong. Rhett knew he should have been packing to leave, but he couldn't concentrate on the empty boxes before him. He kept glancing out of his bedroom window and down the street towards the last roof on their lane. He knew she was home. Around this time, she'd be coming home from her part-time job to either take a nap or fight Jeb for the remote and catch the latest nature documentary. The thought was enough to make the corners of his mouth twitch for a moment before he remembered what he was supposed to be doing. Packing to leave. With a groan, he shoved aside the mess of clothes on his bed to collapse there face down. What the hell was wrong with him? He should be happy. Ecstatic even. He was finally getting out of the hellhole he'd had the misfortune to call home for his entire life. If anything, he should be all but rushing to get out of his room, out of this tiny nowhere town and into the real world. But he wasn't. There was something holding him back, making him wonder if perhaps Stanford wasn't the best idea after all. There was no question that it was the best way out. The school was without a doubt a one-way ticket to changing his life. But if it meant he had to leave her behind, was it really the best option? Geez, he was being stupid. Rhett rolled onto his back to stare up at the same cracked, leaking ceiling he'd fallen asleep to for what seemed like an eternity, and reminded himself how much he wanted to get out of here. Georgia held a wealth of bad memories for him. This was where he lost his family, where he lost everything. Not that he'd ever really had anything. The only thing that had ever truly belonged to Rhett was, well, crap. This wasn't how he'd planned to spend his last day here. He was supposed to be celebrating, sneaking the Carter's wine from the porcelain cabinet downstairs without a care in the world. If he were any other 17-year-old boy in the entire world, he would be overjoyed at the life that awaited him. Instead, he was pining over a girl. That was all it was, Rhett reminded himself, if CeCe Warner was just an ordinary girl. He didn't know how any ordinary girl could stand having someone like Jeb for a brother. While he and the older boy had been close when they were kids, Jeb had grown spiteful and a bit too cruel for Rhett's tastes as they grew older. As he and Jeb lost touch with one another, Rhett and CeCe grew closer. Ultimately, he ended up using Jeb as an excuse to see her every time he made his way to the Warner household. CeCe was everything her brother wasn't: kind, patient, funny, and bright. When she was knee-high, he'd been annoyed by the way she followed Jeb and him around like she was their shadow. He couldn't count how many times he'd saved her from breaking her neck or drowning when her brother could have cared less. But then something profound happened. CeCe grew into a woman. It was like Rhett just looked up one day and there she was, all curves and dark brown hair framing that perfect heart-shaped face. Sometime in the past decade, she'd shed the glasses that made her look bug-eyed for contacts, and started wearing clothing that drew the eye to certain interesting places. She was gorgeous, and her brother knew it. Jeb did everything in his power to keep any and every guy in the neighborhood away from CeCe. It was one of the many ways he liked to lord his power over other people. CeCe, however, refused to stay under her brother's thumb and was constantly finding ways around him. Gradually, they had come together. Even if their relationship wasn't quite as physical as Rhett wanted, he found himself content to simply be in her presence. When CeCe smiled at him, he forgot about his shitty home life. He forgot his troubles, his woes, and everything else in between because, damn, she was beautiful. Just being in the same room as she made the world a better place. Or at least it had. When he got accepted to Stanford, everything changed. Of course, she was happy for him. CeCe refused to let anyone see her upset. Even when she was mad at the world, she still kept a smile firmly in place. The moment he told her he'd been accepted, she was over the moon. There was never a question of his not going. With a full scholarship and dreams of a better future, Stanford offered him everything he could ever need. Everything that was, except CeCe. She told him he was going, that there was no chance of her holding him back from his aspirations. Though Rhett had tried to come up with any other excuse than her for staying in the suburb where they'd grown up, in the end, all he could do was agree. The way she'd smiled, insisted that it would be the best for him, how could he say no? He was supposed to be leaving tomorrow, and all their goodbyes had already been said. Nothing left to do but pack and go. So why the hell was he leaving his room? Rhett was up before he could stop himself, headed downstairs and out the front door before his foster parents could demand to know where he was going. In the last few days of summer vacation, every kid in the neighborhood was doing their best to enjoy the nice weather and relative freedom of the neighborhood. Someone had pried the cap off of a fire hydrant, and at least 10 munchkins were playing in it, leaving a hairy trail of dark footprints across the pavement in their wake. Parents too overheated to run after their kids lounged on lawns in need of watering, and the sun blared down from a cloudless sky. Typical Georgia summer weather, the kind he and Jeb used to love to make mischief in when they were young and fearless. Now he had no idea how Jeb was staying in school. He skipped every other day, his aspirations swinging wildly back and forth between the unobtainable and the purely fantastic. Even CeCe had to roll her eyes every time her brother came up with a new get-rich-quick scheme, but if there was anything Jeb hated, it was when he found them putting their heads together to talk about him. The fact of the matter was that they both worried, no one more than CeCe. She worried that he was going in a dangerous direction, and argued with him every time he tried to lord their 3-year age difference over her. Rhett could only hope he got his head on the right way soon, if for nothing else other than to stop chasing guys away from CeCe. She deserved to be happy, to have her chance at a summer fling or even a more serious romance. Even if it wasn't him. That wasn't to say the thought didn't make Rhett's gut churn with jealousy. At the end of the block, Rhett stopped. Jeb and CeCe lived in the last house on the left, and if the light in the living room window was any indication, they were watching TV. He knew it would be suicide to actually talk to her, but a last glimpse of CeCe couldn't hurt, could it? Feeling a bit like a stalker, he crept past their front gate and around the side of the house. Less than 10 seconds, and he was right underneath the living room window. Holding his breath, Rhett took a chance and popped his head up above the sill. To his surprise, Jeb didn't seem to be home. CeCe lounged by herself on the couch, watching what looked like a nature documentary. For a good 5 minutes, Rhett merely stared. She was wearing a thin white camisole, and the tiniest pair of shorts he'd ever seen. The entire expanse of her tanned, long runner's legs was visible, along with an inch or two of her flat tummy. It was clear she didn't expect a single person to see her this way, and that alone was enough to take his breath away. He'd always remember her like this, engrossed in something that she loved, so effortlessly beautiful that she couldn't have any idea what she did to him and his 17-year-old libido. The first woman he'd ever loved.
Chapter 1. CeCe. 12 years later.
It had been a long day. Not only had I been called into work early for revisions on an article that I thought I'd finished a week ago, but I had also been forwarded 2 other articles from my department to look over to ensure my own wasn't too similar to be printed. Never mind that I turned in my article first. Shoving back from my desk, I gazed around the office. It was Friday afternoon, and the minutes were literally dragging by. Everyone had to be just as restless as I was. I did my best not to look at the clock. Instead, I concentrated on the positive things. It was a method my mother had instilled in me since I was little, and even now, with her 8,000 miles away, I could still hear her chiding me. You should be grateful for all the good things in your life, Cecily. You have a job, a roof over your head, food in your belly. And a boss, who was literally trying to kill me with every additional mundane article he heaped atop my already overflowing workload. Luckily for me, I didn't really have to think when I wrote something for the burner. It was all gossip and how-tos made by a young woman for young women. And it was killing me. I swallowed a groan before forcing my gaze back to the computer screen. My article, How to Win Him Back When You Think You've Lost Him, was still staring me in the face, taunting me. I'd been through about 10 versions at this point, and I didn't know whether Jim would like this one any more than the last one. In the past 3 years that I'd been working for the burner, the irony of having a man head a women's magazine had occurred to me more than a handful of times. Hell, it occurred to me nearly every damned day. Not only was Jim a man, but he was also a fairly ignorant one. Every time I suggested putting something substantial in the burner's scandalous pages, he talked me down in a condescending voice that made me want to off myself. We must keep the material consistent, CeCe. The gossip columns and how-tos are what our readers know us for. It's what they know you for. You wouldn't want to ruin the reputation you spent so long building, would you? Oh, he had no idea. I would very much like to demolish the entire structure of what I'd built over the last 3 years, and start all over. But that, unfortunately, was out of the question. According to my mother, I should be thankful that I had a job, and I was. My position at the burner was to put food on the table and pay for my apartment. But that didn't mean I had to like it. After all, I hadn't gotten a degree in journalism from Emory to be a gossip columnist. I'd always planned to be a reporter. A real reporter who worked on real stories. I interned at CNN, for God's sake. With the recommendation I was given, I should have been able to work anywhere, but dreams don't often go the way we plan them. A year after college, I was so desperate to be out on my own that I took the first job I was offered, and now here I was. Still taking it. Frowning, I looked over my article one last time. I didn't think I'd be able to stand it if Jim sent it back to me again, so when I sent it, I turned my computer screen off and made my way to the break room for a cup of coffee. I certainly needed it. Unfortunately, I couldn't even have my daily dose of caffeine in peace. The moment I opened the break room door, I paused in the doorway at the sight of Jim taking the last bit of coffee. After watching this little routine for 3 years, I knew better than to think that he would dump the filter and refresh the pot. He was far too self-absorbed for that. The tall man tilted the coffee pot vertically to get the last few drops out, before setting the empty vessel back on the coffee maker. I had about 2 seconds in which to frown, before he noticed me watching him. Ah, CeCe. Just the woman I was looking for. I had been looking for coffee, but I managed to arrange my mouth into some semblance of a smile. Afternoon, Jim. Did you get the final copy of my article? At least, I hoped it would be the final copy. I just got back from lunch. He sipped at my coffee with an indulgent sigh. So, I haven't had a chance to look through all the submissions, but I'll get right on it. After I let you in on your next brilliant assignment. It took everything I had not to turn tail and run. I was still trying to deal with my last assignment, and the next issue wasn't even due until the following Wednesday. I'd hoped to get through the rest of the day without anything else to stress about, but Jim obviously had different plans. Do tell. I moved past him to start brewing another pot of coffee. That at least would keep my fingers from straying towards the man's neck to strangle him. Come to my office when you're finished with the coffee. He looked around the empty break room, as if it were somehow bugged, before winking at me conspiratorially. I want you to be the first to hear. I waited until after he left to sigh forlornly. If experience working at the burner had taught me anything, it was that Jim's excitement over a project usually meant hell for me. The last time he was so excited about an article was when he sent me to a strip club to get a top 10 list for ladies orally pleasing their men. The very memory made me shudder. It wasn't that I had anything against strippers and strip clubs, but Jim must have sent me to the seediest place in Atlanta. About a month after my article was published, it was closed down for health code violations. This had better not be a repeat of that incident. I gave myself a good 10 minutes to prepare, just long enough for the coffee to finish brewing. No sooner had the pot topped itself off than I filled my mug and took a long swallow. The caffeine was like nirvana, so good I wondered how I'd made it through the morning without it. Oh yes. That's right, I'd been called in early. No time to brew my own. Scowling, I stalked back through the office, making my way past my cubicle and to Jim's corner office. It took me another 2 minutes of standing outside to force my expression into a placid one before I knocked on the door. Come. I tried to be in Jim's office as little as possible. He hoarded the few awards the burner had won in its short 10-year existence, regardless of who'd won them. The way he lorded the damn things over us, you might think we were the New York Times. You're going to want to have a seat, CeCe. This news will knock your socks off. Geez, if he told me I was getting on a club stage, one was going to die. Right then and there. Spontaneous combustion. I sank down into one of the hard chairs before his desk and waited with bated breath. For perhaps a good minute longer than was necessary, Jim kept me waiting. Then he spoke 2 tremulous words. Rhett Wilder. For a moment, I merely stared at him. While the name certainly surprised me, it wasn't for the reasons he might have suspected. Memories I thought I'd long forgotten rushed over me, and I found the corners of my mouth quirking upward in a small smile. Rhett. Geez, it had been ages since he'd last crossed my mind. Thinking about him reminded me of better times, carefree times. When I escaped Jeb, he snuck out of his house so we could meet in the woods at the edge of the neighborhood to see who could climb higher into the tallest pine. I'd broken my leg once, in 2 places, falling out of that damn tree. It hurt a lot, and I'd been certain I'd lose the leg, but Rhett had somehow laughed, even though his color was pale, and assured me that a one-legged me was out of the question. Then he'd stolen my first kiss. Gosh, how had I forgotten that? Well? I was jerked back to the present by Jim's expectant inquiry, and found him looking at me as if he expected me to fall to my knees and kiss his ratty leather loafers. Rhett Wilder, I repeated, the name rolling off my tongue. What about him? Jim grinned. I'm glad you asked. He reached into the first drawer of his desk, gray eyes gleaming, to withdraw a magazine cover and slap it onto the surface between us. On that magazine cover, larger than life, was Rhett. I'd know his face anywhere. So much had changed in 12 years. The 17-year-old boy I'd been so smitten with grew into a man, and dear God, what a man he turned out to be. Every time Rhett came on TV or the news, I made an excuse to leave the room or change the channel. It reminded me that I'd chosen to give him up, so he was none of my affair any longer. Unfortunately, such a thing was easier said than done, especially when Rhett was everywhere. Stanford had done him well. He was now one of the richest men in the country, if not in the world. The magazine atop Jim's desk was Forbes, and it wasn't the first time Rhett had graced its cover, or any number of other magazines for that matter. He was known not only for his money, but for the particular brand of adventuring that got a lot of people killed. When he wasn't in his office, he was climbing Everest, trekking through rainforests, and base jumping off skyscrapers. He was just as intrepid a daredevil as he was a businessman, and it only made him a more titillating public figure. But that wasn't all that struck you about Rhett Wilder. He was, by any woman's estimation, enough to take your breath away. The man wore tailored Armani suits like they were weapons of mass destruction, his dark blonde hair combed back carefully from a wide, handsome brow. He always sported a neatly groomed 5 o'clock shadow that lent him a rugged allure. That, coupled with the confident gleam in deep blue eyes, was enough to make anyone salivate. If you weren't one for a man's looks, then the fact that he was worth a cool 10 or 15 billion would do it for you. Rhett probably had every woman on the planet with a pulse after him. Every woman except me. I'd already had him, once, a lifetime ago. We've been looking to do an exclusive with him for years, and we finally got through. Do you have any idea what something like this will do for our ratings? I'm assigning you to the article, a series of interviews all about the mogul and his home life. I can see the headline now. I can't. The words were out before I could even think about them, but they were the stone-cold truth. You have to get someone else, Jim. No way I can cover this. My boss's mouth snapped shut as he stared at me in genuine surprise. It's the story of a lifetime, you know that, right? Not for me, I replied almost immediately. I knew how Jim operated. Unless I put my foot down and hard, he'd try and wheedle me into doing his bidding. Well, he wasn't going to succeed this time. Get Paula or Sam on it. They'd both eat it up. Despite either woman's propensity for gossip, the column had landed square on my lap. Jim argued that I was a better writer, and he was right. I just didn't want to write trash. He leaned back in his seat to eye me warily. You going to tell me why you won't take it? I swallowed an aggravated groan. It was really none of his business, or anyone's for that matter. But I knew Jim wasn't going to let me out of this one without a valid excuse, and I had never been a very proficient liar. It would be. I struggled to find the right words. A conflict of interests. I used to date him. A long time ago. I had to make sure to clarify that last bit, lest Jim decide that he wanted to take this article in an entirely new direction. For a man, he had an ungodly talent for knowing what kind of gossip women gravitated towards. Surprisingly, Jim didn't act as if my news was a revelation. Instead, he merely crossed his arms over his chest as he assessed me for a long moment. Please, just let it go. Just this once. What would you say if I told you Wilder knew you were the one on the story, and that he's perfectly fine with it? I was pretty sure I hadn't heard him right. Had he already arranged this with Rhett? What in the seven hells was that supposed to mean? Rhett said he's all right with me interviewing him. My tone was about as dry and skeptical as it was humanly possible to be, but Jim was far from put off. Perfectly. I'd say he seemed positively enthusiastic about the prospect. Somehow, I doubted that. I inhaled a deep breath, prepared to absolutely refuse. Jim, What about a bonus? My boss interrupted me before I could even get started, and I stuttered to a halt. 2 months' pay upon completion of the article? Damn it. The man was playing hardball. I tried to tell myself I didn't need the money. I was good with budgeting. I had plenty of savings, and I was living perfectly within my means. But the moment he mentioned a bonus, I was already thinking about what I could do with an extra 2 months' pay. The possibilities were endless. But I'd never been an overly materialistic person. The prospect of a vacation, or even a few thousand towards the car I'd been saving up for, wasn't enough to send me into the belly of the beast. It would take something else. Unfortunately for me, Jim knew exactly what that was. And a good word with the higher-ups. The man's dark gaze was crafty as he continued. I hear there's an opening upstairs with the Atlanta Gazette. Would that be something you'd be interested in? If looks could kill, Jim might have been 6 feet under. I had only been asking him for 3 years to put me onto real stories, but the fact of the matter was that the burner didn't deal too much in real news. The Atlanta Gazette, however, they'd faint at the idea of a romance column finding its way between their hallowed pages. Exactly the kind of publication I wanted to work for. I could finally use my wasted writing chops on something I could really sink my teeth into, but I had to do this assignment first. My mind was already made up. I hated that Jim knew me so well, that he could all but wind me around his little finger. If it meant he'd put in a good word for me at a real news publication, there was no way I could refuse. I looked from my boss to the magazine cover on the desk between us. What had it been, 12 years since we last saw one another? I'd refused to watch him leave our neighborhood, telling myself that chapter of my life was over. This didn't have to change that. If Rhett was all right with me on this assignment, he probably wouldn't even remember me. That anonymity could offer me at least a little bit of protection. Even if I wasn't sure what I needed to protect against. Fine. Excellent, Cecily. You have no idea how happy you've made me. You're going to be the one who turns this publication around. I didn't even have to look at Jim to know he was grinning triumphantly. The man had all but entrapped me for what he perceived to be the good of the magazine, as was his prerogative. But a promise was a promise. If I delivered what he asked, it might mean my ticket out of here. I was willing to do almost anything for my chance to rise above the burner, even if that meant confronting my ex. Will that be all, sir? I managed to look him in the eye when I said it, the confident gleam there irking me more than a little bit. I needed to get back to my desk so I could start mentally preparing myself for this assignment, if there even was such a thing as preparing oneself to face one's high school sweetheart after an uncertain split and a decade of distance. I just need you to sign some paperwork for me. The man pulled out a stack of forms that fairly boggled the mind. These are nothing, really. Just an agreement that you understand the terms of the interviews. You'll be staying in the guest suite at Wilder's mansion, for convenience's sake, and it should only take about a month to get the goods. No big deal. I don't think I actually processed the information until I had signed the papers, and all but been booted out of the man's office. By the time I returned to my own desk, however, I'd sorted everything out in my head. The guest suite at Rhett's mansion. I was going to be staying on the same premises as him. Sleeping under the same roof? Dear God, what on earth had I agreed to? The notion, I insisted to myself, was hardly proprietary. It wasn't like I had any machinations on the man. I just wanted to do my job and be done with it. I couldn't imagine what people would think when they caught wind of this, though. The famous Rhett Wilder, boarding a reporter at his mansion? I didn't believe it even when I heard it. Of course, it didn't help that Rhett's reputation preceded him. He was something of a womanizer. Every week he was headlining with a different woman. Models, prima ballerinas, fashion icons, there was no one beyond his reach. After all that, I could only imagine that having me in his house would be rather dull. I could hardly be as excited as an Italian opera, with an award-winning soloist, or skydiving over the Andes Mountains. I sank down in my chair, running my fingers through my dark hair to loosen it from the strict ponytail I'd chosen that morning. I was starting to get a headache. The less stress on my scalp, the better. A quick glance at the clock told me that half an hour had passed since I got up. That confirmed it. Today was officially crap. A quick roll of my finger across my mouse cleared the screensaver from my computer, and I found that I had 2 new emails. One of them was a coupon for a sale at a nearby mall, and the other was from Jim. How the hell had he read my article that fast? It was humanly impossible. I opened the email to find that he'd requested that I cut the article by 200 words, and had to take a few deep breaths to keep from internally combusting. Positive. Think positive. Jim had given me an assignment that had the power to put me on the career path that I actually wanted. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. With any luck, I'd only have to deal with him for another couple of weeks. That was what would have kept me going. I wouldn't think about Rhett or our past history, only the future. You little tramp. I nearly leapt out of my seat when my coworker Anita's hands came down firmly on my shoulders to squeeze almost painfully. She spun me around to face her, and I found her exotic tanned features gazing at me with a mixture of longing and jealousy. Rhett Wilder? How the hell did you manage that? Shit. How'd she find out? I only just found out. I didn't. Honestly, Jim just mentioned. CeCe, you sly little dog. Beth popped her head into my cubicle before I could even begin to defend myself. It was just my luck that the biggest gossip in the office overheard my conversation. Rhett Wilder, all to yourself. I'm jealous enough to keel over on the spot. And she wasn't the only one. Word traveled around the office fast, and within the hour, every female on the floor was crowding my cubicle, demanding how I'd pulled off an assignment with one of the most eligible bachelors on the planet. It was a butt-ton of attention that I didn't need. After all, I had an article to edit again, and a decade's worth of mental preparation before me. In the middle of all the interrogation, the prospect sunk in, really sunk in. I was going to see Rhett for the first time in over 10 years. And I was terrified.
Chapter 2. Rhett.
No. It was a simple word, monosyllabic and perfectly clear, in my opinion. But you wouldn't know it by looking at the expressions of the men sitting around the table I headed. They had just laid out the terms for a business deal that was blatantly unfavorable to my firm, and they had to be out of their damn minds if they thought I was touching it with a 10-foot pole. Mr. In, from Vietnam, was the first person to try to ingratiate himself. Considering I'd been sitting in this meeting for damn near 3 hours, I wasn't really in the mood to entertain him. Mr. Wilder, if I may, there are several aspects of this projection that I think we're overlooking. You've been over the projection no less than 4 times in the last 2 hours. I cut him off blandly. I think I have a pretty thorough understanding of it. Then you understand that the budget cuts to certain departments would only be temporary. Now it was Leon's turn to chime in. Being my Southwestern Division manager, you'd think he might have known better. I don't consider 5 years temporary, not when people's jobs and livelihoods are on the line, I returned brusquely, looking to each man in turn before addressing the table in its entirety. Does anyone else have any valid arguments they'd like to make? The other 3 at the table were suitably silent, a boon for them, considering that I was just pissed enough to snap if someone unearthed another pathetic attempt to push this plan past me. I thought not. My answer is final, it's a no. I slid the manila folder across the table, in disgust. I'd like to meet back in a week with an applicable projection. I expect preliminary figures on my desk by Thursday morning. A murmur of agreement made its way through all assembled a moment before my tone softened somewhat. Come on, guys. We can do better than this. I have faith in you. With that, I rose from the table to shake hands with each and every man. I wasn't lying. I did have faith in them. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have hired them. That wasn't to say I wasn't disappointed that they'd try to take a shortcut with the next 5 years' budget projections. Of course, I wanted growth, but not at the expense of letting 50,000 employees go. I headed back to the top floor with an ache starting to form between my shoulders. It was barely noon, and I was already exhausted. There was nothing I'd like more than to shirk off my duties for the rest of the day and take off. But I knew better. When I stepped onto the top floor, everyone stood up a little straighter. Not that there were many people on my office level, a secretary, an assistant, and the few clients I had meetings with that afternoon. One of them was a drop-dead gorgeous blonde by the name of Melinda Kraft. She'd brought a sheaf of paperwork for a deal I needed to look over, though I wouldn't mind looking her over as well. Her sultry gaze caught my own for the briefest moment, and I had to force myself back to the matter at hand. Any messages for me, Cynthia? After a long line of distracting assistants, I'd hired Cynthia. She was almost old enough to be my mother, and I found that she was far more absorbed in making sure I got to all my appointments on time than sending sensual glances my way whenever I left my office. As such, my productivity over the past few months has increased dramatically. Mr. Takamoto from Japan called. He wants to go over the purchase his company made last week. The mayor wants to know if you're still attending the ribbon cutting next week for that new hospital downtown, and the tour company for your spelunking trip in Mexico called to confirm your reservation. Also, there's a message from Miss Felicia Burns. She says she left something important during her last visit. Another reason I loved Cynthia was she didn't stop passing judgment or giving me the evil eye when I got calls from women on the job. I was a little too old to be reprimanded for who I spent my time with, and luckily enough, she understood that. I took the papers from Cynthia and made my way into my office. She knew to give me a good 20 minutes to compose myself before calling in the first appointment, and I took the time to appreciate the view over Atlanta. Really appreciate it. It seemed like just yesterday I had come home with $100 in my pocket, wondering if I was crazy, a visionary, or some weird mix of both. I had already started to make my fortune in California before deciding that Atlanta was the place I really wanted to be. The Southeast hadn't yet been saturated with alternative energy firms, and it turned out that my ideas were just what the doctor ordered. 7 years later, here I was, on top of the world. The city had changed so much, it was almost unrecognizable. 2 new shopping malls popped up in the neighborhood where I was born and raised, and the metropolis was fast becoming a haven for up-and-coming businessmen and entertainers. I built my skyscraper smack dab in the middle of the city after I made my first billion, and things had only gone up from there, literally and figuratively. Now Atlanta was spread out before me, a peach ripe for the plucking. Despite the fact that I'd been all over the world and seen things that most people only dreamed of, this city was still my home, even if I didn't necessarily understand my attachment to it. I glanced at the clock on the wall, and frowned when I realized I only had about 5 minutes before Cynthia sent the first appointment in. I'd have to send Felicia a text about her missing item, confirm the Mexico trip, and get back to Mr. Takamota in short order. I was pulling out my phone to call him when it buzzed in my hand. I'd gotten a text message from Jim Thompson, editor-in-chief at The Burner. What was I doing corresponding with the head of Atlanta's #1 gossip rag? Let's just say I had my reasons. The message was short and sweet, everything settled with CeCe. The words were enough to make me swallow thickly, as apprehension rose in my gut. I set my phone down, opening up my laptop to take a look at the last page I'd been perusing, an employee list for The Burner. I typed CeCe's name into a search engine on a whim, garnering my surprise when I actually found her. Dear God, she'd grown up. The little girl I'd run through the streets with was completely gone. She wasn't even the slip of a teenager that had stolen my heart. 12 years later, CeCe Warner was something much more than that. She was an absolute bombshell. I'd spent a good deal of time over the last 24 hours looking over the image next to her name on the website. She still had the same small upturned nose and bright hazel eyes. The same smattering of freckles and delicate features. But her hair had grown out and framed her face in riotous waves, and her mouth was suddenly full and sensual. She filled out the white blouse she wore, and her alluring smile did more than a little for my constantly voracious libido. She was a classic Southern beauty, just as I thought she'd be. Not that I'd ever admit just how much I'd thought of CeCe over the past decade. After I moved to California to start school, I concentrated on my future for a good long while, but she was never far from my mind. Mind you, I did all I could to purge my memories of her during my 6 years at Stanford. While the girls back home thought I was charming, in Cali, I was a novelty. A Southern boy with a sweet accent and dashing good looks. I could get any woman I wanted, upper or lower class, and for a while I did just that. Eventually, however, the rush of a new conquest wasn't enough. When I began to make my money, I turned to more dangerous thrills to occupy me. Traveling to new countries and scaring the piss out of myself did wonders for my confidence, and widened my view of the world significantly. It was good for me to come out of the shell that had surrounded me my entire life. I'd grown up thinking I was pretty much the scum of the earth, unless the situation involved Jeb or CeCe, and my bout in California taught me that was far from the truth. 7 years of West Coast living helped me build up the sense of self-worth that had been torn down over years of being shuffled from foster family to foster family. I'd never, for a moment, regretted hiding all of that from CeCe. Of course she knew my parents died. She'd even come to the funeral. But my home life had never been much to speak of, even when they were alive. I was always careful never to invite any of my classmates to my house after school, and even after my parents had died, and all the violence and conflict of my childhood seemed to be over, I stayed out of my house as much as humanly possible. I, of course, had been a pretty unique case for the state of Georgia. When my parents died, they willed me our house, and so it was a package deal. I came with the house for any family willing to try and take me in. The offer attracted all the worst kinds of foster families, and I had suffered all the more for it. At least when I wasn't with CeCe, while Jeb had been friendly enough to give me a bit of a break from the atrocities that waited for me at home, it was CeCe who really made life worth living. At least, that had been the case 12 years ago. Now, I had to wonder if she even remembered me. Fortunately for me, that wondering wouldn't last too terribly long. Once I found out where CeCe worked, I pulled some strings to make sure the burner got exclusive interview opportunities I'd never given to any publication before, but only under the condition that CeCe was the one who conducted the interviews. The stipulation had worked like a charm. Now, I just needed to figure out what the hell I was going to do with this opportunity. Even I knew I wasn't the same kid I'd been 12 years ago. In that time, heavens and earth had all but moved. A poor white trash boy was on top of the world and had hundreds of thousands of employees to show for it. Not to mention a woman in every city that I operated in. You'd think that little tidbit would make me an even more efficient businessman. When you never had to worry about where your next lay was coming from, you were very rarely physically frustrated. I'd had the pleasure of being with some of the most gorgeous women the world over, and it had never fulfilled me. Sometimes, I felt like a world-class idiot. Lying in bed after tumbling a gorgeous ballerina or model, as the heat of our bodies cooled, and wondering what the hell I was doing. It wasn't as if I didn't care for them. There were a couple who had been truly genuine people, and fantastic lays, but none of them were ever the person for me. I always wondered if, perhaps, I'd given that up when I left Georgia. Certainly, I was a difficult person to attach myself to, traveling for 200 days out of the year, busy more often than not. When I wasn't out of the country for work, I was usually finding new ways to try and kill myself, and I hadn't yet encountered a woman who was as enthusiastic as me when it came to swimming with animals 20 times my size and jumping out of planes. Any woman who stuck around for more than a week or so quickly discovered that I didn't wriggle my way out of as many relationships as the tabloids claimed. Plenty of women walked out simply because they were fed up. It was evident that I cared more for my business than I ever had for any of them. And why not? The business wasn't going anywhere. I built it from the ground up, poured my blood, sweat, and tears into it. It would remain steadfast, even if I didn't buy extravagant gifts and fawn over it at every available opportunity. Women were difficult. Business has always come easy to me. Almost as easy as things had once been between CeCe and me. Sure, I'd never slept with CeCe. We were too young, and though my 17-year-old self had wanted the hell out of her, I had far more respect for her than that. CeCe was a girl who demanded every iota of respect a man possessed. She filled your soul, opened you up, and made you a better person. Or maybe I was just bathing her memory in golden light because it had been half an age since the last time I saw her. Either way, we were now stuck together. I'd signed a contract giving the burner exclusive rights to a series of interviews, and she would have signed the agreements with an understanding that she was to stay at the manor while the interviews were conducted. The thought was enough to make my hands tighten into fists atop my desk as my body heated. My perfectly tailored slacks were suddenly all too tight as I realized just how close I would be to the only woman I'd ever had genuine feelings for. But that, I reminded myself, didn't mean that I'd be so susceptible to her again. This would be an experiment, one that, luckily enough, I had the resources and the courage to execute. CeCe Warner had seduced me once, with her innocence, beauty, and enthusiasm. Now I'd be the one to seduce her. Being under the same roof as CeCe gave me the opportunity to finally put an age-old question to rest. I would conquer any remaining feelings I had for her before they could conquer me, and that would be that. When my office phone rang, it provided a much-needed reminder that I still had an entire day of work ahead of me. I picked up Cynthia's businesslike reminder. "Sir, your 1 o'clock is waiting. Shall I send him in?" I glanced up at the clock. Right on time as usual. "Go ahead, Cynthia." Business would monopolize me for the rest of the day, after which I'd finally get back to Felicia and remind her to come by to pick up her swing. Though maybe, after a hard day, it'd be best if we tested it a bit, made sure that it was still in perfect working order. The smile that I greeted my appointment with came as much from my own fantasies as it did from the genuine enthusiasm of a new business deal in the air. I had indeed come a long way in 12 years.
Chapter 3. CeCe.
A week wasn't nearly enough to prepare me to span 12 years of time, but the time passed, whether I wanted it to or not. By the time the next Thursday rolled around, Jim was all but shoving me out of the office. I had a plane ticket to Savannah the next morning, where Rhett's plush sprawling mansion was located. Though I'd visited Savannah my fair share of times, I couldn't ever recall seeing so extravagant a building. I packed as lightly as I could for a month, telling myself I had no one to impress. As long as I dressed professionally, everything should go smoothly enough. I chose a loose sweater and leggings for the plane, anticipating the crush and claustrophobia that came from an hour-long flight on the coach. When I arrived at the airport, however, I was surprised to be taken away from the commercial boarding gates and to the portion of the immense building set aside for private airlines. "Mr. Wilder has arranged for his plane to fly you out to the estate, Ms. Warner." When one of the airport employees told me what was going on, I almost felt the need to protest. I was one person. Savannah was less than an hour away, and I could hardly condone anything this extravagant. "It's no trouble at all. It wouldn't be the first time he's had this done," she reassured me with a smile that I guessed must have cost a small mint. I didn't know if that made me feel any better. The plane was a small, sleek craft, right off the pages of The Richest, and though I couldn't deny that the plush leather interior was probably the most luxurious travel accommodation I'd ever experienced, it was a bit ostentatious for me. I was offered a glass of champagne before we took off by a single stewardess, who looked like she was carved of marble, and took it with extreme reluctance. It was nice. It was far too much fuss for a single person and a trip I could have taken by car, but it was nice. No one would dispute that. If this was really the way Rhett lived on a day-to-day basis, his lifestyle couldn't be more different than mine. I was lucky if I had a chance to make myself a cup of coffee in the morning. I was pretty sure this plane had its own coffee maker, along with a host of other amenities that would never fit into my small apartment. When the stewardess returned to take my empty champagne glass, I was struck for the second time by just how gorgeous she was. Long blonde hair, icy blue eyes and perfectly full lips. She was what every fashion designer imagined when they came up with their spring wardrobes, much like the airport worker who'd led me onto the tarmac in the first place. Frowning, I took out a cosmetic mirror to assess my own reflection. Though I'd gotten my coffee in that morning, I hadn't bothered to put any makeup on. I assumed a few hours of travel would ruin it. Thus I was faced with my own dark circles, freckles, and glum scowl. Hardly a contribution to the great beauty that seemed to pervade Rhett's life. With a sigh, I shoved my mirror into my bag and grabbed a magazine to read during takeoff. I started to see Rhett's image gazing back at me from the cover. Now that I'd been assigned to interview him, the man seemed to be everywhere. Every store I passed had him in their front window, and every TV channel had some segment or the other centered around him. This magazine in particular wasn't very different from The Burner, a gossip rag clinging to the private lives of celebrities. Rhett had made the cover arm in arm with some Russian supermodel, and I rolled my eyes at the sight of them together. Though I had done my best to ignore the mention of his name over the years, it was common knowledge that he'd been around the world, and then some. Though he'd never actually been tied down, he'd been connected with everyone from politicians' daughters to even a pop princess, but he never stayed with any of them for more than a couple of weeks. I didn't like the thought of the sweet, caring boy I'd once known becoming an international gigolo, but none of that was any of my affairs. Rhett wasn't a child. The pictures of him emblazoned all over every form of print that existed were more than proof of that. I ran my fingers lightly over the blonde Adonis on the magazine cover. As handsome as he'd been as a 17-year-old boy, as a man, he was devastatingly gorgeous. It made perfect sense that women fell all over him everywhere he went. Rhett had grown into the kind of man that made a woman's knees weak, and her heart flutter. Hell, my heart fluttered looking down into those startlingly blue eyes, and I wasn't even facing to face with him yet. This couldn't bode well. The flight was far shorter than I might have liked, and no sooner had I stepped outside at the Savannah airport than I was whisked into a gleaming black car headed for the outskirts of the city. Despite the pep talk I had been giving myself for the past week, I found myself distinctly nervous. He probably won't remember you. I started up a mantra to calm myself as we drew closer and closer to the manor. And if he doesn't, you won't say a word. It'll make your job easier. Just get the info you need, be a polite house guest, and then get out. How did I sense this was going to be easier said than done? I'd seen plenty of pictures of Rhett's estate before I arrived, so I thought I'd be prepared by the time we rolled up the sprawling drive. I was wrong. It was probably one of the most gorgeous traditional houses I'd ever seen, even if it had been obviously renovated. An old plantation mansion across 40 acres of carefully tended gardens, complete with guest house and pool. The building fit perfectly into its Savannah backdrop, all white Roman columns, red brick and regal bearing. When I got out of the car, I took a moment, outside my nervousness, to appreciate the architecture and sheer beauty of the place. This, unlike a private plane, seemed like quite the investment. I didn't see the dog until it was all but on top of me, and by then it was too late. Two massive paws hit me somewhere around my waist, and I went toppling onto the grass with a yelp of surprise, a moment before my nostrils filled with the pungent smell of dog saliva. Mason. Christ, Mason, get off her. The massive furry animal, some kind of German Shepherd mix, seemed pretty damned enthusiastic about having guests. So much so that I couldn't help but laugh, as he proceeded to bathe my face in his particular brand of canine affection. Mason. It was a good minute or so before he was hauled from me so I could breathe, and I got good luck at my rescuer. My heart stopped. Damn. Rhett Wilder himself stared down at me, looking every bit a tall, cool glass of lemonade on the blaring summer day. A pair of khakis hugged his long legs, and a navy polo just managed to encompass a chest that was even more massive than the pictures could express. He had Mason by the collar, his blue eyes reprimanding, chiseled jaw set into a stern line as he tugged the dog backward. You know better, Mason. Heel. I'd be lying if I said the authoritative tone of his voice didn't do something to the most sensitive parts of me. My throat dried as I swallowed thickly, and realized that Rhett was seeing me for the first time in 12 years covered in dog spit and grass stains. I could have died of embarrassment. Geez, are you all right? The moment he managed to get the dog off me, Rhett bent down to offer his hand, his expression pained. The gardener usually puts him inside when people come. I don't know what happened. I'm fine. I managed, allowing him to help me up. I didn't expect Rhett's grip to be so strong, however, and when he pulled, he all but yanked me up and into his arms. He's really into strangers, huh? It was, in all honesty, the lamest greeting I could come up, but to be fair, I was pressed flush against the most solid chest I'd encountered in my 27 years on Earth. And Rhett smiled like heaven, a mixture of spicy cologne and the outdoors that made my heart stutter in my chest. Into everybody, really. He's still a puppy. He hasn't learned caution yet. The man was doing nothing at all to separate our bodies, and so I pushed back from him to steady myself, doing the best I could to brush grass and leaves from my leggings. That's a puppy. Rhett chuckled, his eyes gleaming with devilish mirth. 7 months. I have the papers to prove it. It was then that I realized that I hadn't yet introduced myself. I extended my hand with a smile that I hoped was congenial enough, despite my haggard appearance. I'm Cecily, by the way. Cecily Warner. If anything, the glint in Rhett's eyes only grew brighter as he stared at my hand for a moment before reaching out to wrap his fingers around it warmly. I know who you are, CeCe. How could I forget? While my mouth was still open in surprise, he took the liberty of lifting my hand to his mouth to kiss instead of shake it, and a thrill of sensation skittered up my spine. Wait, what? I slid my hand quickly from his, before I could get too absorbed in the sensation of his mouth against my skin. You knew it was me. Exactly me. Jim had forgotten to mention that little tidbit. Of course he had. Damn straight I did. Rhett chuckled, running a hand through his hair in what I supposed was an attempt at humble sheepishness. It only made my mouth water. I specifically requested that you be the person to interview me. For a good 10 seconds, I forgot how to breathe. He had requested me. How, did you know I worked at the burner? Well, I guess I have to be honest, I might have typed your name into Google just to see what came up. It was all I could do to keep from gaping. He'd been looking for me. I could think of very few reasons why a billionaire with all the resources and women he had would do such a thing. It's scorching out here. Why don't we go inside? Before I could ask any further questions, his arm was around me as he ushered me towards the front door. I'll have someone grab your bags for you. There was no way I could protest with his muscular arm draped over my shoulders. I'd had my fair share of men in my time, but none of them had overly impressed me. I tended to go out with guys more on the merit of their intelligence than their looks. I could look past a beer gut or a lazy eye if it meant a man was a good conversationalist. Rhett was on an entirely different level. His entire body was one hunk of solid muscle. Considering that we hadn't seen one another in 12 years, it was mighty forward of him to get so close to me. That, and being this close to a man built like him, was enough to make any woman lightheaded. I ducked from beneath his arm before he could open the door, gaining a safe few feet in which to catch my breath. I knew how Rhett was with women, and I was not going to be one of them, no matter what his expectations were. I'm all right, Rhett. I can walk on my own. I held my head high, meeting his gaze levelly and trying to ignore the heat that his slow smile sent weaving through my gut. My apologies. He held up his hands in surrender. Didn't mean to invade your personal space. Much? I might have let fly the retort that was on the tip of my tongue, lectured him before he got too caught up in the idea of charming me into his bed. But Rhett opened the door to the manor, and the view from the foyer took my breath away. Sure, I tended to look down my nose at people who spent their money frivolously, but no one could deny that the house was absolutely gorgeous. The foyer was done completely in marble, with a double staircase winding up in either direction to the second floor. From the front door, one could see all the way through the kitchen and formal dining room to the backyard, where a full-sized pool offered relief from the summer heat. I was so busy gawking at the beauty of the architecture that I didn't notice the telltale jingling of a dog collar until it was all but on top of me. Oh no, you don't. Luckily, Rhett grabbed the massive animal before it could stealth attack me again, swinging the puppy into the house in a smooth motion. Heel Mason. We don't jump on women. At least not on the first date. When he winked at me, I almost smiled. Almost, until I remembered that Rhett had no doubt done just that. With more women than I could possibly hope to know about. Thankfully, Mason seemed to know when he was beaten and slouched off to lounge by the foot of the staircase. I cleared my throat, forcing my thoughts away from all the women Rhett had probably brought in through this same door. Your house is gorgeous. Did you save the exterior detailing? Yeah. Couldn't stand to redo it entirely. That said, the interior has all the modern amenities and a few extras. Come on, I'll give you the grand tour. When he held out his hand, I hesitated. How the hell could the man just act as though there weren't 12 years of distance between us? Like I wasn't here to do a job? I won't bite you, CeCe. Just want to make sure you don't get lost. I could feel my face burning. I took his hand just to prove a point. I wasn't afraid of Rhett. Intimidated by his wealth and the unknown perhaps, but he was just a man. A hot as hell, incredibly successful, very charming man, and I was alone with him for the next month. Heaven help me. At first, I thought he was being sarcastic with his comment about my getting lost, but I soon found the house was massive enough that it might just happen if I wasn't careful. 7 bedrooms, 8.5 bathrooms, a game room, massive kitchen, living room and theater, and this all excluded the guest house and the garage. While the house itself was beautiful, there were a few features that were so extravagant that I had to wonder what purpose they served. A mini bowling alley, a few drink and snack machines that looked as if they'd be more at home in a sci-fi movie than a southern mansion, and a number of beds in every room. Rhett was showing me the extensive wine cellar, built under the kitchen with a spiral staircase that led down into a cylindrical room filled with hundreds of bottles of wine, when I found I couldn't keep quiet any longer. "Do you really need all this?" I finally managed, a weary edge to my voice. All this, and we hadn't even gotten to where I was supposed to be staying yet. It was obvious that he was trying to impress me with all this opulence, and it wasn't working. I'd seen enough TV programs to know how the ultra-rich lived, and that had never really been my goal in life. "Need all what?" He turned back to look up at me from lower down the staircase, his expression surprised. I raised my hand to indicate the hundreds of bottles stored in alphabetical order around us. 300 bottles of wine. 7 bedrooms. A mini bowling alley. Are you ever really home to enjoy it? Rhett had the grace to look somewhat taken aback. "You don't like it?" "Like it?" I sighed, shaking my head slowly. "Of course, I like it. It's every luxury anyone could ever dream of. But do you need it? I mean, isn't it a bit much?" I wasn't being fair, I knew. It was his money, he had every right to do exactly as he pleased with it. But somehow, I couldn't reconcile the image of Rhett I'd maintained in my memories with the man who stood before me. Certainly, he'd matured. He'd grown into one of the most attractive and successful men on the planet, but my Rhett had been simpler, purer and more earnest. He would never have tried to impress me with empty gestures and a house full of gadgets. It was disappointing, to say the least. Well, I might have gone a bit overboard. Rhett laughed, breaking the terse moment between us as he rubbed at the back of his head self-consciously. But why not? When I come home, I like to relax, knowing everything I need is close at hand. Isn't that allowed? He was making me sound like a fussy school teacher, and the worst part was, I didn't really have a leg to stand on. With a sigh, I shook my head. "I suppose not. It is your house." That said, I began climbing the stairs back upward towards the kitchen. "Do you mind showing me to my room? I'd like to freshen up a bit before we start the first interview." It was the first mention either of us made of work, and it saved me from being lost in memories better left forgotten. "Right." When Rhett emerged from the wine cellar and the sun caught his careless blonde waves, I swallowed a groan. It was completely unfair that the man was so attractive. Certainly, he'd been a beautiful boy, but Rhett, as a man, was probably capable of making ovaries the world over spontaneously implode. A bitter voice in the back of my mind reminded me that I didn't have to worry about that before I shoved it back where it belonged. "I fixed up the guest house for you. Should have everything you need." Funnily enough, I felt a little twinge of disappointment that I wouldn't be staying under the same roof as him. It was a disappointment that was completely unjustified, especially assuming that I was willing to jump all over the man for simply enjoying the luxuries in life, for growing up and becoming successful. Way to go, CeCe. An hour in the man's house, and you're already putting up walls that shouldn't be there. As I reprimanded myself, I followed Rhett out through the expansive garage, doing my best not to gape at the luxury cars there, and towards the guest house set just on the other side of the pool. Here we are. Rhett unlocked the door before opening it for me, and I stepped inside. The first thought I had was that the accommodations were fit for a queen. There was a full-sized kitchen, a living room with gleaming leather furniture and a huge TV, and a hallway that led to a full bath and a glorious bedroom. Up until that point, I had never even seen a canopied bed in real life, let alone slept in one. But there it was, the centerpiece of the large bedroom, draped in green and yellow silk. "It's a collector's piece," Rhett explained when he caught me admiring it. "Used to sit in a famous castle in England. Had to snatch it up." I couldn't even fault him for it. It was a gorgeous piece of furniture. I almost couldn't stand the thought of sleeping on it. Linens and fridge have been stocked, but dinner's up in the main house at 7. I'll be in and out over the course of the next few weeks, but I keep one of my favorite cars in the guest house garage, so don't freak out if you hear me tinkering. I guess I'll leave you to get settled." There was that smile again, devastatingly charming and sensual as hell all at once. "Let me know if there's anything you need. Anything at all." I forced myself to take a deep breath. I was here for work. Work. Right, I will. Thanks, Rhett. There was a beat of hesitation before he turned to leave. A moment in which the man stood in my bedroom, inches away from an actual bed, with my libido screaming that it was injustice for me to stand there and do nothing. When he finally did go, however, I couldn't breathe a sigh of relief until I heard the door shut behind him. Dear God! I collapsed onto the bed and for a moment, I was swept away. The damn thing was even more comfortable than I'd imagined it might be. Precious, a few seconds passed until I remembered that I was still on Rhett's estate and that I would be there for the next few weeks. If I was lucky, maybe I could sequester myself away in the guest house for most of that time, but there were at least 10 interviews that I had to do. Which meant that I couldn't hide forever. I rolled onto my back to stare up at the rich fabric of the canopy above me, reminding myself that this was for my career. Just 1 month of endurance, and then I could be a real reporter, and I'd never have to see Rhett Wilder again. With that thought, I got up and made my way to the shower. Someone had already brought my things in, so it was a simple matter to change so I didn't look like I'd been traveling all day. It was, however, going to take a little more effort to get the dog spit out of my sweater. I was going to put on a pair of slacks and a button-up, perfectly acceptable clothing for an interview. Then, I remembered how decadent Rhett looked in his polo and khakis. The least I could do was make myself look half as mouth-watering, not for him but for me. With that in mind, I picked out one of my favorite dresses in a light yellow color that complemented my skin tone, and put my damp hair up in a loose bun. A quick layer of lip gloss, and I deemed myself ready for the main event. I locked the door behind me using the key Rhett left for me, and was once again faced with the majesty of his estate. The man might have a crap ton of unnecessary bells and whistles, but the land was worth every cent of what he paid. It was just close enough to Savannah for easy access without being in the downtown area, and you could probably get to the beach in half an hour. For that alone, I was a little bit envious of him. I strolled past the pool, admiring the sparkling cerulean water, before stepping onto the patio to take in the manor from outside. The back porch gave you a view straight into the kitchen, where Rhett was making drinks for us. It was easier to watch him when I knew he wasn't watching me back. My hand on the sliding door, I paused for a minute, taking in the easy way he moved around the kitchen. He might be rich, but this wasn't a man who let his staff do everything for him. That much was easy to see. When he reached up to a higher cabinet to withdraw a bottle of bourbon, his shirt crept a few inches up his flat-toned stomach, and heat flared low in my belly. What right did a businessman have to be built like Rhett was? When did he find the time to work out? From the look of things, he was making an alcoholic version of sweet tea that had my mouth watering in anticipation. Even though I'd have to refuse. There was no way I could drink while I was working. It would be highly unprofessional. Not to mention, who knew what I would say to Rhett under the influence of alcohol? Best for me to keep my wits about me. Clearing my throat, I stepped into the kitchen and made my presence known. When Rhett looked up, his fingers faltered on the whiskey bottle, and he barely managed to avoid dropping it, his blue eyes widening almost imperceptibly. I swallowed the part of me that was secretly pleased with his reaction, before arching a brow. You all right? Fine? His reply was quick, maybe a little too quick. Just making us a little spiked tea. When he tilted the whiskey bottle over the pitcher, a low sound of protest escaped the back of my throat. Maybe we should just stick with the tea. I tried for light, but my suggestion came out as a little more desperate than I would have liked. Oh, come on. Just a little. It'll spice things up a bit. I might have mentioned that I didn't need things to be any spicier. Rhett was already attractive enough, but the man was already pouring spiced whiskey into the tea, to the tune of half a bottle. Dear Lord, I was in trouble. Make yourself comfortable in the living room. I'll be there in 2 seconds. Inwardly berating myself, I made my way to one of the leather couches to sit on the edge primly. I would have 1 glass of tea and sip it slowly. That was the only way I was getting through this. As I was looking around the living room, my gaze fell on several plaques. Almost all of them were awards for manufacturing excellence, but I also earned a business degree and a master's from Stanford, the school that had separated us. He really had become just as successful as I thought he might be. The thought both warmed my heart and made me a little melancholy. Here we are. The man entered the living room, balancing the tray like a pro. I was reminded, briefly, of the days when he'd worked in a diner just outside the city for pocket money. He used to try and impress me then in much the same way, balancing more plates than anyone could carry in good conscience. Hope you're hungry. There was a plate of sandwiches on the tray with the tea, and I wondered if they'd been prepared beforehand, or if he made them himself. I assumed that Rhett would take a seat across from me, but he surprised me by sinking down right next to me as soon as he put the tray down. He was so close that his thigh touched my bare one, and I found myself shifting to put a few inches between us. When Rhett reached out to pour my glass of tea, his arm brushed past mine and my breath hitched. Solid muscle. His hand lingered on mine when he passed me the glass, and I could feel the heat rushing to my cheeks as his gaze rose to my face. It's really good to see you again, CeCe. You have no idea how much I've thought about you over the years. I'd sworn there was nothing this man could say that would surprise me. I dealt with womanizers before, and found they always seemed to operate on the same level. But that caught me off guard. So much so that I didn't notice his thumb stroking slowly over the back of my hand for a full minute. The moment the sensation did break through. However, I pulled away, suddenly breathless, to put my glass down and reach for my bag. What the hell was I supposed to say? I'd been pining after him too. That would be a lie. The truth of the matter was that I'd done all I could to try and put Rhett from my mind. There was no use dwelling on the past, especially adolescent romances that more often than not amounted to nothing at all. I've got a recorder. I changed the subject abruptly, willing my heart to stop hammering in my chest. And today's questions are already planned out. Why did he have to be so damn close? I set the recorder on the table, feigning ignorance when Rhett's gaze dropped to the swell of my cleavage. I'd chosen this dress because I told myself it wasn't overtly revealing, but now I was starting to rethink my tactics. You didn't even try the tea. He offered me the glass again with a charming smile that made my heart flutter. I'm crushed. I took a sip just to placate him, before setting my digital recorder on the table. Up until that moment, I'd forgotten just how thirsty I was, and I was startled to find that, despite the fact that I'd seen Rhett put nearly half a bottle of whiskey in the pitcher, I could hardly taste the alcohol. This is good. The exclamation escaped me before I could help myself, and Rhett's smile only widened. Secret family recipe. I took another long sip before extracting my notepad. I divided the questions Jim approved into 10 sessions, each marked by notes where I should place the most emphasis. I might not be the most enthusiastic when it came to my work, but I was certainly thorough. When I raised my gaze to find him staring at my mouth, I cleared my throat softly. Ready to start then? His gaze snapped upward, and the heat in his blue eyes was enough to make me lightheaded. Or maybe that was the alcohol. Fire away. There were about 25 questions to get through that day, starting with the mundane and getting steadily more controversial juicy, as Jim called it. There were of course the customary inquiries about where he got the ideas for his business, who had been his first investors, and how he felt about the huge accomplishment of becoming one of the youngest billionaires in the world at the tender age of 31. Rhett answered all these questions without blinking. He had no doubt heard the same thing hundreds of times. He could probably get through one of these interviews on autopilot. Is there anything you particularly miss about your old life? Before you made your money and ascended to the celebrity status you have now? By the time we were nearing the bottom of the list, I found that against my will, I had relaxed somewhat. It was unavoidable, considering I had finished my first glass of spiked tea and was halfway through a second. I hadn't intended to drink nearly so much, but merely being around Rhett was enough to make me nervous. Well, I missed you, Cecily. I stared at him as my heart crawled up the back of my throat to cling there, my fingers tightening on the pad I held. I reached out to press pause on the recorder. If he was going to sweet-talk me, I hardly needed a record of it, but Rhett continued before I could reach the button. I'm serious. I don't think you understand how hard it was in Cali alone. For the first 6 months or so, I was a fish out of water. I missed you, how pretty you looked in your summer sundresses. His eyes slid over my body in a long, appreciative stare that sent a shiver of awareness down my spine. You've only gotten prettier. There was no way this was actually getting to me. I had to blame the alcohol, because my cheeks were pink and my belly was somehow warm. I broke his gaze to concentrate on my notepad once more, my pulse pounding in my ears. The next question is. You know, we could change locales if you want. He interrupted me, his voice low enough to make my womb clench. I've got a little vineyard at the back of the property, put up a lovely gazebo there. We could have a glass of wine, and continue this in a more picturesque setting. I very nearly said yes. An affirmative answer was all but on the tip of my tongue, when my rational brain broke through the alcohol haze that was beginning to cloud my mind. A vineyard? He was suggesting that we casually move to a private vineyard for an interview. We were already in his ornate, beautifully decorated home, sipping whiskey that I was sure cost more than I made in a month. Going to a vineyard just because it was pretty was overkill, something that he had obviously mentioned purely to impress me. The gesture tugged at my heartstrings, not because there was pure emotion behind it, but because Rhett was probably treating me like every other woman he'd ever brought into his home, right before bedding them and sending them on their way. For a long beat, I stared at his handsome visage, uncaring that we were wasting space on my recorder. Who was he? The Rhett I'd known as a girl stole affection, wherever and whenever he could get it. The moment Jeb left the house, he was tugging me into his lap, whispering how we should climb the huge oak tree in my front yard so we could be alone and see the stars together. The Rhett of my childhood had been dirt poor, but he hadn't needed the trappings of wealth to impress me. He'd been in a league all his own without it. The Rhett before me was, on many levels, a total and complete stranger. You know, I'm not like them. I finally reached out to turn the recorder off, ire bubbling in my gut. Rhett's brow furrowed in confusion. Pardon? When I raised my head to meet his gaze, I did my best to hide my frustration. Like the women you parade in here to impress with your money. I'm not like them. I never cared about how much money you had, Rhett. I still don't. The surprise on his face might have been funny if I wasn't genuinely hurt by his callous overtures. CeCe. I'm here in a professional capacity only. We do our interviews for the article, and I leave. No funny business, no charm. No falling into bed with you because I'm so overwhelmed by your very presence. That wasn't the complete truth. Rhett's presence did overwhelm me, but the effect was lessened, seeing how easily he thought he could work his way past my defenses. So please just don't. Neither of us has the time to waste. I was brusque to the point of callousness. Half of me expected he might toss me out of his house on my ear for speaking exactly what was on my mind. You could certainly thank the spiked tea for that. Most of all, however, I was disappointed. Though I hadn't expected Rhett to recognize me, I certainly hoped he'd have enough respect for me as an old friend to realize I wasn't just some fly-by-night floozy. To my surprise, however, the corners of Rhett's mouth turned up into an indulgent, amused smile that gave me the sudden urge to squirm in my seat. It was the look a cat gives a canary right before he pounces. All right. You win. He raised his hands defensively, much the same way he had when I first entered the house. I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sorry, seeing you after so long has me thinking, and that's honest to God truth. When he looked at me like that, leaning forward, the spicy scent of him enveloping my alcohol-dulled senses, I could almost believe him. I knew if I stayed any longer, he would convince me much more quickly than I gave him credit for. I think we're done for today. I grabbed my recorder and notepad, slipping them into my bag as I stood. It was probably better. I left my second glass of tea half full anyway. God knows I didn't need any more liquor coursing through me. It might make me do something stupid, like give in to the gorgeous man before me. I'll type this up, and we can do the next interview whenever it is convenient for you." Of course. I hadn't expected him to stand with me, but if there was one thing that hadn't changed about Rhett, it was his southern gentility. "I've got a few meetings, but I should be free sooner rather than later. I'll let you know." He all but towered over me, even in my 3-inch heels. His sheer size made me feel small, vulnerable. "All right." The word left me with an undignified squeak before I turned on my heels to rush towards the patio door. I hadn't made it more than 3 strides before his velvety baritone stopped me in my tracks. "It really is good to see you, CeCe. It's been way too long." I merely nodded affirmatively before fleeing the room, wishing I had worn more comfortable shoes so I could flat-out sprint. I thought I could handle this. A few weeks with a man I hadn't seen in over a decade seemed like a small price to pay to jumpstart my career. But I had obviously underestimated Rhett's sheer appeal. He might have been acting like the typical womanizer, but I found myself strangely vulnerable to his tactics. Maybe it's because I remembered a simpler time with less bravado. I remembered the boy who jumped naked with me into the nearest lake on a dare, and given me my first and most perfect kiss. And lamented what he'd become.
Chapter 4. Rhett.
I didn't get much sleep that night. When I closed my eyes, all I could think of was the disappointment on CeCe's face when I did my best to woo her. The vineyard was usually a surefire thing, and she was right. It had netted me more than my share of women. The fact that she saw through me, even a few drinks in, both amused and frustrated me. But then she'd always been one smart cookie. Top of her class all through middle and high school, first prize in the science fair and spelling bee. And she was always so humble. Though her parents usually insisted that Jeb help her with her homework, it probably should have been the other way around. She'd always been an uncontrollable ball of energy, never afraid to speak her mind to anyone who happened to be listening. Nothing had changed. After a restless night, I got up the next morning around 7. I thought a run might clear my head, but I should have known better. The moment I stepped into the backyard to stretch, my gaze was drawn to the guest house. Was she still sleeping, or did CeCe have just as restless a night as I had? At my side, Mason whined in impatience. He was used to setting off the moment I stepped outside, and I dawdled too long for him. "Sorry, boy." Leaning down, I stroked his head affectionately. "I'm a little preoccupied." Truth be told, there was a part of me that was jealous of the canine. He didn't have to put up an emotional front. The moment he'd seen CeCe the previous day, all the happy neurons in his animal brain had fired, and he'd leaped on her in an enthusiastic greeting. If only I had the same luxury. I set off at a moderate pace, prepared to do my usual circuit. A run into the downtown area, along the pier and back, was about 7 miles, and I could do that easily. Maybe I'd tire out myself enough to sleep before I had to fly into the office later on that afternoon. Though I doubted I'd be able to get any quality rest, knowing just how close CeCe was. The fiery brunette had taken my vineyard suggestion as an insult, and she'd been more bored by her tour of the house than impressed by anything in it. That was a first for me. I usually didn't get much further than the expansive kitchen and game room before women were climbing all over me, but I realized now that I'd been naive to group CeCe in with those women. She was different, always had been. Maybe that's why I'd never been able to stop thinking about her. She seemed dead set on the idea that my words were simply meant to charm her out of her clothes, but the truth was there was a good deal of honesty in them. Out of all the women I'd ever been with, I remembered CeCe the most vividly, and she'd only been 14 or 15 when I left. Even I knew that had to mean something. I had hoped that something was a stray emotion I could mess out of my system and get on with my life, but now I realized how idiotic that notion was. This was CeCe we were talking about, not some actress prima donna or ballerina. To my knowledge, she'd lived in Georgia contentedly her entire life. She wasn't out for fame and riches, and those things weren't going to impress her. Which put me in more than a little of a pickle. I had no problem admitting it. I was used to using my money to dazzle women. It was easier than trying to connect with them emotionally. I wasn't looking for a wife or a girlfriend. I didn't have the time, and I tended to live in the moment. A tennis bracelet was always better than a long conversation. A trip to the Bahamas was safer than a cozy night in. But those tactics weren't going to help me with CeCe. I was going to have to go another route entirely, and the realization alone was enough to intimidate me. Even by the time I'd finished my run, I hadn't come up with a solid plan. By that point, I knew she had to be up, getting started with her own day. Though Mason drank his entire bowl of water and collapsed the moment we got into the house, I grabbed a towel and headed to the back porch, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. No such luck. Maybe she was a late sleeper. Geez, I was acting like a teenager again, peeping through windows and hoping to catch a glimpse of a girl. If anything, that was a testament to just how determined I was to have CeCe in my arms. Call it lust, attachment, or whatever you want. I wanted her to admit she'd missed me just as much as I missed her. It was a tall order, and I knew it. I was making a recovery shake when the intercom rang, and I answered. I was surprised to see the grinning face of Tony, my lawyer, and one of my closest friends. I certainly hadn't expected him, but it was good to get a break from my ruminating. What the hell are you doing here? Vampires turn to dust in the sun, you know that. You're hilarious. Tony rolled his eyes with a good-humored smile. Let me in. It's burning up out here. He'd never been one for cardio. The man was a beast in the weight room, but he couldn't run a mile to save his life. I should know. We went to Stanford together. I buzzed him in, arching a brow when I saw he was toting a work briefcase. When we were at Stanford together, people had called us Frick and Frack, two sides of the same coin. Where I was blonde, Tony had dark hair. My southern drawl opposed his thick New York accent, and his brawn juxtaposed with my leaner muscle. Arguably, he was just as successful a lawyer as I was a businessman. I was his #1 client, after all. Thought you didn't work on Fridays. I slid a glass of my shake across the table at him, and he made a face before turning the glass up. One swig and he was scowling. That stuff is poison. No idea how you drink it. It's part of a revolution called health food. You should try it sometime. Tony merely rolled his eyes at my sarcasm. I'm taking advantage of my high metabolism while it sticks around. Give me a burger and fries over a protein shake any day. For breakfast. I arched a brow incredulously. Gross. Yeah. I bet you can't even pronounce half the shit in that shake. He took a seat on a bar stool before setting his briefcase on the counter. Got some stuff for you to look over. You've been hard to get a hold of the past few weeks. Been all over the place, I groaned, trying to get plans for the next quarter up. I'm being run ragged. Speaking of running, Tony extracted a sheaf of papers from his bag, sliding them across the table to me. Who's the brunette with the nice legs I saw jogging down the front drive? Gave me an eyeful as I was pulling up. My stomach twisted in a mixture of envy and pride. So CeCe was up, and she was out exercising. How had I missed that? I could see her in my mind's eye in a pair of tiny running shorts and a sports bra, and little else. Hello. Earth to Rhett. Asked you a question. I snapped back to the present to see Anthony grinning at me. What's up with you? You spaced out on me for a minute there. I sighed, running a hand through my sweat-damp hair. She's a reporter. I could only imagine the shit I was going to get for this. It was only because Anthony and I were so close that I could even tell him. Doing an article about me. She's not too happy about the strings I pulled to get her here, though. Righteously pissed when I tried to make a move. Guess I'm not as charming as I was when I was 17. It took Tony a minute to comprehend what I was implying, but once he did, his dark eyes widened in shock. That's Cecily Warner. The chick you never stopped talking about. The little southern girl that speared your heart with a steak knife. I wouldn't go that far. I cut him off dryly. Pretty sure I hadn't pined over her as much as he was insisting I had, but Tony wasn't the type to argue over trivialities. Damn. No wonder you were so hung up. Not that I would call her a girl or little anymore. I know, I groaned, doing my best to concentrate on the conversation at hand and not on CeCe in her running attire. She's killing me, Tony. During the first interview the other day, I did my best with her. Got so close I could smell her perfume. Geez, I was getting hard just remembering it. She'd walked in looking like a vision in that yellow dress, smelling to high heaven of lavender and roses. I was surprised I hadn't visibly salivated. So what happened? I winced at that particular recollection. She called me on it. Told me she wasn't out to be another conquest. I got the vibe that she prefers the 17-year-old me better. That was a bigger blow than I let on. I'd grown up in poverty of the extreme sort. The house was about the only asset my family had. How many nights had I gone hungry because we paid the mortgage instead of eating? At the time, I'd just been a pissed-off kid. I couldn't understand how my own father could want a house over feeding his own family. There were, of course, a lot of things I hadn't understood as a kid, why my dad treated me like shit among them. My mom defended her abusive husband even on her deathbed, about a year after he drank himself to death. She insisted that he wanted a legacy for me, something to leave behind. I'd sold the house the moment I could. It held no good memories for me, just childhood pain and the agony of a few foster families trying to cheat me out of it. Maybe it might have had more sentimental value if I'd ever let CeCe over the threshold. I'd always been reluctant to let her see that side of my life. To her, I was just Rhett, her brother's friend. The guy who made her laugh and dried her tears when she was frustrated. The boy loved her smile and the way the sun caught the gold in her hair. Damn. I swore I'd never be that poor again. That I'd get my degree and better myself at Stanford so I'd never have to worry about where my next meal was coming from. I'd do better than either of my parents ever had to remind myself that I wasn't them. And I'd succeeded. But it seemed CeCe didn't want anything to do with the more evolved, wealthier Rhett. How the hell was I supposed to impress her the same way I had 12 years ago? I wasn't the same person I'd been at 17. So she's not into the fancy stuff. Anthony shrugged the fact off like it was no big deal. It's not the end of the world. You've been with women who are more into your sensitive side, right? I shot him a flat look and plainly told him that he knew better, and Tony chuckled. Right. My bad. Well, at least she didn't storm out. As long as she's here, you still have a chance. Quite frankly, I'm elated for you. You're elated she rejected me. Tony smirked. That she's still here, jerk you one. It means there's still something between you two. Nice to know, considering you haven't shut up about her since the day we met. Was it really that bad? I'd never even noticed. Talking about CeCe and me was something that always came naturally to me when I was comfortable around someone. Then again, there weren't very many people I was so at ease with. Making as much money as I did meant you had to be careful who you shared your secrets with. Most people were willing to sell them for a tidy profit. So, what am I supposed to do? I queried, flipping absently through the papers he'd brought me. She's staying here. Surrounded by reminders that I'm not the kid she used to know. How do I bypass that? Anthony shrugged. Try thinking with your head. There's gotta be a way to strike a balance between new money and old nostalgia. He took another sip of his shake, his face pulling into a grimace. Christ, that's foul. Rolling my eyes, I turned my attention to the papers before me even as the cogs of my mind began to turn. The agreement Tony had typed up for the proceedings the next day in Atlanta was fairly straightforward. They only required a few signatures, which I was glad to provide as I tried to think of a way to win CeCe over that didn't have to do with throwing money at her. That should do it. When I handed the papers back to Anthony, he caught my arm with a small frown. "You okay, Rhett? Don't burn out that brilliant brain of yours." It was enough to dispel the tension of the moment, and I laughed, punching his shoulder firmly. "It would take a lot more than this." "Glad to hear it. Just give it a little time." He tucked the papers back into his briefcase before downing the rest of his shake with a small shudder. When he returned the empty glass, the corners of my mouth twitched. "You'll have the best work out of your life later. I'd bet money on it." "Please. You've got plenty of that to lose." Anthony rolled his eyes before clapping me on the shoulder. His expression warmed to one of sincere support as he squeezed firmly. "I've the utmost faith in you. I've never seen you fail when there's something you set your mind to." His words still rang in my head, even an hour after he'd left the house. There had to be a way I could spend time with CeCe, just the two of us, that didn't have to do with my flashing wealth in her face ostentatiously. It took me a good 2 hours of brainstorming, hours that I should have spent preparing to go into the office, before I finally stumbled upon a solution. It was so obvious that I could have kicked myself. If there was one thing I leaned on just as much as the funds I brought in, it was my love of adventure. It was probably a little extreme to expect her to jump out of a plane with me, but I could certainly show her the more modest side of my assets with a little jaunt upstate. The idea was so brilliant that I caught myself grinning. Then I took a look at my watch and cursed lowly. I was going to be late. Usually, the heads of business empires didn't worry too overtly about being late to meetings they had orchestrated, but I tried to set a precedent of responsibility. Even if I didn't want to go to the city, I had to be there. There were things I needed to take care of. Things that unfortunately weren't CeCe. I shucked my shirt off over my head and prepared to head to the bathroom for a shower. I caught a glimpse of her and froze. It looked like she was just coming back from her run. Funnily enough, she was wearing something startlingly close to the outfit I'd imagined. A bright green sports bra and a microscopic pair of running shorts that clung to her sweat-drenched skin. I watched, transfixed, as she slowed on her way back to the guest house, eventually falling into a casual gait. She paused just outside the single garage to stretch, and I swallowed thickly the moment she bent over, lifting that decadent butt of hers into the air. I'd seen just a hint of it the day before when she left the house, and now I got the full impact. I wanted nothing more than to be right behind her. She was a good 50 yards away from me. At 27, she was enough to make heart stop. When she disappeared into the house, I couldn't repress a low groan of disappointment. She probably needed to shower just as badly as I did, which led to other far more thoughts. I checked my watch again with a frown before glancing down at the 10 I'd pitched in my shorts. It took me about half a second to decide just what I was going to do about it, before striding to the bathroom and turning the shower on. Minutes later, I was both sated and clean.
Chapter 5. CeCe.
It was weird to wake up in some place that wasn't my own bed. That said, the sight of the sun rising over the mansion grounds was something to behold, and I delighted in watching it every morning. After the spectacle was done, however, I was always forced to face the music, and the confusion of being under Rhett's influence for the first time in half an age. Though I'd managed to avoid the man himself well enough, there was evidence of him everywhere. He left his dishes in the kitchen, his workout clothes slung over the back of the couch, and empty glasses by the pool. Though the temperature for the past few days had been scorching, I didn't dare head for the pool myself. That would mean Rhett seeing me in a swimsuit. Even more intimidating, however, was dealing with him in his swimming garb. I'd seen him a few times, strutting around the edge of the water in a suit so minuscule it might as well have been a Speedo. The tiny bit of cloth merely emphasized his massive, well-sculpted body, and the proportional package between his thighs. The mere thought was enough to make me warm between the legs, and also to remind me that any sensation I might feel there would never come to anything substantial. Sighing, I closed my eyes. Though the sun was up, it was still early. I could go back to sleep if I wanted. I didn't have a stringent schedule here like I did at the office. But sleeping, I knew, was a lost cause, especially considering the territory my thoughts were straying into. Being around Rhett made me recall the other men I'd been with, and just how little stock I put in intimacy. In theory, it was a lovely idea. To say I hadn't pictured myself wrapped in Rhett's embrace several times over the past few days would be a blatant lie. I imagined his hands and mouth on my skin, igniting the same fire he did when he brushed past me, only 1,000 times hotter. What kind of romantic partner would he be? Slow and sensual or hard and rough? When it came to being intimate, the only genuine feeling I ever encountered was frustration, and I was pretty certain that not even a man like Rhett could change that. The problem lies with me, in my biology and emotional hang-ups. At least, that's what several articles and medical journals told me. With that in mind, I'd long stopped telling myself that it would just take the right guy to change my mind about intimacy. Instead, I merely accepted it as an unfortunate byproduct of a relationship. If I was attracted to someone, I had to be with them. By the time I finished berating my lack of bedroom prowess, the sun was high in the sky, or would have been if it wasn't covered by the thick layer of clouds moving in from the south. Squinting at their dark underbellies, I frowned. It wasn't exactly the best day to go rock climbing. To start with, I hardly believed I'd agreed with such a ludicrous idea. I was hardly the athletic type. If anything, it was the way Rhett asked me. When I snuck down for dinner late the previous night, he'd still been downstairs. I'd managed to keep from staring at his chest in the thin t-shirt he wore long enough to realize that he was suggesting a trip to the Blue Ridge Mountains. He owned a chunk of property there that he allowed to be used as a wildlife refuge, and spoke highly of his experiences climbing there. At the moment, he'd told me about his adventures, and he looked just like he had 12 years before. When he was literally so excited about something, he almost stumbled over his words, getting them out. It had been adorable then, and I hated to say that it had very much the same effect on me now. Atop that, he insisted that I could only get an accurate portrayal of him if I saw him in his element, what he was really like on a day-to-day basis. So of course, like an idiot, I agreed. Had I ever been rock climbing? No. I could hardly climb a few flights of stairs. But according to Rhett, it was easy, and he'd be holding my hand the entire way. There was nothing he could do about this weather though, and I half expected a text from him canceling the outing. By the time noon rolled around, however, I received no such indication, even though the sky only grew darker. I dressed as he'd recommended, in old jeans and a loose tee, before grabbing my bag and gear and heading towards the foyer. Rhett was already there, and he beamed when he saw me. Though I'd just spoken to him the previous night, the sight of him in clinging, faded Levi's and a shirt that clung to his chiseled abdomen had my thighs pressing against one another. That was what he wore to climb in. Heaven help me. You ready for this? His excitement was so infectious, I couldn't help the way the corners of my mouth quirked upward. As ready as I'll ever be. The plane's fueling up at the airport. It should take us less than 2 hours, then it's 20 minutes to the mountains. Hope you brought some reading material. I wondered wryly if we'd be joined by the same hostess that served me on the way down, the blindingly beautiful blonde. Something told me Rhett didn't just keep her around for her excellent customer service skills. When we boarded the plane, however, the steward was a man old enough to be my father. He and Rhett seemed to know one another pretty well, so I held my tongue. After all, it wasn't any of my business who he chose to spend his time with. As long as it wasn't the blonde. I expected the ride to be rough, considering the sour weather that was moving in, but once we got above the clouds, it was smooth sailing. I took the opportunity to sneak a few peeks at Rhett as he read the paper and had his coffee. The man's thighs looked decadent in those jeans, and I remembered just how chiseled they were from the few times I'd seen him at the pool. I barely touched my own coffee. Apparently, the only thing I needed to keep me awake was the eye candy across from me. When we touched down at the small airport in the mountains, the sky looked even darker than it had in Savannah. Somehow, I was beginning to think suspending myself from rocks hundreds of feet in the air in this weather couldn't be a good idea. Rhett, however, assured me that the clouds were supposed to burn off before late afternoon. A quick peek at both his phone and mine confirmed that was indeed what the forecast predicted. When we arrived at the edge of the forest, it was a mile-long hike before we reached the base of the mountain range. Luckily for me, Rhett was enough of a gentleman to tote our climbing gear. The man seemed to have effortless reserves of energy, and I wondered if it came from the coffee or the experience itself. He certainly looked happy to be outdoors, threatening skies or not. "So, how is it working for the burner?" His question caught me off guard, and I stumbled over a root on a trail. I was sure that he could see better than I could. Luckily, another trunk nearby saved me from landing on my ass. "It's fine." I resisted the impulse to tell the truth, how much I hated working for a magazine known as a gossip rag, and how my boss didn't seem to have a shred of respect for the women who bought our magazine like wildfire. Puts food on the table. My mom would have been proud of me for that one. "You sound ridiculously enthusiastic." Despite the uneven terrain, Rhett didn't slow his pace for the conversation. It was apparent that he was familiar with this path, which, at the very least, made me feel better about being in the middle of the woods, if not about the adventure we were headed towards. "It's a job." I shrugged, ducking under a low-lying branch as I tried not to stare at the man's perfect behind. How the hell did he move through the foliage like that? Not exactly what I was hoping for, but not everything is sunflowers and daisies, right? I was being defensive, and I damn well sounded like it anything to keep from getting too chummy with him. It was enough that just being near him was making my mouth dry and my head light. I refused to let my guard down any further for even 1 second. "You've grown up, CeCe." He tossed the words over his shoulder, holding a branch out of the way for me to pass through the dense network of greenery before us. "I remember when you were young and idealistic, full of dreams." So did I. There was a part of me that was still clinging to those dreams, but he'd never know that. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who's noticed. Rhett continued casually, and I sucked in a breath in anticipation. I knew what was coming next. "Anyone special in your life? Boyfriend? Husband?" "You might have asked me that before you tried to hit on me," I replied dryly, hopping over a brittle-down log. "I figured any guy worth his salt wouldn't have let you come down here alone, which means you're still single. Am I right?" I merely glowered at him, refusing to give him the satisfaction of an affirmative answer. Unfortunately, that didn't dissuade Rhett, and he merely changed the subject. "How's Jeb doing?" The question made me sigh, in an odd mixture of aggravation and fondness. Though Jeb and I had our differences growing up, especially after our parents left to go abroad, we'd managed to bury that over the last few years, and even developed a kind of camaraderie. Of course, this only made me more pissed off when the brother I knew to be intelligent went from dead-end job to dead-end job, refusing to put in the work required to actually find a career. He's fine. Not asking me for money, so that's a plus. Jeb would be more than a little interested to know I was spending time with Rhett after all these years, which was exactly why I had no plans of telling him. "You know you're down here?" Dear Christ, even after 12 years, Rhett had an uncanny talent to guess what I was thinking. "No." I kept my answer short and sweet, pausing when I realized Rhett was holding out his hand to help me up over a series of boulders in our path. I hesitated, before taking it reluctantly. My heart leapt when he all but hauled me upward with no assistance on my part. The man was strong as an ox, all those muscles definitely weren't for show. Not that I didn't like seeing them. "You know, you could ask me some questions." I realized at that moment that I'd been staring at the solid wall of the man's chest. I crested the boulders a good minute and a half prior, and now had no excuse to be stationary. My face flaming, I tugged my hand from his grip, wishing he'd wipe that smug smile from his face. "I'll be asking you more than enough questions in the interviews." Rhett chuckled, starting forward again. You're not in the least bit curious what I've been up to? Why would I be curious? I inquired wryly. I can learn anything I'd want to know about you by turning on the television, or flipping through one of the hundreds of tabloid covers you've made. Rhett surprised me by stopping in his tracks. When he turned to face me, a frown marred his gorgeous features, his expression almost hurt. It was enough to make me feel a twinge of guilt. You know, you shouldn't believe everything you read in those rags. Being a proper reporter, I thought you of all people would know that. Immediately, I bristled. I had no idea what the hell he was implying, if he was making fun of me or if he was being serious. Either way, I didn't like feeling out of my element, and here, in the middle of the mountains with a man I wanted desperately but didn't know, I was about as far out of my element as it was possible to get. I never write fake news, I retorted, irritated. Gossip columns, sure, but nothing blatantly idiotic or untrue. I haven't sunk that low yet, so you can take that particular point of view and shove it, Mr. Wilder. With that, I stomped past him, heedless of the fact that I had no idea where I was going. I expected Rhett to let my stubbornness carry me forward until it was apparent that I was lost as hell, or even to make a scathing comment about how pig-headed I was being. Instead, he merely laughed, catching up with me in a few easy strides. God, I've missed your fire, CeCe. His words were enough to stop me in my tracks so I could gape at him incredulously. He'd missed my fire? I was being standoffish enough to send most guys running for the hills, and that was all he had to say? I had never imagined someone the reporters painted as a thin-skinned womanizer would have half the patience he did. It made me wonder if, perhaps, I might have misjudged him just a little bit. Thankfully, Rhett let the next 5 minutes of hiking pass in companionable silence. I was someone who couldn't attest to being much of a nature girl, despite growing up in the South. I'd moved to Atlanta as soon as I'd been able, and enjoyed the amenities the city provided for me. That said, I couldn't deny that the scenery was beautiful. Even though the sun wasn't out, the birds were singing, and there wasn't another soul around for miles. The forest was green and lush, and the air was filled with the smell of rain. You need to catch your breath. By the time we were preparing to climb, I certainly did. While I was certainly used to running miles at a time, I wasn't used to rough hikes through the wilderness. Our hike had just as much horizontal movement as vertical, and I had a stitch in my side that wouldn't quit. Drink some water. Just a little bit at a time. I was so grateful for the reprieve that I didn't tug my hand away when Rhett covered it, guiding the bottle to my mouth slowly. How could he still smell so good after half an hour of stalking through the forest? It literally defied reason. After a few minutes, my heart rate gradually calmed. Even after Rhett released my hand, it retained the warmth that he'd lent me, and I had to force myself to concentrate as he showed me how to work the harnesses and rigging system. I'd be damned if I fell to my death because of raging hormones. Even though he explained the process to me painstakingly, I was no less nervous when he strapped me in than I'd been that morning. Rhett assured me that we weren't going to climb very high, only about 100 feet or so, and my stomach twisted in anxiety. Only 100 feet. That sounded pretty substantial for a first-timer. Don't be nervous. My attention jerked upward as Rhett tugged on the harness I wore, making sure it was secure. I won't let anything happen to you. I'll be right here. I might have brushed the moment off as another blatant attempt at seduction, but the eyes that met mine were completely sincere, reassuring, warm, and more than a little bit excited. Though a part of me was terrified, Rhett's enthusiasm was engaging enough that I forced myself to swallow my doubts and just do the damn thing. In the end, I enjoyed myself a hell of a lot more than I expected. Rhett was patient with me, showing me the most convenient handholds and always ensuring that my restraints were well tethered to the hooks that suspended us in the air. The first time I looked down, I nearly had a heart attack, but there was also a strange euphoric rush that flooded my nerve endings as I realized I was swinging from a rock face a good 50 feet up. I looked above me to see Rhett clinging to a ledge about 5 feet over me, and couldn't help but admire the flex and contract of his muscles as he secured the next support hook with ease. If this was what he did on a regular basis, no wonder he was in such good shape. Climbing took a ridiculous amount of upper body strength, and I was already panting, even though I noticed Rhett was making sure that I was on a path upward that wasn't half as strenuous as his own. The view from halfway up the rock face was absolutely breathtaking, and it was while I was admiring said view that the part of the cliff my hook was wedged into crumbled, sending me plummeting a good 5 feet downward until I was yanked taut from where I was attached to Rhett. I screamed. I couldn't help it. For a split second I had been sure that I would fall to my death, forgetting about the fail-safe put into place specifically for such occasions. But then the moment passed. I was dangling in midair slightly below Rhett as he stared at me, his eyes wide with concern. "Are you okay?" "Fine," I replied automatically, a strange insane mixture of adrenaline, excitement and terror rushing through my veins. "I can keep going." "We're almost at the top," he assured me, his smile reassuring. 10 more feet." They were 10 very long feet, but somehow, impossibly, we finally reached the top of the rock face. When I was hoisted up onto the solid slab, I immediately stretched out onto my back, my eyes sliding closed as I caught my breath. My heart was still racing. "Hey, you all right?" Rhett sat down next to me, his legs dangling carelessly off the edge. The man was indeed one hell of a daredevil, and in that moment, gleaming with sweat, muscles pumped from exertion, he was absolutely sinful. "Well," I breathed, looking up at him. "I'm alive, so that's something." We stared at one another for a few poignant seconds, before bursting into laughter. I'm sure I looked ridiculous, which triggered Rhett, but I didn't know why I was laughing. I couldn't help it. Sure, it was scary doing something this dangerous, but it was also unlike anything I'd experienced in the short, safe length I'd been alive. Something I could see being addicting. It was amazing. I mean, there were a few seconds where I thought I was legitimately going to die, but that rush. I can see why you like it. Rhett's gaze suddenly gleamed with an approval I'd never seen before. It was like he was looking at me, really looking at me, for the first time since I'd arrived at the manor a few days prior. It was the way I had always imagined my man looking at me, even if I'd never managed to stumble across him. Rhett was close, I realized. Closer than he'd been seconds before. Though I'd caught the man staring at my mouth numerous times in the past week, this was the first time I'd blatantly stared at his. The last time I'd kissed Rhett, I was young, impetuous, and had no idea just how powerful hormones could be. I wondered what it would be like to kiss him now. As soon as the thought entered my mind, it took over. I found myself raising my mouth, all but inviting the gesture. Rhett's face was a mere hair's breadth from mine when a cold, wet droplet ran down my thigh, startling me out of my trance. My water bottle was leaking. It must have snagged on a rock. Turning my head, I swallowed thickly. Geez, that was close. Entirely too close. I'd better drink most of this. Before I could lift the bottle to my mouth, however, Rhett stopped me with his hand on mine. "CeCe, be honest with me." His blue eyes were intent on mine, seeing straight through my facade of disinterest and down to the very core of me. "Have you thought about us since I left? What might have happened if I stayed?" A lie was on the tip of my tongue. Really, a lie was the only safe answer. No sane woman would admit that she wondered about what might have been on a monthly basis, that she had to force herself to ignore every ad and TV program that popped up with his face on it. I had decided a long time ago that dwelling on the past was idiotic. The best thing was to move forward, onward and upward. That meant putting aside childish love affairs, no matter how serious they'd seemed at the time. But the words wouldn't come. With Rhett so close, close enough to press my mouth to his to see if he tasted the same way he had a decade ago, I found I couldn't lie, not to myself and not to him. If nature hadn't intervened, I probably would have made a damn fool of myself, but thankfully before I could answer Rhett, a fat, cold, heavy droplet of rain tumbled from the heavens to splash on my nose, making me jump. The good luck that had been on our side all morning seemed to be up. Before I could even point out the fact that it was starting to rain, a crack of thunder sounded so loudly that I scrambled to my feet in shock. Shit! Rhett joined me in short order as the heavens opened up, dousing us in a surprisingly cold deluge. So much for the weather report. I had to shout to be heard above the sudden din of the storm. Though it had been overcast for hours, this mess had literally popped up in the space of a few seconds. That's what we have for testing Mother Nature. How are we going to get back down the mountain in this? Don't have to. Rhett called back, lifting his head upward as a brilliant flash of lightning lit the sky. There's a cabin on the property, about 10 minutes away. We can wait out the storm there. Despite the unbelievable weather pummeling us, I found myself hesitating. An isolated cabin on a mountain with Rhett alone? It sounded a bit too much like a ploy to get into my pants for my comfort. At the end of the day though, there was no way he could have foreseen the weather turning so sour, and if I had to choose between holing up with a generous billionaire or freezing my ass off, I was inclined to take the former. Thankfully, we didn't have to rappel down the cliff we had just climbed. Rhett showed me another way down along the rock face, though it was slippery and treacherous in the downpour. To his merit, the man didn't grope me once as he helped me down, and there were some hairy bits where he all but grabbed the back of my shirt to keep me from toppling over the edge. Still, he was surprisingly well behaved, a boon, considering it only took about 5 minutes for me to start shivering. Even though it was summer, the elevation up here was wicked, and it might have been raining in mid-autumn. By the time we reached the forest floor, it was a muddy mess, and I promptly slipped and fell into the muck. In other circumstances, I might have laughed at my own clumsiness, but it was far too cold. When Rhett hauled me back to my feet, his gaze was concerned. "You okay?" Despite the fact that I'd been skiing and snowboarding more than a handful of times, I couldn't remember ever being as cold as I was. "I'm fine." My teeth chattered over the words, and he merely frowned. "Come on. Let's get moving." Georgia was known for its fierce, momentary storms, so a part of me hoped the rain would pass in the next few minutes and we could simply head back to the mansion. Unfortunately, during our short hike to the cabin, the forest only grew darker and wetter. By the time the small wooden structure came into view, my fingertips were numb. Rhett fumbled with a keychain for a moment before unlocking the door and pushing me inside first. The moment he closed the door, the storm outside was muted. A few moments passed in the cold dark before he turned on a small lamp near the door, casting light over the room. It wasn't half as rustic as I might have imagined. There was a small kitchen that looked to have been cleaned relatively recently, a couch draped with a dust cloth, and a large fireplace opposite the single queen-sized bed. Another particularly loud crash of thunder made me jump as Rhett shook his head, almost dog-like, spraying me with minute droplets of water. "Hey. Sorry." His sheepish smile was just barely visible in the low light. "I'll see about getting us warm." With that, he stripped his t-shirt off over his head, letting it drop to the floor with a wet smack. My cheeks immediately flamed as I turned away quickly, but not quickly enough to avoid seeing the chiseled lines of his chest, shoulders, and abdomen. I didn't know if I was going to need anything to keep me warm. Rhett's mere presence was doing plenty. I could only pray the storm let up relatively quickly. Staying here with him could only wreak havoc on my libido.
Chapter 6. Rhett.
It was freezing. Say what you want about Georgia's intense summers, weather in the mountains was unpredictable. I assumed we'd be able to get in a quick climb before it turned, but Mother Nature decided otherwise. I could only thank God that the storm hadn't started when we were halfway up the cliff. Even though the climb wasn't a dangerous one, the rain might have made it life-threatening. CeCe looked aptly miserable. We'd been in the cabin for about half an hour to find out that the oven's gas supply was turned off. I hardly ever used this place except on long climbing trips, so that made sense. But it didn't really help our situation. After 10 minutes in the storm, I was gritting my teeth with the cold, and without the gas on in the cabin, I couldn't see us getting warmer anytime soon. Luckily, Eric, who looked in on the cabin for me every few weeks, had made sure to keep a stockpile of wood by the fireplace. "Sit tight." I glanced at CeCe, who stood shivering in the kitchenette. It had been quite the trial to behave myself, as I was helping her down the cliff face. The temptation to grab a handful of the butt sliding so decadently against me was nearly unbearable, but somehow I managed. I suppose the prospect of plummeting to our deaths, if I chose to fondle CeCe instead of making sure she had a hold on the slick rock, provided more than a little motivation. But where was that motivation now? There was no one but us around for miles, and her wet clothes clung to her body so decadently. Despite the frigid air, I felt my body responding and moved quickly to start the fire. "I'll get a fire going. There's a bathroom over there." I indicated the far corner of the cabin. "They might be a bit musty, but there should be some clothes in there you can wear while yours dry out." I did my utmost best not to imagine CeCe peeling wet fabric from those sensuous curves of hers. It certainly wasn't going to help my current predicament. "All right." She was so cold, her lips were a light shade of purple. I would have given anything to close the distance between us and pull her into my arms, but that was a no-no. If I wanted to win CeCe over, I would have to do it on her terms, which meant I had to get her to talk to me. She toed off her sneakers, leaving them by the door before hurrying to the bathroom. When she closed the door behind her, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I found a lighter in a drawer in the kitchen, and plenty of old newspaper to use as kindling. Within 10 minutes, I had a pretty decent fire going. Talk about fragile senses of masculinity all you want, but there was something pretty damn fulfilling about making your own way in nature. One of the things I always marveled at was how easy it was to flick a light switch on in the mansion, compared to starting a blaze out in the wilderness. Little things like that served as a reminder to me of just how far I'd come. Once the bare minimum was my only option. Now I could choose whether I wanted to slum it or be served cherries off a golden platter. It was all about perspective. Though the storm didn't seem to be letting up outside, the interior of the cabin was slowly warming. I pulled the sofa close to the fireplace after casting the dust cloth aside, before sticking my hands out to warm them. Good old-fashioned fire always did the trick. Conquered the Stone Age, have we? I chuckled at CeCe's wry comment from behind me, turning with a witty retort on the top of my tongue. And then, I forgot how to speak entirely. I was never sure what clothing I left in the cabin, but it was apparent there hadn't been any pants or long johns. All CeCe wore was a long, faded flannel shirt of mine, buttoned to her neck, and stopping abruptly in the middle of her glorious thighs. The shirt was so big on her that she'd rolled up the sleeves just to expose her hands, and her wet hair was pinned atop her head in a haphazard knot. She was by far the best thing I'd ever seen in my life. I finally finished lamely. Despite the fact that I was still chilled, "You should probably come over here and warm up." It was an idiotic line, on a level of teenage desperation. But that was just what CeCe did to me. When I was around her, all at once, I was an impulsive child again, following her around like a puppy when Jeb wasn't looking. CeCe eyed me warily for a moment before coming around the edge of the sofa to sink down on it. As the fire's warmth enveloped her, painting her face in a warm, rosy glow, she sighed. When she leaned forward, extending her hands to warm them, the shirt she wore hiked even further up her thighs, and I almost had a heart attack. "Are there any more dry clothes in the bathroom?" I had to clear my throat so I could get the words out. There were some sweatpants, but they were way too big for me. CeCe glanced over at me for a moment, her cheeks reddening, before she went back to warming her hands. It was clear she was far from unaffected by my nearness, and it was enough to make me want to take advantage of her. Wicked advantage, for hours upon hours on end. Instead, I merely fled to the bathroom to change into the sweatpants. Staring into the small mirror, I ran a hand through my dark blonde hair, assessing my reflection. I could do this. It was just a couple of hours alone with her. In a cabin, miles from anyone to hear us. Damn. I spat the epithet under my breath, my hands fisting around the cold porcelain of the sink. I could be a gentleman. I could go out there and talk to CeCe, like we used to talk before, when romance was involved in our relationship. I'd just have to pretend she wasn't sitting there in just my shirt, not wondering what she might have on underneath it. Damn, I needed a drink. The moment I left the bathroom, I made a beeline for the kitchen cabinet, withdrawing the bottle of Jameson I kept squirreled away. I rinsed out 2 mason jar glasses before filling each of them about a quarter full. When I offered CeCe one of them, she arched a brow. It'll help warm us up. And hopefully stave off my craving for her. For a while, we merely sipped our whiskey in silence as we listened to the storm rage outside. Call me sentimental, but it was pretty cozy with the fire roaring, sitting beside a gorgeous woman. A gorgeous woman, who, I realized, hadn't answered the question I asked her up on the cliff. Before the downpour started, I asked CeCe if she'd thought about us over the years, and what might have been, and she hadn't answered. As my next sip of whiskey burned down my throat, I glanced over at her. I wasn't yet drunk enough to make any stupid decisions, but that wasn't going to stop me from pressing the subject. You know, you didn't answer me. CeCe's head jerked up, her beautiful honey eyes locking with mine in alarm. Didn't answer what? She knew exactly what I was talking about, but I didn't mind playing along. On the cliff. I asked if you'd ever thought about us. I didn't want her drunk when she answered. I hoped she might tell me the truth sober, and I hoped the truth was what I wanted to hear. CeCe opened her mouth and hesitated, her lips slightly parted. It took everything I had not to lean forward and kiss those lips, to claim them for my own. She raised her glass in both hands, taking a long swallow of whiskey, before she finally answered. I did. Yes. A while ago. I mean, you always wonder about what might have been, right? That's nothing out of the ordinary. We were kids back then. Everything was simpler, so yeah, sometimes I wondered what might have happened if you stayed. She took another sip of whiskey before exhaling a long breath. Jeb probably would have thrown a fit and tried to keep us apart, continued to make everything hard. And you would have been miserable in a Georgia school. A small smile touched the edges of her mouth. You were always meant for greater things. I knew that. It just wasn't meant to be. She set her empty glass aside to search my face, her gaze warm. And look at you now. CeCe's eyes moved over my features slowly. What exactly she was looking for, I wasn't sure, but the admiration on her face, there was genuine pride there. Despite the fact that the mansion hadn't impressed her, and she'd gone on and on about how I changed for the worse, there was a part of her, however small, that was proud of me. The realization was enough to make my heart fill in a way I'd never known it could. I reached for CeCe's hand, only to have her start when she realized how close we were. Immediately, she reached for her glass, rising from the couch as she looked away. I'm going to get some more whiskey. Where'd you put the bottle? Hell no. I wasn't letting her get off that easy. Not again. In a smooth motion, I plucked the glass from her hand to set it on a nearby table before tugging her back down and into my lap. The effect she had on me was immediately, painfully obvious. Before she could say a word in protest, however, my mouth found hers, and everything else ceased to exist. Gosh, she was perfect. Cecily Warner tasted like the sun, rain, and intoxicating sweetness. All it took was a brief brush of my mouth over hers, and I already wanted more. I expected she might shove me out of my arms the minute I kissed her, or even slap me. That was the fiery CeCe I knew. When she merely melted into my arms as she'd come home, I thought that just maybe we had fallen off that cliff and died. And this was heaven. I raised a hand to thread through her damp hair, loosening the knot atop her head so the dark strands fell down around her shoulders. Her lips were soft, agonizingly soft, and I couldn't resist the urge to tug at the lower one with my teeth. I wanted to keep on kissing her. Of course, we had never kissed like this in the past. We didn't even know how to kiss. We just pressed our mouths together to acknowledge that we cared about one another. This was something far beyond that chemistry that had only been hinted at when we were both in the throes of puberty. CeCe's hands came up to cup my face and draw me even closer as she deepened the kiss, and a groan tore up from my throat. Damn. I'd never wanted a woman so badly, so quickly, in my entire existence. Somehow, I very seriously doubted that. CeCe had no idea what she could do, or what I could make her do for that matter. That said, I wasn't a complete animal. This was CeCe we were talking about. The woman I'd promised to behave myself with. So much for that attempt. Can't we? I tried for lighthearted, freeing one of my hands to cup her chin, stroking over her jaw with my thumb longingly. She'd never looked more gorgeous than she had in that moment, even with hesitation in her eyes. No, we can't, she repeated, her voice surprisingly firm. For all that determination, however, her face was surprisingly red. I arched a brow, refusing to relinquish her remaining hand as she tried to escape. CeCe, come on. Talk to me. You can't always just run away. Rhett, you don't want to talk. You just want to. She glared at me accusingly. Call me a jerk, but she was right. At least she was half right. When I pulled CeCe back into my arms, molding my mouth to hers again, I wasn't thinking too much about stimulating conversation. At least, it's not the type she might be open to. CeCe was more than enough to make a man abandon reason for his baser instincts, and the temptation to do just that was overwhelming. She kept telling me no. Kept making excuses. The moment I kissed her, all that disappeared. She stiffened in my arms for the barest moment before her hands came around the back of my neck to curl against my nape almost helplessly. She wanted this just as badly as I did, so why was she fighting it so hard? Why? Tell me why. We were two consenting adults, and there was no one around to judge us. I wasn't asking her to marry me. I just wanted to give in to what we both needed. I wasn't a stranger, and I certainly wasn't going to take her to bed and then dump her somewhere after the deed was done. I couldn't do that to CeCe, and I hoped she thought better of me. Rhett, it's stupid. I don't want to talk about this. I do. I refused to let her change the subject. Talk to me. It was probably the biggest lie I'd ever told, but that hardly needed to be addressed at that particular moment. CeCe gazed down at me, her eyes large, before unexpectedly burying her face in my shoulder in obvious embarrassment. It's stupid. I don't want to tell you. You'll just laugh at me. I was caught completely off guard. Considering my current state of mind, I didn't think I was capable of laughing. I won't, I murmured against the top of her head, stroking slowly through the silky strands. Tell me. I pressed a lingering kiss against her brow for good measure. Part of me was genuinely curious about what made a woman as gorgeous as CeCe so insecure. I don't want this to end like it always does for me. And I don't want to disappoint you. What are you talking about? I nibbled on her earlobe, hungrily. You could never disappoint me, CeCe. I've wanted you since before I even knew what wanting was. Her returning laugh was so hollow, it made me frown. Rhett, I'm not that great with myself, so it usually just ends disastrously for me. As she spoke, her head remained where it was, as if the thought of actually looking me in the eye when she spoke terrified her. So I tend to just avoid it. Avoid intimacy? I inquired lowly, my tone carefully neutral. I didn't want her to interpret my disbelief as any shortcoming on her part, but it was fairly safe to say she could have hit me with a sledgehammer, and I might have been less shocked. CeCe squirmed in my lap, as if the very mention made her desperately uncomfortable. I'm just not good at it. As a businessman, I couldn't count the number of times I had to put my personal feelings aside to do what I thought was right. Now, I found it impossible to dispel the rage and disbelief that rolled over me. What monumental jerks must CeCe have been with if she believed she was bad in bed? Beyond that, what idiot took a woman into his bed without seeing to her pleasure? In that moment, I wanted to personally clobber each and every dipshit who had chipped away at her self-confidence. CeCe was a woman who deserved nothing less than to be worshipped. CeCe, look at me. At my soft demand, she merely shook her head, burrowing further into my shoulder. I frowned, cupping her chin to direct her face upwards. Her cheeks burned with discomfort, and she still refused to meet my gaze. "Look at me." A bit of extra steel in my voice was all it took for her eyes to finally lock with mine. "I don't know who the hell you've been talking to or who you've been with, and quite frankly, I don't care. If you let me, I promise I will make you feel so damned amazing that you'll forget whatever you think you know about your body." Her eyes spoke before she did. When I lowered my mouth to kiss her again, this time she didn't pull away. She let me kiss her slowly, pressing the softness of her intoxicating curves against me. In many ways, the weather was the foulest luck, but at that moment, I couldn't really say I was sorry for it.
Chapter 7. CeCe.
I could never leave the guest house again. Even a full 24 hours after we returned to the manor from the mountains, my head was still reeling from the events of the previous day. Though my stomach was growling, I couldn't bring myself to head up to the main house for breakfast. Rhett would be there, and my memories of our little outing were flagrant enough when I was on my own. Dear God! I pulled the covers over my head, shutting out the sunlight that streamed in through my window as my body and mind went at one another. How many years had I spent under the impression that my body just wasn't built for intimacy? I must have read at least 100 articles on how some women just couldn't perform. It wasn't in their genetic makeup, and they were simply destined to be physically frustrated for the rest of their existence. There was a period where I was desperate, going to a therapist secretly and doing my best to try and learn my body better, but nothing had worked. No amount of experimentation or suggestion with any of my exes led to any startling revelations, and ultimately, I believed that I was the one to blame. Rhett had blown that particular preconception out of the water so fast that my head was still spinning. It was strange, even after all the romance novels and smutty fiction I'd read, I never really believed men did half of that stuff to women. But then this opportunity with Rhett had fallen into my lap and, well, geez, the man had gone to town on me. I couldn't think, could barely move. It was all I could do to remember how to breathe. I had never known pleasure could be like that. Of course, I had never had a man pay attention to my body the way that Rhett had. Though I was sure some of my exes had actual affection for me, it didn't extend to treating my body as if it were a garden of succulent delights. Which was exactly what Rhett had done. I shuddered, squeezing my eyes shut as I tried to block out the images. How Rhett had loomed over me. The way his mouth had felt on mine and on my body. The sensation had been so damn mind-blowing that it was almost like I could still feel it. I suspected if I got up to look in a mirror, I would see marks where he had kissed me into a puddle of mush on the cabin floor. I could feel my cheeks heat as I remembered him. It was as if he was actually hungry for me, for the taste, smell, and feel of me. As if he craved me more than he craved his next breath. But that was ridiculous. I had to remind myself that I was obviously naive when it came to the ways of pleasure. I clearly had a lot to learn. And I couldn't help but want more. With a low groan, I shook my head, burrowing even deeper under the covers. What the hell was I going to do now? I had committed the ultimate taboo. I'd come out here promising myself that I'd stick to my guns, get the story I needed, and leave with my pride intact. It looked like that plan had flown out the window. Tugging my lower lip between my teeth, I wrapped my arms around myself, taking a deep breath. I should try to shut it out, to pretend that nothing at all had happened between us. The only way I was going to be able to finish this job was if I acted with the utmost professionalism. But how the hell was I supposed to do that when all I could think about was Rhett? Damn! The epithet left me on a low whisper, as if I were afraid the man himself might hear me from all the way up at the main house. Reluctantly, I sat up, finally letting the coverlet slide from me so I could see the light of day. Almost immediately, I was met with the reflection of myself in the mirror across from the bed. I didn't look any different. The bed-headed CeCe who faced me every morning was still there, bleary-eyed and grumpy. So why the hell did I feel so different? It was just intimacy, wasn't it? Wrong? A wicked voice in the back of my head piped up almost immediately, almost cackling with glee. Not just intimacy, but the best time you've ever had by far. The man played your body like a fiddle, and you loved it. My scowl only deepened as I tossed the covers off, reluctantly climbing out of bed. The longer I lingered, the longer I was going to be alone with my own thoughts, and they weren't currently being overly kind to me. When my cell phone went off on the bedside table, I leaped for it, glad to have something to distract me. The moment I saw Rhett's name on the screen, however, I fought the urge to drop the damn thing. It was 7:30 in the morning. Why the hell would the man be texting me so early? For all he knew, I wasn't even awake. Before I could lose my nerve, I opened the text message. The moment I read it, my cheeks flamed. Can't wait for our next in-depth interview. It might not have been an insinuation. The self-preserving part of me wanted to think that Rhett was just reminding me that there was still work to be done, but I knew better. If the man had said those words to me, I might have sank through the floor in embarrassment. In depth? Groaning, I tossed my phone onto the bed before raking my hands through my messy hair. At that particular moment, I wanted nothing more than to flee to Atlanta, back to the safety of my office and my normal boring life. I wasn't sure I could look Rhett in the face again, after the previous day. The trip home had been bad enough. The storm hadn't cleared until almost 8 o'clock, and I was ashamed to admit that I'd spent most of that time in bed with Rhett. Where the hell had I learned such shamelessness? Once he'd given me a taste of what he could offer, I found myself greedy for more. I made excuses. We were miles away from anyone who might see or judge us. I had to take advantage of the opportunity while it lasted. Afterwards, it would be like nothing ever happened. I didn't think there'd ever been a more naive woman in history. When the storm finally let up, Rhett was more attentive than I'd expected. For two adults who should have accepted the moment of weakness for what it was, we certainly hadn't acted like what we did was a mistake. I let Rhett help me over the slippery path back to where the car was parked. I even relished the feel of his hands on me, remembering how deftly he'd mastered my body all afternoon. I feigned sleep on the plane ride back home to avoid speaking with him. The last thing I wanted to discuss with the man who had been ravaging me all evening was where we were supposed to go next. I had, selfishly, hoped that a good night's sleep would help me clear my mind. That I'd wake up the following morning with everything neatly in perspective. Instead, I was hiding in the guest house. With a sigh, I dropped back onto the bed, grabbing a pillow to bury my face in it. How had I gotten so tangled up in Rhett so quickly? I'd broken all my promises to myself in a moment of weakness, and now I'd put the promotion I so desperately wanted in jeopardy. If I couldn't face Rhett, I couldn't very well finish the interviews, and if I didn't finish the interviews, I might very well be writing gossip columns for the rest of my life. No. I'd come this far and done this much. There was no way I could give up so easily. I had to straighten my spine and behave like a responsible adult. Whatever happened in the mountains would stay there. Even if the intimacy between Rhett and I had been mind-blowing, even if he'd shown me things I hadn't even known my body was capable of, it was a one-time thing. I'd need to make sure that he understood that, and stick to my guns. Either that or ask Jim to assign someone else to the article, and hell, if I was doing that. Tossing the pillow aside, I sat up ramrod straight on the edge of the bed and took a few deep, steadying breaths. I could do this. At the end of the day, and despite his extravagant lifestyle and very thorough brand of loving, Rhett Wilder was just another man. And I could handle men. I'd been doing it all my life. When my phone went off again, however, I winced. The last thing I needed right now was another text from Rhett to eat at my composure. When I lifted the device from the bedside table, however, I was surprised to see a message from Jim that consisted of a mere 2 words. Call me. I hesitated for only a minute before dialing his cell. Of course, Jim picked up on the first ring. CeCe, why haven't you called me? I stared at the phone for a moment, flummoxed. I had only submitted the first few pages of info from the first interview for editing the previous night. I'd planned on speaking with him once I was about halfway through the assignment, per usual. Jim, it seemed, had other ideas entirely. Well, we usually have a better idea of how a project is looking before we start talking about. This is Rhett Wilder, CeCe. I'm going to need weekly updates. I want to know everything. I suppressed a groan. I should have known I wasn't getting off so easily. I sent you everything I have last night. And I've been looking over it. This material is seriously hot. My eyes widened as Jim continued. I love the way you've characterized him, all business up front and party behind the scenes. I winced. I hadn't exactly been trying to fall in line with the idea of Rhett that everyone already perpetuated, but the honest journalist in me hadn't failed to report that the man was a notorious flirt. While I hadn't added specific details, I mentioned that the entire first session seemed to be a test of restraint on both our parts. But of course, those were my personal notes. I didn't expect Jim to bring them up. Well, there's still a lot more material to get down on paper. I did my best to change the subject slightly. I'm sure that by the time I'm finished, we'll have a more complete picture. Oh, I like this picture. Jim cut me off before I could finish. It seems like there are still sparks flying between you two. In fact, CeCe, I wanted to talk to you about changing the angle here a bit. Oh boy. There was no way this could be good. Changing it how? This undercurrent of romance flowing between you? I want you to make it the primary focus of the article. A little exposé, if you will. Of course, leave in some of the stuff about his business practices and such, but our readers are going to devour news of what Rhett Wilder is like in the sack. I almost choked on my own saliva. Excuse me? Come on, Cecily, Jim returned, a slightly exasperated edge to his voice. Anyone with eyes will be able to read through the lines. There's heat between you and Wilder. Play it out. I'm not asking you to compromise anything, but if you can get me an insight into romance with the world's foremost bachelor, I'm telling you now, that spot upstairs is as good as yours. It took me a moment to gather my thoughts, as I tried to decide if this was crossing any lines. My boss was essentially asking me to fraternize with the subject of my interview. This was, of course, taking into account that what he said was painfully true. There were sparks between Rhett and me. In fact, said sparks had burst into a raging inferno the previous afternoon, and now I was dealing with the aftermath. Jim had to know that he was backing me into a corner. I didn't have to do this. I could walk out on Rhett and the story with my dignity intact. Or I could play into my boss's hands and exploit the man who exploited me all too easily in a bid to make my dreams come true. Really, it was an easy choice, if not the most morally sound one. I opened my mouth, hesitating for another split second before I finally answered. Okay. I'll do it. Jim made a sound that might have sounded more natural from a 10-year-old child, and I did my best to bury my ire. That's wonderful, CeCe. I knew I could count on you. Now I'll be expecting your next set of notes in the next few days, and remember, the spicier, the better. He was essentially asking me to exploit myself for our audience, and like a damned fool, I agreed. Right, Jim? Can't wait to read the next batch, hun. Send it ASAP. Have fun. With that, he hung up, and I had to wonder if the man delighted in manipulating his other employees as much as he did me. I glared at my phone as if the minute device was personally responsible for my plight, before sinking to the floor beside the bed. I told Jim that I would take the article in a romantic direction, but now that I was faced with the prospect of actually doing so, I couldn't help the sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. So far in my career, I'd managed not to fall into the dark, immoral pit that some of my coworkers had all but leapt for. People were so addicted to gossip that these days, rare stories were worth untold millions, as long as you didn't mind exposing people in ways that could come back to bite you in the ass. Writing this article would mean betraying Rhett's trust, and I couldn't for a moment pretend there wasn't much about that, and that didn't rub me the wrong way about that particular scenario. Perhaps Rhett and I might not have worked out as we planned, but that didn't give me the license to smear him all over the media scene. That said, this was the career opportunity of a lifetime. Jim was promising me that I'd be able to leave gossip columns behind if I did him this final favor, and that was no small thing. How long had I waited for something like this? How many mornings had I dragged myself into the office, wondering what the hell I was doing in a dead-end rag of a magazine when all I'd ever wanted was to report real news? This was a chance to escape all that, but was I willing to pay the price? I traipsed into the small kitchenette to make myself a cup of coffee. By the time it finished brewing and I doctored it to my liking, I came to a tentative decision. Even though I'd made an agreement with Jim, I didn't have to turn the completed article in. I could send him notes and do some writing for my own purposes. By the time I was done with all the interviews, I could then decide exactly what I'd do with the information. Until then, I'd play both the earnest reporter and somehow the flirtatious old flame, and hope this didn't just blow up in my face.
Chapter 8. Rhett.
What? I did my best not to stare. Even clad casually in jeans and a loose blouse, CeCe was quite the distraction. When Mona, my housekeeper, mentioned that she'd emerged from the guest house after sequestering herself there for almost 2 days, I jumped on the opportunity. That said, it wasn't my aim to scare her off. I'd planned to drop in on my way to the office in Savannah and mention something she might be interested in. And now I found myself doing my utmost not to stare at her gorgeous full mouth and the rose-colored lipstick she wore. I cleared my throat, remembering what we'd been discussing. I have to stay in Atlanta for the next week or so for business, and I thought you might like to come to the penthouse there so we can continue your interviews. And so I can keep you close. I wasn't idiotic enough to try to jump CeCe's bones again so soon after the liberties she'd allowed me a few days ago, but that didn't mean I wasn't going to press my luck, carefully of course. As I had suspected, one time with Cecily could never be enough. I'd spent the last 2 nights tossing and turning, wishing she were beside me, where she belonged. Not that I'd let her know that. Well, I could just wait for you here until you come back, she suggested, color rising to her cheeks. Her face had been flushed. Aren't you supposed to be documenting my daily life? How are you supposed to do that when we're apart for weeks on end? This project does have a deadline, doesn't it? It was a dirty trick, playing into her sense of duty where work was concerned, but I wasn't above tricks if it got me what I wanted. And dear God, I wanted Cecily. Even more than I had before. I knew what it was like to have her in my arms. It was uncanny, really. Every time I had ever craved a woman, tumbling into bed with her almost immediately slaked that hunger, and I could move on. At the very most, I'd linger for a few weeks, knowing I'd grow bored, but doing my best to at least play the gentleman. But being with CeCe was entirely different. The moment we left the cabin, I wanted to return. Her hold on me was alarming. Or, at least it might have been if a part of me hadn't already admitted that she'd never lost her hold on me. I guess you're right. Her lips curved upward in a forced smile. Can't get the goods if my subject is half a state away. Don't worry, I promise I'll show you a good time. I rounded the counter that separated us reflexively, needing the barrier gone. We can't be all work now, can we? For every step I took forward, she took one back. I should have quit while I was ahead, but I'd be damned if I could control my impulses when she was around. Eventually, however, there was nowhere for her to go. I hemmed her into the kitchen corner, my body scant inches from hers, and reached down to lift her chin with 2 fingers. It was time to address the elephant in the room. If she wasn't going to do it, then I sure would. CeCe, about the other day. Rhett, please. She cut me off lowly, refusing to look me in the eye. We don't need to go there. As far as I was concerned, this wasn't about needing. I wanted to go there with CeCe, wanted to force her to confront what happened in the cabin and how effortlessly mind-blowing it had been for the both of us. "Don't we?" I murmured, causing her gaze to finally shift to mine. "Nothing about what we did was wrong, CeCe. In fact, I'd like." She refused to let me finish, though I supposed I couldn't protest the way she went about achieving her goals. Rather than listening to my speech, she merely rose onto her toes to press her mouth to mine. I was stunned for perhaps half a second. After all, considering the way she backpedaled, the last thing I expected was for CeCe to suddenly give in to me. The afternoon in the mountains came rushing back, and I was instantly, embarrassingly hard. If I had the wherewithal, I might have wondered just what it was about CeCe that had me so entranced, when no other woman seemed to have the same effect. I already knew her, at least I had known her, so shouldn't that somehow shield me from the myriad of emotions that she triggered in me? I supposed I merely had to accept that with CeCe, nothing really made any sense. I couldn't quantify her like I did factors in the business that I dealt with day to day, and at that particular moment, I didn't really care to. I was more preoccupied with the soft press of her body against me and the breathy little sigh she emitted against my lips. Within an instant, I took hold of her hips to lift her onto the kitchen counter. When her arm slid around my neck, I bit back a curse, nudging my way between her thighs. This woman was clearly going to be the death of me. I'd only intended to stop in for a minute, to make sure that she came to Atlanta with me. Truth be told, if I lingered for very long in the kitchen, I would be very late for a video conference I was supposed to be attending in the next 10 minutes. I might have very happily shucked her clothing from her, and had my way with her, regardless of the fact that Mona was still on duty. I might have carried her to the living room, and made such a mess of the couch that I had to buy a new one. Unfortunately, before I could get to either of those options, the intercom buzzed, jogging both of us back to reality. Damn. This time, I didn't mind letting the epithet slip. I met CeCe's gaze briefly and forced myself to swallow my questions. We still needed to talk, desperately in fact, but for now it would have to wait. That will be Tony. He's here to go over some paperwork before the video conference. Of course. Despite the bold ardor of a few moments ago, CeCe was suddenly shy, tucking her hair behind her ears as she slid demurely from the counter. Whatever you need to take care of. If she had any idea how much I wanted to take care of her, she might have run for the hills, and I would have chased her all the way. So, Atlanta, tomorrow. Yeah. Her affirmative reply was accompanied by the slightest hint of a genuine smile, and the sight was enough to make my heart stutter in my chest. It seemed I wasn't nearly as badly off as I might have imagined. There was still time. Unfortunately, there was less time than I might have liked in the days that followed. After the video conference went off without a hitch, I had to lead the company in a push to produce the materials needed for an immense series of orders overseas, and that meant leaving CeCe to her own devices for a few days when we reached Atlanta. Of course, I made sure to give her the grand tour of the penthouse, nothing so indulgent as her first trip to the manor. I'd learned my lesson where that was concerned, but I made sure she was comfortable in one of the spare bedrooms down the hall from mine. Somehow, I resisted the urge to spirit her away into the master suite and forget my business dealings, promising to return in a few days once things had gotten off the ground with the production of materials. Considering that I'd once crossed the country and left CeCe, you'd think that leaving her to get to the office across town would be nothing at all. The fact of the matter was that I couldn't remember anything harder than leaving her in the foyer of the penthouse. I adored how CeCe refused to doll up for anyone when she traveled. She didn't really need to. Even without layers of makeup and a perfectly chosen dress, she was one of the most gorgeous women I'd ever had the privilege of laying eyes on, and I told her so before I slipped out the door. CeCe, being CeCe, merely blushed and spluttered and ushered me out of the house, citing that I was going to be late, but I had done my duty. I made sure she was thinking about me all day, and I wouldn't have it any other way. After I left the penthouse, however, things were all business. Tony had come up from Savannah with me, and he was waiting for me at the office. When one was shipping tens of millions of dollars worth of equipment halfway across the world, there were certain legalities that had to be observed. Tony was there to make sure things went off without a hitch. I'd ask you if you're ready to tackle this, but I already know the answer. I let him into the elevator first, rolling my eyes as I thumbed the button for the 40th floor. I've been working harder than you my whole life. This will be a walk in the park. Ah, but you've never had the lovely CeCe Warner waiting for you back at home. I glared at him, jamming the elevator close button. I should have guessed he might mention CeCe. CeCe's not going anywhere. She hasn't finished the interviews. Yeah, I'm sure that's why she's sticking around. I scowled. Usually, I wouldn't mind playing along with Tony's sardonic sense of humor, but now wasn't exactly the best time for me to have CeCe on the brain. It had been hard enough to leave her that morning. Work first. If you want to rag me about my love life later, feel free. Oh, he used the L word. Tony grinned triumphantly as I swallowed a groan of exasperation. Someone is in deep. If the man wasn't one of the best lawyers in the Southeast, I might have pummeled him into a pulp. Thankfully, processing the order went off without a hitch. Of course, even a smooth shipping process meant being in contact with clients every step of the way, visiting factories in Vermont, ensuring quality control, and seeing to it that the product had a personal escort to Asia. In 3 days, I got perhaps 7 or 8 hours of sleep, and by the time I finally received a call from an elated client, I was all but dead on my feet. When I dragged myself out of my office, Cynthia frowned deeply at my haggard appearance. With all due respect, Mr. Warner, go home. I managed an exhausted smile. I plan to, after I finish this last bit of paperwork. To my recollection, I never had any problem buckling down to do what needed to be done. But knowing that CeCe was less than 10 miles away, wondering what she was doing with herself in my absence, made it hard. It is figurative and literal. It was with great reluctance that I ultimately returned to my office, a massive cup of coffee in hand, to finish up the closing paperwork for the deal. Steeling myself for a last push, I sank down into my chair just as my phone went off. It was close to 11 at night. I was pretty sure that the only reason Cynthia was still in the office was to make sure I didn't collapse in exhaustion. Like hell, I was answering my phone. When I paused to take a long swallow of my coffee half an hour later, however, I withdrew the device from my pocket to glance at the notifications. And immediately stiffened. Holy hell! I did indeed have one missed call, and that call was from Jebediah Warner. For almost a full minute, I was too shell-shocked to do anything more than stare down at the screen. I hadn't heard from Jeb in over a decade. To my knowledge, he didn't even have my number, not that it was terribly hard to find me if one tried hard enough. Or, if CeCe had given him my number. The notion was enough to make me more than a little nervous. It wasn't as if I was afraid of Jeb on any level. I had the weight of 12 years of success behind me, and even as a kid, I'd always been bigger than him. Though Jeb and I had once had a kind of haphazard friendship, at that moment, what I most remembered was how protective he'd been of his little sister all those years ago. To say that Jebediah hadn't liked me dating CeCe would be an understatement. When I first tried to explain to him that I had a thing for her, he refused to accept it and banned me from their house. Of course, ultimately, he'd forgiven me, on the condition that I dated another girl. When that hadn't happened, he'd taken to following us around, trying to catch us in something that he deemed inappropriate. Luckily for us, while Jeb had been getting into all kinds of trouble, CeCe and I had been establishing secret meeting places around the neighborhood, places we could go to avoid her brother. It was the only way we'd been able to keep our little romance going. If Jeb had his way, his sister would never have dated. In his opinion, no man was good enough for her, let alone someone whose dark side he already knew. And now, 12 years later, he was calling me. He'd left a voicemail, and I hesitated for only a moment before putting the phone to my ear. "Hey, Rhett. I can only imagine how shocked you are to hear my voice after all these years, but I heard CeCe was doing an article with you and got your number. I've been down in Macon for a few years, but I'm headed up to Atlanta for a week or so next month. We should get together and catch up. I've never had lunch with a billionaire before. Call me and we can plan something. Hope to hear from you." I listened to the message one more time. In it, Jeb sounded so congenial that I was almost tempted to call him back. Almost. Though I hadn't seen the man in a long while, I couldn't assume that very much had changed about him, and that meant that he still wouldn't approve of my dating his sister, money or not. After contemplating for a moment, I deleted the message. It would do me no good to talk to Jeb, and beyond that, it might be detrimental for CeCe. From what I understood, her parents left the country to teach abroad shortly after I headed to the West Coast, and she'd been under her brother's thumb for a number of years. As an adult, I wasn't about to subject her to that again. Much as I respected the relationship between a brother and a sister, CeCe was her own woman. The last thing either of us needed was for Jeb to interfere all over again. I had other plans.
Chapter 9. CeCe.
I didn't hear Rhett come in the night before, but when I woke up early to make myself breakfast before my run, there he was. After 3 days of absence, the sight of him surprised me so much that I paused in the doorway to the living room and merely stared. It looked like he'd fallen asleep right after coming in. He hadn't bothered to do much more than take off his tie and jacket before slumping onto the couch and passing out. I wondered how long he'd been sleeping. It was obvious he'd nearly worked himself into a coma. There were dark circles under his eyes, his hair was mussed, and a few days' worth of stubble dotted his chin, but none of that stole from his allure. Soundlessly, I crept barefoot across the expanse of the living room to stand over him, looking my fill for the first time in 3 days. I wanted to kiss him. To slide into the small expanse of space between him and the back of the couch, and feel his warmth against me. I wanted him to wake up, take me in his arms, and ravish me until I didn't remember my own name, just like he'd done in the mountains. But I'd have to settle for this. I wasn't selfish enough to wake him when he needed rest, and atop that, I still wasn't sure how I was going to operate for the next few weeks. We still had a good 5 or 6 interview sessions left, and if I wanted the material that guaranteed my promotion, that meant giving in to my desires, the one thing that petrified me more than anything else. Carefully, I knelt next to the couch so I was eye level with the object of my fascination. If I hadn't known Rhett was completely unconscious, I might never have been so bold. How many times over the years had I wondered what it might be like to get this close to him again? I couldn't say I had obsessed over the man, but I could certainly admit there were times when I lie alone at night contemplating where we might be if he'd never left. If I hadn't let him leave. At that moment, I had to remind myself that this wasn't some storybook romance. I wasn't here to try for a second chance, or to get the man to fall desperately in love with me. I needed information for my promotion. I just needed to decide how much I was willing to do to get it. Reaching out, I drew my fingertips through Rhett's dark blonde hair. I could understand why women were so drawn to him. Beyond the riches, beyond the money, influence, and shark-like business sense, there was a strange vulnerability to him. Something that endeared him to you, and made you long for his well-being. That was something that hadn't changed, not even in 12 years. Once he managed to stop messing around, I had no doubt Rhett would find a woman that made him deliriously happy. So why did the notion make my stomach twist in regret? So this deal you've just made, it's one of the largest in your company's history, is that right? Sometime around 3 in the afternoon, when Rhett finally came around, we had a late lunch in the penthouse. We ordered from his favorite restaurant, some ridiculously expensive seafood place that I didn't want to admit was delicious. The largest. That wide, infectious grin of his sent butterflies winging through my stomach. Rhett, I'd noticed, had a myriad of different smiles: smiles for his business partners, smiles for his employees, smiles for his staff, and smiles for me. The wide, unfettered, unabashedly enthusiastic ones, the darkly promising ones that meant that he would bring me untold pleasure. I couldn't decide which I liked more. It's going to mark a 25% increase in income in the Eastern market over the next 4 years. Worth the 3 days crunch time. And now you have some downtime? I inquired, hating how hopeful my voice sounded. I'd never tell him, but spending 3 days in his penthouse by myself had been surprisingly lonely. At least in the Savannah manner, I had Mason and Mona keep me company. Never downtime, he returned, taking a bite of perfectly seasoned flounder with relish. But things will be a bit quieter for a while. Which means we'll have more time for your interviews. That garnered a small smile from me, before Rhett continued in a lower tone. As well as anything else you might like to do to pass the time. A week ago, hell 3 days ago, a line like that would have had me running for the hills. Now I felt the slow burn of want to spread through my lower belly. If I indulged now, I told myself, it was for the article. Just to get my facts straight and to make things juicier. That's what Jim wanted, wasn't it? It was what I wanted, and we'd already crossed that particular boundary, hadn't we? Right? Somehow, I managed to deflect his comment and rein in my lust. The middle of the day was no time for an romantic jaunt. I had notes I needed to send off, and I was sure that he had work to attend to. Well, maybe when you have some time you can walk me through your home office setup. The man had a gorgeous office and library, with a glorious view of Piedmont Park, and I definitely wasn't imagining him bending me over his desk and having his way with me for all of downtown to see. Anything you like. He folded his hands under his chin, his gaze never straying from my face. I could feel my cheeks burning as he searched my features. Freshly showered, clad in just a pair of loose silk pajama bottoms and a robe open over his gorgeous chest, he was like a vision right out of a particularly memorable dream. Shit. Now that I'd given myself an excuse to give in to my desires, what was keeping me from jumping his bones right over his kitchen table? From demanding that the man take me to bed for the next 12 hours? Only my very righteous sense of dignity, but that hadn't held up so well in the face of Hurricane Rhett a week ago. Now I supposed it was just a matter of time. Surprisingly, over the next few weeks, Rhett didn't pursue me as flagrantly as he had when we were in Savannah. At first, I was hit with a sinking worry that he had lost his interest in me. That I was like every other woman he'd been with, and slacking his lust meant that he was done on his end. I suppose that would make for a fairly commonplace article about celebrity trysts, and would still get me my promotion, but the idea left a sour taste in my mouth. Eventually, however, I realized that I had things all wrong. Our next 2 interview sessions were fairly mild, despite the fact that I vividly remembered the slightly racy text message he'd sent me in the wake of our hiking trip. We lounged around his living room when he wasn't working from his home office, and I went through my laundry lists of questions that mattered much less now that the article had taken on a new angle. Rhett, of course, could never know that, and I had to keep up appearances. During the interviews, I didn't backpedal from his flirting as I had before. I had certainly never been flirted with as flagrantly as Rhett did, so it took a little adjusting, but the man didn't drag me off to his bedroom, much to my great disappointment. Instead, he sent me flowers. It was ridiculous, really. I was staying at his penthouse. He could have just brought them home. But after our 3rd interview, the doorbell rang and the man feigned ignorance. When I answered the door, I found a teenager fairly staggering under the weight of the 4 dozen red roses he'd carted up to the penthouse. When he dumped them into my arms, I assumed they were from one of Rhett's many admirers and did my best not to turn my nose up. After the man himself raced into the foyer to help me, a casual question directed my attention to the card that had come with the insane display. "Who are they from?" I scowled at him, before rooting through the mass of red blossoms to retrieve an unmarked envelope. There was an elegant white card inside, and when I flipped it open to read it, the words caught in my throat. CeCe. I would have ordered more, but I'm pretty sure this is all you can carry. Hope you like roses. Rhett. For a moment, I forgot how to speak entirely. It wasn't as if a man had never gotten me flowers before. A few of my exes had bought me bargain store bouquets or a single rose, perhaps, if I'd hinted I might like one on Valentine's Day. Those instances, however, were nothing like this. Each of the blossoms that had arrived were perfect, unbruised and gloriously scarlet. They must have cost a fortune, and Rhett had them delivered for absolutely no reason at all. Embarrassingly, I felt moisture pricking the corners of my eyes and turned to face him with what I hoped was an imposing scowl. "Did you really waste money to have these brought here?" Rhett, however, seemed far from intimidated. He was grinning from ear to ear. "I really did. Rhett, these are, well, they're, I wanted to say outlandish, opulent, completely unnecessary. But my mouth acted without my brain's consent. They're beautiful." I reached out to finger one of the buds, marveling at how perfect it was. "I've never seen roses like this. They're from a specialty shop downtown." He'd moved behind me, his larger form pressing up against mine as he reached around me to feel the texture of the petals as well. "Best in the Southeast, 10 years running." He dropped his head to rest his chin on my shoulder, and when he spoke again, his words were murmured dangerously close to my ear. "You like them?" Swallowing thickly, I nodded. There would be no tears here. By this point the deal was half done. Rhett was just being Rhett. No need to get all weepy. He was doing what he thought would win my affections. Good. He placed a kiss on my neck that was more gentility than sensuality, but it warmed me just the same. I felt myself leaning back into his embrace, wanting more. But he surprised me by moving away to round the table and read the card for himself. I could have stomped my foot in frustration. First, the man couldn't get enough of me, and now he was playing hard to get. Probably should have handwritten the card, right? The card is fine. I couldn't keep an edge of ire from my tone. Why couldn't he just come back over here and kiss me, damn it? Rhett chuckled, gazing up at me teasingly. "CeCe, I want you to come to Nepal with me." The man had such a propensity for shocking me that the question shouldn't have caught me off guard, but I couldn't curb my natural impulses. My eyes widened and my jaw dropped in surprise. "Pardon?" The man before me smirked. "Nepal? As in the country between India and China. Lots of mountains. Winter wonderland." He was purposefully riling me, I realized, and I should have shaken it off, but I was still a bit taken aback. "Why are you going to Nepal?" "Business trip, mostly," he replied, leaning against the table. When he crossed his thick arms over his chest, I pressed my thighs together at the way his muscles contracted. Dear God, I needed a better constitution when it came to this man. I also want to fuel the adrenaline junkie. "It's been a while." "It's been a few weeks," I insisted, flummoxed. "We just climbed a mountain." Rhett's smirk stretched even further. "You climbed 100 feet up a very small cliff. Not to minimize your achievements, but I'd like to take things to the next level if you're up for it." I couldn't even imagine what the next level could possibly be. Of course, this was Rhett Wilder we were talking about. The man had climbed Everest, gone spelunking in Mexico, and gone down 3 miles into the Mariana Trench. I had never been an adventurous person. My one trip to Paris had been spectacularly eye-opening, and while I didn't mind the idea of traveling, the notion of putting my life on the line had never particularly appealed to me. But that was before I met Rhett. When I'd nearly gone tumbling down the side of the mountain, something strange had roused inside me. Something that enjoyed that rush of fear and anticipation, maybe even craved it. At first, I'd lain awake wondering what was wrong with me. It couldn't be natural to want to repeat a near-death experience. But since the Blue Ridge Mountains, the memory had been there in the back of my mind, lingering like an unscratched itch. What's the next level? I found myself asking, with a tentative mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Rhett leaned across the table until his face was scant inches from mine. When he spoke, I could feel the warmth of his breath feather across my mouth. "Why don't you come with me and see?" A shiver ran down my spine as his spicy scent enveloped me. I met his gaze steadily. "Rhett, I've hardly left the country. The excuse was a last bid to save myself from the inevitable. I knew that if I accompanied Rhett halfway across, things might get messy. Maybe I wanted them to get messy. Something about him managed to toss my formerly strong sense of self-preservation right out the window. I doubt I'm the best person to take schlepping through the snow in Southeast Asia. That's where you're wrong, he rebutted, reaching up to cup my face in a large warm hand. As he spoke, his thumb swept over my lip tantalizingly, and my breath caught in my throat. I can't imagine anyone I'd rather schlep with. And then he kissed me, and the decision was all but made. I'm sure any woman with a pulse can imagine that I would very much have liked Rhett to spirit me off to his bedroom at that exact moment. Unfortunately, a spontaneous trip to Nepal necessitated quite a bit of preparation that I had never even considered. I tried to go back to my apartment for warmer weather clothes, but Rhett insisted that I didn't own the type of clothing I'd need for a place like Nepal. And then he took me shopping. I'd like to say I fought it. That I cursed him 5 ways to Sunday, and refused to set foot inside any of the shops he directed me to. The sad truth of the matter was that it took woefully little convincing for him to get me right where he wanted me. I needed warm clothes, and Rhett argued that he knew the best and most reliable brands. Who was I to question him? The last thing I wanted was to freeze to death somewhere in the Nepalese mountains. That said, he didn't need to buy me 2 down parkas that cost over $1,400 apiece, name-brand long underwear, and cashmere sweaters. I put my foot down at a pair of snow boots that came in at a cool $5,000. Rhett merely went behind my back and bought only a slightly cheaper pair, making me swear I'd reimburse him if it took putting aside portions of my salary for the next 5 years. The plane ride was set to be about 12 hours, which made me slightly nervous. I'd never been in the air for more than 6. The idea of being crammed into a commercial airplane like a sardine for that long literally made me hyperventilate in fear, but tackling the journey in Rhett's private plane was something else entirely. I don't want to imagine how much money you're spending on just the transportation? I swirled my flute of champagne in little circles, reluctant to endure so much extravagance in 24 hours. Rhett sat next to me, working on his laptop. The man was so burly that his arm brushed against mine every time he moved, and I resisted the urge to lean into the gesture. Then don't. He glanced at me with a chuckle. Sleep. That will make the trip go faster. I don't think I've ever slept 12 hours in my entire life. He smirked. Are you asking for my help? My heart stuttered in my chest as heat flared through me. And no. That's not what I meant. Just let me finish this. He leaned over to press his mouth to the line of my throat in a flagrant, lingering kiss that had me all but squirming in my seat. 10 minutes. I didn't even bother to fight it. Why should I? I'd been fighting it for weeks, for years if I was honest with myself. Ever since our little jaunt in the cabin, Rhett had been incredibly sweet. If he'd wanted to, he could have taken me to bed countless times by now. God knows I would have let him. Instead, he'd catered to my needs, behaved himself mostly during our interview sessions, catered to every whim I had while in the penthouse, and bought me the most gorgeous flowers I'd ever laid eyes on. Maybe I was falling into the trope of most women he spent his time with, but I wanted him. Certainly it had to do in part with how his way of life impressed me, but I was drawn more to the tenderness beneath all that raw allure. All he had to do was smile at me, and I knew I was in trouble. All right. I finally acquiesced quietly. This one, I swore, wouldn't go in the article. This one was for me. I had to indulge while I could. The longest 10 minutes in my existence followed. I did my best not to glance suspiciously at the attendant, a female this time and a markedly pretty one. Funnily enough, I hadn't even noticed her when I boarded. I had been entirely otherwise occupied. When she came to refill my champagne, she might have even snuck me a look that all but screamed envy. But none of that mattered. Even if it was only temporarily, Rhett was mine now, and I relished the fact. When he finally did set his laptop aside, I tried to act casual. Elena, we'll be in the back. I might have imagined that Rhett would toss that attempt out the window. Give us a few hours. Hours? I was probably the color of a ripe strawberry, as Rhett took my hand, tugging me toward the rear of the plane. He had not just announced his intentions with me to the stewardess. I could only imagine what she must think. Stop that. Once the door to the small bedroom that took up most of the plane was closed, Rhett pressed me up against it, his gaze hungry in the low light. Immediately, my heart leapt into my throat and heat sizzled through my nerve endings. Stop what? Somehow, I managed to eke the words out against his mouth before it brushed over my jaw to linger at the point of my pulse. Getting caught up in things that don't matter. He growled before biting my neck sharply, so I yelped. When the gesture lengthened into a drawn-out, lingering suck of the sensitive skin, I nearly lost my footing. I'm right here. Concentrate on me. I wanted him, but I was nervous, embarrassed, and hopeful all at the same time. This time, I knew what I was getting into, and it was an effort for me to keep from throwing myself at him. My arms rose to slip around his neck, as he reached down to scoop me up from underneath my thighs and lift me into the air. When he pressed me firmly back against the door, his mouth covered mine, and I did what he bid. I stopped thinking. The first time Rhett and I were together, I was so overwhelmed I could do little more than simply let him have his way with me. This time I vowed to be more proactive. Every time I'd seen the man lounging around the penthouse, I longed to climb on top of him. To have his luscious body laid out beneath me, for the sampling. Now was my chance. I dropped my hands to the hem of his shirt, untucking it eagerly as I arched against him in a bid for dominance. With a low groan, Rhett merely hefted me from the door and around to the bed before toppling me onto the surprisingly soft mattress. This thing feels like it's stuffed with actual clouds. How ever did you make that happen? Rhett laughed as I tugged his shirt free, nearly popping the buttons in an effort to get it off him. I thought I wasn't supposed to talk about my money. You're not. I was just testing you. He shut me up efficiently by planting another kiss on my mouth. I tore my mouth from him to lay kisses across the smooth, firm flesh, and his hands tangled in my hair as I fumbled with his belt. Damn, CeCe, slow down. That was the last thing I wanted. I needed him to feel the same kind of abandon that he made me feel. Wanted him to lose his mind, just like I had. Come here. He bore me back onto the mattress, tugging me up for a kiss. Shortly after. A good 2 or 3 minutes passed before he shifted his weight onto his arms, lowering his head to kiss my neck leisurely. You're now an honorary member of the Mile High Club, honey. It was a comment that would have pissed the old CeCe off the cuff, confident and comfortable. But now, I found myself laughing softly, shifting so I could look over my shoulder at him. Any other clubs you want to introduce me to, Mr. Adrenaline Junkie? As it turned out, there were, even if their activities were best attended to outside of the bedroom. As much as I ragged on Rhett for his money and what he did with it, there were definitely perks to having the financial freedom that he did. There was an organization of thrill seekers in Nepal that was limited to the uber-rich, and thanks to his connections, I got the shit scared out of me in a way I would never have been able to imagine. But that was, of course, after I acclimated to Nepal itself. What do you think? The ride from Tribhuvan International Airport to the downtown area took about half an hour, and in those 30 minutes, I found myself marveling at my surroundings. Unfortunately, I'd never been one for travel. It wasn't because I didn't want to go, but rather because I was so obsessed with getting a better job, as well as despising the one I was currently a slave to. I wasn't paid the kind of money that allowed one to fly off to far-flung locations at your every whim, and the one time that I had gone abroad required an entire year of savings. But Asia was nothing like Europe. Rhett was happy to fill in the blanks for me. Nepal was a third-world country. Places like Shanghai, Hong Kong and Tokyo weren't nearly as rural. All the lush rolling green hills I saw, the veritable thousands of sheep and horses grazing in pens and roaming free, it was a fixture of rural places. But that didn't mean I was any less enchanted. Slowly, those rolling hills gave way to the colorful, intricate urban sprawl that was Kathmandu. I'd never seen another city like it. High-rises juxtaposed with temples and prayer wheels. There were a few modern shopping malls filled with brands I had never heard of, and bordered by alleys filled with decadent smells and bustling citizens. Of course, I didn't get to see all this the first day. We drove through the city, and straight to a hotel that seemed completely at odds with its surroundings. It wasn't that I hadn't expected to see a luxury hotel in Kathmandu, I just hadn't expected it to be quite as luxurious as it was. "What are you doing?" I was like a kid in a candy shop, and Rhett's critical eye made me unbelievably self-conscious. I leaned over the edge of the immense tub in our suite, to run my fingers along the marble bottom, just as he waltzed into the bathroom to arch a brow at my actions. I straightened almost immediately, my face hot. I was just seeing if it was real marble." He smirked, bending slightly to run his fingertips across the edge of the tub. "Not quite. Does this mean I have to get a new suite that fits your expensive tastes?" I resisted the urge to clock him over the head, and instead settled for rolling my eyes as I made my way back to the bedroom to begin unpacking. "How long are we going to be here again?" "A little over a week. I have some things to see downtown, and in the meantime, I'm going to show you some of my favorite sights." Something told me that anything Rhett liked was going to make my heart pound, and possibly include a life-threatening experience. The prospect both excited and intimidated the hell out of me. "Hey!" When his arms slipped around me from behind, drawing me against his tall, strong form, my breath caught in my throat. "You know I'd never let anything happen to you, right? I'll be with you the whole time." He brushed a surprisingly tender kiss over my neck, and my heart hammered against my ribs. For a moment, I could almost forget why I was here. I was supposed to be doing a series of interviews, or at any rate, writing some kind of story, and that story was about Rhett. We weren't here as newlyweds or even really as romantic partners. It was, for all intents and purposes, a working trip. Wasn't it? I mean, we had spent a good portion of the flight in the private jet's bedroom, and I had stopped being so preoccupied with what the other occupants of the plane must think of us. Eventually, all that mattered was Rhett's hands, his mouth, and the awful, wonderful things he whispered when he was inside me. But that didn't mean anything. We were two consenting adults, and we'd already agreed that our sleeping together didn't have to mean anything beyond physical pleasure. So why the hell was he all over me? Touching me, kissing me, melting me. "CeCe." I was snapped from my reverie when he said my name. I found myself reluctant to leave his embrace. Whenever I dated men, I found clinginess absolutely abhorrent. Not that there had been many of them, but there were a few boyfriends who wanted to be all over me far more than I could tolerate. It occurred to me that, had Rhett and I actually been dating, he would have fallen into that category. At least theoretically. "Did you hear me? I said you should relax for a while. I have to head downtown." Immediately, I whirled to face him. "You're leaving me alone?" Immediately, I was embarrassed at the slight edge of panic in my tone. Of course, I hadn't imagined that Rhett would be by my side 24/7, especially if he had business to tend to. But the idea of being in a country where I didn't speak the language, and I didn't have a cell phone signal, was slightly intimidating. Only for a little while. His smile was both amused and fond at the same time, and I swallowed the urge to flee. What right did he have to look at me like that? "You'll be perfectly fine at the hotel. Or if you want to go out, I could hire a guide." "I'll be fine," I cut him off quickly. Better I didn't dig the hole even deeper than it already was. "You go ahead." I did the best I could to busy myself with unpacking once more. I didn't think I'd be able to draw a comfortable breath until Rhett left. Despite our history, and despite the fact that I'd slept with the man twice already, I was always nervous around him. His mere presence was enough to make my palms sweaty and my knees weak. "CeCe." When he said my name again, I refused to look up. One glance at him and I knew I might do something stupid, like drag him back into bed at me. I only promised myself one private experience. I couldn't extend it to the whole trip. That meant every time I fell into bed with Rhett in Kathmandu, I'd have to dish. That should be enough to dissuade me from doing it. CeCe. When Rhett's hand cupped my cheek, drawing my face upwards for the barest moment, I forgot how to breathe. It had to be illegal for a man to look that good, coming off a 14-hour flight. His hair was mussed and his clothing was wrinkled, but I strongly suspected that not even the apocalypse could make the man unattractive. What is it? I managed, somehow annoyed. If you want me to stay, all you have to do is ask. The moment the words left his mouth, I was severely tempted. All rationality flew out the window, and selfishness threatened to take hold. But there was no way I was giving in. He was baiting me. He couldn't possibly imagine that anyone in their right mind would demand that he forego business meetings and other matters of importance just because they asked. I wasn't going to fall into that trope just because he offered. Even though it made me wonder if he'd made any of his revolving door collections of women the same offer. Don't be ridiculous. I finally managed. I don't need a babysitter. You have matters to attend to, and so do I. I definitely needed to get more material to Jim before he decided that he needed to call me again. I wasn't looking forward to explaining why I had just skipped the country, though, as long as it made the article juicier, I could hardly imagine my boss would care. I dunno. I don't think I'd mind babysitting you. Before I knew it, Rhett had trapped me between his solid form and the bed. My hands came up to press against his chest as I swallowed thickly. Rhett, if you need to work you should go. His hands came up to cover mine, warm and heavy. Those blue eyes of his were going to be my undoing if I wasn't careful. Here, 9,000 miles from everything I knew and loved, I was particularly vulnerable. Do you want me to go? Geez, if my life was built on what I wanted, we'd hardly be in this position, would we? I'd be a renowned reporter back in Atlanta, and some other gossip column floozy would be here with Rhett. I wasn't special. This was in his nature, and I just happened to be the closest warm body. So why the hell was he looking at me like that? Yes. Somehow, I pushed the word past my incooperative lips. Go. Rhett's gaze lingered on me for a moment longer, as if he were waiting for me to reveal the truth of things before he finally released me. When he turned away, I felt somehow as if I'd said the wrong thing, upset him in some way. I'll be back later then. Have the hotel call me if you need anything. He grabbed his jacket from the coat hook near the door, and in the next instant, he was gone. The suite, already lavishly oversized, seemed even bigger without him inside it. Taking a deep breath, I slid to the floor, leaning against the side of the bed for support. Perhaps this hadn't been as good an idea as I thought. Hypothetically, our readership would love to hear about a whirlwind affair in a foreign country, but was I comfortable writing about it? Ultimately, it didn't really matter. Setting my mouth into a firm line, I stood, digging through my carry-on until I extracted my laptop. I sat at the intricately carved desk in the corner of the room, and booted up the device. When I was faced with the document where I'd been detailing Rhett's story, I hesitated. Up until this point, things had remained fairly platonic. A kiss here and there, a few details designed to titillate the minds of people more absorbed with people's physical and monetary disposition than anything else, but I knew that wasn't what Jim wanted. Ultimately, I'd have to deliver on my promise. And the sooner I started, the better.
Chapter 10. Rhett.
I'd long come to discover that traveling most of the time for work could be a headache. People might see it as glamorous, but even with a private jet in tow, jet lag could be a pain. I was gone more than half the days out of the year, which meant home was a relative term, and this certainly wasn't the first time I'd traveled with a woman. But it was altogether different than any trip I'd taken before. CeCe didn't expect anything of me. Certainly, we'd set a precedent on the flight over, and I only hoped she continued to let me have my way physically, but that wasn't my primary concern. The moment we landed in the country, it was apparent just how different she was from a prima ballerina or a world-famous actress. Hell, most women in general expected that a man at my level of success would pamper them just because. But not her. CeCe was enamored of the tiniest things, landscapes, experiences, glasses of champagne on planes. She didn't expect to have the best of the best all the time, which was why I was so damn determined to give it to her. I had less business in Kathmandu than I let on, but that didn't mean I wasn't going to take advantage of our time there. The things I wanted to do with CeCe required a bit of organization, a necessary evil that would keep me from her for only a few hours. I took a taxi downtown to the city center to make our appointments. Try as I might, I couldn't seem to forget that damn pout CeCe had when I told her I was leaving her. It had only lasted half a second, and I was pretty damn certain she hadn't even known she was doing it. But half a second was all it took. She would miss me. Of course, I had to bait her. The fact of the matter was that if CeCe had asked me to, I might have stayed in bed with her for the next year, but we were a long way from her being so bold. Despite the fact that we'd been together twice, CeCe was still CeCe, and that meant she refused to admit what she wanted most. When she was a kid, it had been to spare the people around her any trouble. Her parents, her brother, her friends, but now what purpose did that shit serve? If she'd just write me a laundry list of the things that made her happy, I'd hand them over on a silver platter. Damn, I was in deep. The taxi ride was the first time in a long time that I hadn't been occupied with business or the woman in question herself, so I had a moment to breathe. I asked myself, how the hell had I ended up here? When CeCe first showed up at the manor a few weeks ago, I called seducing her an experiment. Years of success had spoiled me, and I was used to getting what I wanted. She had quickly robbed me of any notion that having her in my bed would be easy, and then, all at once, it escalated beyond getting her in my bed. I don't think I'd ever even realized it. In one moment, I wanted to make a conquest of her, as I usually did with women. And then the next, I realized she was completely justified in calling me out on the fact. That alone should have been enough to make me want to turn tail and run. But it wasn't. I was pursuing CeCe like I'd pursued no woman since her, and the realization was more than a little unsettling. My entire life, I'd put a 14-year-old girl on a pedestal, and now she was a woman. A ridiculously alluring, stubborn, sensual, intriguing woman that I wanted to spend more time with. The only reason CeCe was spending time with me, however, was because it was in her job description. So, how was I supposed to change that? I paused outside the door to the Intrepid office. Was pushing CeCe's boundaries like this really the best way to spend our trip? Should I have taken her to Paris or London and made some excuse to wine and dine her all night? Immediately, I scowled. At the same time, I had no doubt that CeCe deserved all those things and more. I didn't want to put up a front with her. I'd brought her to Kathmandu to escape everything at home, to show her what really made me happy. I wasn't going to change my plans now. It took about 2 hours to get everything set up. By the time I came out of the offices, my jet-lagged body was all but screaming its exhaustion. Usually, I managed to sleep away at least half of all plane trips, but I'd been a little too occupied with CeCe this time around to care much about resting. And I'd be presented with the same problem when I got back to the damned hotel room. Sometimes I found myself torn. CeCe liked to run away from me when I came after her, and a part of me was tempted to let her. If she ran away, that meant I wouldn't be tempted by her. Just a glimpse of those gorgeous eyes of hers, of that full mouth, it was enough to ensure my concentration was shot for the rest of the day. But if she didn't run from me, that meant she was in my arms, which was arguably far sweeter. I wondered which scenario I'd face when I got back to the hotel. It was close to 9 in the evening by the time I returned, though our bodies felt as if we'd stayed up all night, and it was 9 in the morning. By any estimate, I'd have understood if CeCe was grouchy, irritable, and otherwise unwilling to put up with my attempts at flirtation. Instead, what I found when I entered the room was that she was waiting for me in a chair by the door, a bundle of nervous arms and legs. The moment I entered the room, she shot to her feet, her cheeks coloring adorably. It was clear that she'd cleaned up while I was gone. Her hair was still damp from the shower, and she was wearing a pair of the long underwear we'd brought together. I had never imagined something so basic could be so sensual, but CeCe's rampant curves made the drab clothes look like something off the page of a glossy magazine ad. I ordered room service for dinner. I didn't know if you'd eat while you were out, and She twisted her fingers together in a terse moment of indecision before words tumbled from her anew. Look, I didn't mean to be a pain earlier, this is all new to me. I wasn't supposed to get involved with you, and now we've slept together twice and you. I lasted about a minute into the tirade before I was pulled into my arms. Her mouth met mine without resistance, and I realized that it could only have been a few hours since I kissed her last, but those hours felt like eternity. Had she always tasted this sweet, like mint toothpaste, peaches, and Georgia sunshine? When I kissed CeCe, I didn't have to think about what my next move was. I could just be, and that was something I hadn't done in a long time. I finally drew away from her for long enough to let her finish, arching a brow in inquiry. CeCe's eyes glazed as she stared up at me, and she shook her head slightly to clear them. What? I swallowed a laugh. As troubled as she had looked when I walked in the door, she seemed to have forgotten all that now. You were going to call me something, probably a jerk. At that, CeCe's eyes widened, and she slipped from my arms, obviously embarrassed. I was not going to call you a jerk, she tossed sullenly over her shoulder. Much as you might deserve it. She uttered the last part so softly, I was pretty sure it wasn't meant for my ears, but I heard it anyway. What was that? Dinner, she repeated quickly, tossing me a smile. I ordered dinner. Tell me you're hungry. Always. I decided not to specify what I was hungry for. Letting her assume seemed like the safest course of action, especially considering what was on the docket for the next day. I was surprised by how adventurous CeCe was with our dinner. She ordered a number of Nepalese dishes I'd never even heard of before, and tried them all with great gusto. I didn't remember her ever being a picky eater, but I had never known a woman to even attempt something as outlandish as pig stomach or bone marrow. It was fun. Though we weren't actually on a date, having dinner with CeCe was enough to make me recall dates I'd had with other women that had almost been my undoing. They wanted the most expensive thing on the menu. They wanted to go to the most highly rated show in town. They knew I had money, and they wanted to take advantage of it. In this hotel, the Western menu had been touted at astronomical prices, and CeCe hadn't even given it a second thought. By the time we were finished, and she insisted on organizing the tray to send it back herself, I found myself marveling at just how much she seemed to have grown up. Certainly she was opinionated and stubborn, but she was far from demanding. And I adored it. I'd be lying if I denied sleeping wasn't a trial that night. Part of me, a very large part of me, hoped I'd be lucky enough to charm myself into CeCe's pants again, but ultimately jet lag got to her before I did. By the time I got out of the shower, she was sprawled on the bed, fast asleep. The sight of her was enough to give me pause. Though there had been a lot of physical intimacy between us in the past few weeks, I'd never seen her like this. Cecily, with her guard down, lashes long on her cheeks and hair mussed against the pillow, was enough to make my heart stutter in my chest. Carefully, I sat down on the edge of the bed, reaching out to rest my palm on the curve of her hip. It was warm, supple, and inviting as hell, but beyond that, beyond the call of my ever-present libido, there was something softer. Something was both flattering and humbling about the way she allowed herself to fall asleep around me. I had hardly ever seen Cecily let her guard down since she came to stay with me. This was a treat I couldn't afford to let pass lightly. Though I knew I was probably tempting fate, I snapped a picture of her with my phone. It was the kind of image women tended to clobber their men over, something they found and then deleted quickly because they imagined there was no way they could possibly look appealing when caught off guard. But I meant to keep this one. I'd had women the world over send me shots that would make even the staunchest preachers' wives blush, and this was my favorite. CeCe, in her long underwear, sleeping peacefully without a care in the world. I tried to give her as much space as I could when I slipped into bed. To say the least, I got very little sleep that night. No way. I might have imagined she'd react like this, and I knew CeCe had to be nervous. That said, I still found myself fighting a smile. Her expression was one of both fascination and terror. I knew it well. For the first day on our trip, I planned to take motorcycles through hills and valleys of Nepal, with only a single guide to lead us. There was no part of me that expected CeCe to drive her own motorcycle, but it appeared that even the idea of riding behind me was intimidating. I supposed I couldn't blame her. The brochure pictures were slightly intimidating. "Don't worry, miss." Ottersh, our guide, was grinning at her from atop his own bike. "I go with Mr. Wilder many times. He's good driver. Very safe." CeCe looked from the small, weathered brown man to me, and then back again. I could all but see the conflict going on behind those bright eyes of hers. She wanted to let herself go and enjoy the adventure, but the prospect of driving along sheer 90-foot cliffs was enough to upset her stomach slightly. Just like the first time I had ever gone out with Ottersh. How many times have you done this?" she finally asked, twisting her gloved fingers together nervously. Ottersh's smile only widened. "Over 200 times. Most people are very nervous. They are scared to fall and go very slowly. Mr. Wilder is nervous only the first time. He takes good care of you." CeCe's gaze flicked back to me in surprise. "Where do you find the time to practice something like this?" I chuckled lowly. "Whenever I can. Trust me, in the world of adrenaline junkies, this is pretty tame, darling. Didn't you say you wanted to join the club?" I held out my hand to her, casual and undemanding. She could always say no. It wouldn't be the first time a woman had thrown a fit at my daredevil tendencies and demanded to be taken back to the hotel. So why was I so nervous? CeCe took a deep breath before glancing around us. It was barely 7 in the morning, but outside the garage, the city was already bustling. Usually, there would be 6 or 7 people going on a bike tour like this, but I wanted to ensure that it was just us this morning. I wanted to show her what it really felt like to be on top of the world. Setting her mouth into a rigid line, CeCe curled her hand around mine. "If you crash, you owe me." I couldn't remember the last time I grinned so hard my cheeks hurt, but I couldn't seem to stop. Ottersh gave her a helmet and explained the basic rules of being a passenger on a bike before he checked the gas and mechanics on our transportation. A few emergency supplies were packed, and then we were ready to go. CeCe waved off Ottersh's help, hopping onto the bike behind me with surprisingly little difficulty. When we dressed that morning, I told her to prepare for cold weather, and so she was wrapped in a thick coat and scarf, but that didn't mean I couldn't feel that divine form of hers underneath when she wrapped her arms around my waist. I pat myself on the back for taking advantage of another opportunity to get close to CeCe, all while showing her what it was like to really live. It was, shockingly, the first of many successful adventures while we were in Nepal. I started light, at least I considered the motorcycle tour light. When we first left the city, CeCe was clinging to me for dear life. About an hour later, however, her grip loosened. She forgot her fear and the stinging air that whistled past us as she got a closer look at the hills and pastures that she'd seen through the window on our way in. The transformation happened far faster than I thought it would. Within another half an hour, she was pointing things out to me, laughing with breathless enthusiasm as we sped around corners and squealing on hairpin turns. She was having the time of her life, and I'd never seen anything like it. The next day, we rode horses through a tundra to watch ceremonial eagle hunting. Though CeCe had never really ridden a horse before, unless one counted ponies at the county fair, she leaped into the affair with great gusto, even when a horse reared and tossed her flat onto her very luscious behind. I almost had a heart attack, thinking she'd never trust me again, not if she'd broken a leg or sprained an arm. Instead, by the time I dismounted and rushed to her, I found her laughing as she hobbled to her feet. That thing hates me. Damn CeCe. I hauled her into my arms to pat her down, regardless of who was watching. The minute I'd seen her fall, the world contracted to the single point where she hit the mostly frozen dirt. Are you okay? She winced slightly before trying to squirm from my embrace. I'm fine. A little sore, but that doesn't give you license to publicly grope me. I groaned, taking 2 large handfuls of her ass to pull her back against me. Don't test me, woman. I'll do more than grope you. I expected that she might shove me away or even get pissed off at me, considering there were half a dozen Nepalese tribesmen watching this little exchange. Instead, she merely melted against me, a soft little sound of surrender leaving her. How in the world had I gone 2 nights without having her? It was a problem I promised myself I would rectify the moment we got back to the hotel. And I always kept my promises. That evening, I took the utmost care with CeCe. Despite her insistence that she hadn't hurt herself, there was an enormous blue-black bruise that spread from one hip all the way down to her knee, and she couldn't even wriggle out of her jeans without discomfort. I offered to tone down the adventure-seeking somewhat, and she merely scoffed, her hazel eyes flashing. A bruise isn't going to kill me. If I'm here, I might as well make the most of it. Maybe we should take a day off. Don't you have a few more of those interviews to do? Right. Immediately and inexplicably, her face flushed deeply. The interviews. My bad. How could I have forgotten that? I took it as a compliment. CeCe had been having so much fun that she'd actually forgotten the reason she was in my company in the first place, and that had been my original goal. Should we do one right now? She dove for her bag. I feel kind of negligent. We should. Come here, CeCe. I tugged her back to the bed so she lay beneath me, looking up at me from a halo of mahogany waves. Reaching down, I smoothed a thumb over the line of her mouth, all at once transfixed by her lips. There's time. It was safe to say that CeCe didn't mention said interviews again for a long, long while. The next day we lazed around in bed until almost noon, at which point CeCe insisted that her leg was fine, and I didn't have to give her any more tender, loving care. You are going to have me bedridden for entirely different reasons, she promised, warding off my insistence that I needed another look at the slender line of her leg. In my very humble opinion, I had never seen a sight more breathtaking. Cecily clad only in bedsheets, her hair tumbling down around her shoulders, her gaze both amused and accusatory all at once. When she chucked a pillow at me, I finally laughed my way to the bathroom, which allowed her to get out of bed. I wanted to go zip-lining along a series of mountains that day, and to her merit, CeCe barely resisted. Panic graced her face for a split second before she whipped her hair up into a ponytail and challenged me to do my worst. At that exact moment, my worst would have been taking her back to bed for the remainder of the trip, so I decided to cut her a break. In traveling the last 7 years of my life nearly constantly, I don't think I ever had a leisure trip that amounted to much more than booze and women galore. I never worked hard to impress people. I worked hard for my company, and the money did the rest. On this trip, I found I barely thought about work. I was too entranced by how quickly CeCe took to my brand of adventuring, almost as if she'd been born to do it. She rode the zipline beautifully, both laughing and screaming with pleasure as we whizzed through snow-capped peaks at more than 65 miles an hour. When we smoked shisha with a local herdsman, she coughed her head off but thanked them warmly before asking me what I had planned for the next day. And I kept one-upping myself. There was real mountain climbing that made the little hills I'd shown her in the Blue Ridge Mountains look like chopped liver. Though I wasn't ambitious enough to take her up to where the air thinned, she did the best she could, and didn't once complain, even when her fingers and lips turned red with cold. We explored Kathmandu together, wandering through alleys and markets, trying everything we were invited to, and delighting in a place where I wasn't recognized everywhere I went. We bought spices I knew I had no idea what to do with, and had more tea than I could ever remember having. It wasn't until dinner the following day that I brought up the interviews again. I had to remind myself that if I actually gave one whit about the woman I was spending time with, I might like to remind her that she had a job to do. It couldn't all be daisies, sunshine, and raunchy intimacy. Much as I might like it to be. Write the interviews. The moment I mentioned the damn things, she all but ran for her bag to find her notebook and recording equipment. I took the opportunity to admire the way her pert, decadent behind bobbed through the air before she came back to the table. Hiding my amused smile, I waited patiently for her to prepare her notes and recorder. The first time we'd done this, I could think of nothing but how much she'd changed over the years. Then, I didn't even know half of what I know now. I could only hope I'd be able to concentrate on the interview. Concentration was always complicated when CeCe was involved. "What are you supposed to be interrogating me about today?" I sipped at the wine we'd ordered, pouring more for her. She shot me a sly half-smile. "Your childhood. So technically, I could just skip this session and fill in the gaps from what I know." Immediately, I stiffened, my stomach twisting. Damn. CeCe was too preoccupied with getting herself organized to notice my horrified expression, which gave me a brief moment to compose myself. What the hell was I panicking for? It wasn't like I had never discussed my childhood in other interviews. The easiest thing to do was to gloss over the dicier parts, most of it really, and just talk about what happened when I went off to college. I might have referred to CeCe and her brother a few times, but never by name, and no one knew much about my biological parents, save that they were long deceased. I didn't have to tell CeCe anything I hadn't told anyone else. Growing up, we had never spent much time around my house or my parents, and for good reason. I hadn't wanted to expose anyone else to that shit. Hell, I could hardly handle it. I made sure no one needed to intrude in my family life, and one of my proudest accomplishments was leaving that life behind when I went to Stanford. You know, it just occurred to me. Cecily's fingertips paused over the button on the recorder as she frowned. "I don't think Jeb and I ever went to your house after your parents passed away." Shit. Now I had two choices. I could either feign complete ignorance and bumble my way through the interview, or I could tell her the truth. Of course, the latter notion was far from inviting, especially if she was going to publish the info in a known gossip magazine. Rhett. There was only so long I could pull a strange face without CeCe realizing that something was amiss. I forced a grin into place. "What's up? Are you okay with this?" Her hand lifted from the recorder so her fingers could curl nervously about the edge of the table. "You know, I realize you're not crazy about talking when your family's concerned." She might have shocked me more if she'd slapped me in the face. Though I had never been enthusiastic about my home life, I never thought I'd shown any particular care in avoiding the subject. A misdirect here, a change of subject there. I didn't blow up, and I evaded craftily. Not as craftily as I thought, apparently. Aren't I? I couldn't help but test the waters a bit. After all, CeCe and I hadn't spent this much time together in years. Perhaps she remembered things differently than she thought she did. In response to my question, she shot me a glance from beneath long lashes as the corner of her mouth turned up into a small, knowing smile. "Rhett, it may have been a while, but I haven't forgotten. I was there." I opened my mouth to make an excuse, then shut it. What excuse could I possibly make? Most people I dealt with had extensive experience with me as a businessman and a public figure, while knowing fairly little about my childhood. If anything, CeCe's experience ran in the other direction. "So, you've noticed my home situation wasn't the best." CeCe immediately frowned. "You sold your house the minute you left. I can't imagine there were very many good memories there, if you were itching to get rid of it." She had a point. For a moment, neither of us spoke. CeCe continued to fumble with her recording equipment, though she had to have been ready for a good 5 minutes, and I stared at the table, trying to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do in this kind of situation. Precious few people knew what really went on in my childhood. I liked my privacy, and I despised how quickly people were ready to point me in the direction of a therapist. I didn't need therapy. I just needed to put certain memories as far behind me as possible. And that meant being as successful as I could. You know, that was how I knew you really weren't coming back. CeCe was the one who ultimately broke the silence, her voice so low I had to strain to hear her. That first semester, even though we split and I thought it was the best decision, there was a tiny, naive part of me that expected you to come running back to save me from Jeb's tyranny. She laughed, an attempt at humor that fell painfully flat. But then your house got sold off, and I knew that was it. There was my closure. Damn it. Getting her to talk had been like pulling teeth for the past few weeks. Now we got to the one subject I was shit with, and she put all her cards on the table. This had to be my punishment for ever assuming I could take her lightly. I should have glossed things over. After years of dating women, I had learned the methodology behind deflecting awkward encounters, but I felt as if I owed her this. None of those women had been around me as a kid, none of them had comforted me and chased after me, and none of them had been my first love. Look, CeCe, I'm sure you can understand I'm not particularly enthusiastic about the details of my childhood going into a gossip column. But if it were just you. I trailed off, wondering how ridiculous I had to sound. This was supposed to be a fling, reliving the years we might have missed in a few weeks. And here I was, getting involved. Damn, if I were honest with myself, I'd gotten involved a long time ago. Rhett, I don't want to push you to do anything that would make you uncomfortable. She finally replied. Her tone was low and surprisingly neutral, the way she spoke when she was doing her best not to wear her emotions on her sleeve. CeCe had just started opening up to me. The last thing I wanted was for her to retreat behind those shutters again. It's not about being uncomfortable, I finally managed gruffly. It's about putting my past behind me. Most things that happened back then, I'd rather forget them. Her eyes widened at my admission. When we had played together as kids, I always made excuses for why we couldn't go to my house. Of course, when my parents died, I got a bit of a pass, for a while. No one wanted to be in a house in mourning. But then eventually, foster parents had moved in, and I started making excuses, to my teachers, to other adults, and to CeCe. Slowly, she reached for her recorder to set it aside, before dropping her notebook onto the floor. Then, surprisingly, she leaned across the table to take my hands in hers warmly, her gaze meeting mine. In it, there was no judgment, anger, or malice. Tell me.
Chapter 11. CeCe.
You were around when my parents died in the accident. When Rhett first started to speak, there was a taut line of anger in his tone that I'd never heard before. I'd seen him exasperated, irritated, tired, and exhilarated, but never angry. Not like this. But even before that, I didn't like to have friends over. Not that I had many friends. You and Jeb were pretty much it. He exhaled a long breath, pulling one of his hands from beneath mine to rake it through his dark blonde hair. Dad was hardly ever sober, and between wailing on my mom and me, he pretty much ruled the roost with an iron fist. As I grew, I learned to hide the bruises and the questions. They only caused more issues for me. My stomach twisted and my mouth dried. I barely remembered the days of Rhett's parents. All I knew was that he almost never liked to be home. He was at our house so much that my parents joked that they might as well have adopted him. He had never shown any sign that his father was beating him, not that I would have understood back then anyway. But what about your mom? Didn't she ever try to stop it? To protect you? Maybe I was naive. I never understood how women could linger in relationships that caused them and their children physical or emotional harm. My first instinct would have been to protect my son. Someone had to, for God's sake. I'm sure she tried a lot in the beginning. But there came a point when that stopped. So I just got out as much as I could. Rhett's eyes had gone dark, his gaze dropping to the table. When he continued, his hold on my hand tightened. You guys were my escape. When I was with you, I didn't have to worry about where the next blow was going to come from or if I was going to have to watch my dad beat my mom to death. I could be a normal kid, even if it was only for a little while. When they died, I was messed up for a while. Part of me was ecstatic. I was free, I'd never have to live through that hell again. But then there was another part of me that thought it was so damn unfair. I only ever had one set of parents, real parents, and they were awful, but they didn't deserve to die. That only paved the way for the foster families, which were a whole nother kind of trouble. For years, I had taken Rhett's presence for granted. I thought that his constant seeking of Jeb's presence, and later mine, was simply because he wasn't much for being alone. Now, I realized that he hadn't just been seeking company. He wanted comfort. Had I given him that? I came with a house, which was a rarity, and both the Stephensons and the Millers did everything they could to get it from me. They tried being nice for a while, and when that didn't work, they turned to mean. Neither of them lasted for very long, but for me, it was an eternity. From what I could recall, Rhett had gone through no less than 9 foster families in 7 years, less than a year with each family. I remembered a few occasions when his loving new parents disappeared after a few months. But I had always assumed that meant better things for Rhett, not worse. Even if my parents did leave me the house, there were no good memories there for me, and I didn't make any after they were gone. Maybe if I'd let you and Jeb come over more often, things would have been different. But I didn't want him to see all that, and you, CeCe, you were way too young. Things were better with you in the dark. Were they? I'd spent my entire life seeing my childhood as idyllic, my romance with Rhett as something ephemeral and sweet. Now I was realizing the truth of things, and the truth was a hard pill to swallow. Yeah, I left the moment I could. Rhett's gaze finally moved back to mine, his expression unreadable. I needed to escape, but would you believe me if I told you that you made me think twice? My entire life, all I'd ever wanted was to get out of that town and out on my own, and then the thought of leaving you made me hesitate. Hesitate? I didn't remember any hesitation. Certainly, it had been over 10 years ago, but I remembered the discussion we had as being fairly enthusiastic about his leaving. At least, I had been pretty enthusiastic about it. I was happy he'd gotten into his first choice. For me, there had never been any question of his going. He needed to go. Even back then, I'd known that he was destined for great things. I just hadn't known what he was hiding. I didn't mean to make you hesitate. I finally managed, my heart hammering against my ribs. I only ever wanted you to be happy. You didn't make me do anything, Rhett returned fiercely, leaning over the table so his face was mere inches from mine. You were the first person in my life I ever cared more about than myself. I probably didn't even know what love was until you, CeCe. The night before I left, I snuck to your house even though I knew we were done, and I watched you. You were on the couch, absorbed in some nature documentary, and I sat there for a good hour just looking at you. I could barely bring myself to leave. My breath caught in my throat as my rational mind warred with my emotions. This hadn't been in the plan. I told myself that I had given Rhett up a long time ago, that what I was doing now was mere dalliance. A means to an end. But now he was looking at me the same way he had all those years ago, when he'd sneak up to my window every night to knock and ask me to come stargazing with him. He never cared that we had school early in the morning or that Jeb was always trying to catch us. He'd always come for me. He was the first boy to ever tell me he loved me. Rhett, I'm so sorry. I could barely whisper the words. Somehow, I wished I could make it all better. Span those 12 years of time in an instant, and fix everything that was broken. No child deserves to live in fear. If I had known, if I could have done something. Don't beat yourself up. He cut me off softly, cupping my face with a warm, gentle hand. You did more than you can imagine. I couldn't speak. I was tongue-tied more than usual around Rhett, but just then there was nothing more I could say. All at once, I wished I had gone with him. I couldn't imagine what it must have been like, how much courage it took to uproot yourself and start over somewhere new. Certainly, he'd escaped his hellish childhood home, but he'd taken that step into the unknown completely alone. And I let him. My hands framed his face as I drew his forehead against mine, my eyes sliding closed. I promised myself that when it came to Rhett, my heart was made of stone. We were over, and I had moved on a long time ago. So why the hell was I crying? To my merit, I wasn't sobbing noisily or throwing myself into his arms, but deep down in the pit of my stomach, I felt I had done Rhett a terrible disservice. I'd been completely and totally ignorant of his needs, and even if I'd only been 14, I couldn't shake the feeling that I shouldn't have sent him off to California so blindly. I thought I'd been selfless. Really, I was totally clueless. Hey. If I'd had the presence of mind, I might have been embarrassed. Instead, I didn't realize Rhett was talking to me until he'd been trying to get my attention for a full minute. If this is a bit at trying to win me over, I'll have you know I'm not good with women and tears. His small reproachful smile had me laughing through my tears as I pushed him away gently. Not funny. But you're laughing. Rhett, none of this is funny, I managed even as I tried to stifle my giggles. We were having a serious moment. And now the moment's over. I hate pity parties. In one sweep of his arm, he shoved the remainder of our dinner to the floor, and I inhaled sharply. China, which I was sure cost more than I'd made in my life, went crashing to the floor. Rhett. Before I could protest any further, the man was hauling me onto the now bare table, pulling me flush against him. Geez, what are you? We're never talking about the past again, all right? He cut me off in a low murmur against my mouth. It's over. I promised myself I'd rise above it, and I did. Further than I ever dreamed, so that's that. Any argument I might have had was forgotten the moment he kissed me. Rhett had never kissed me like this. He was always the slow seduction, exploiting my body in ways I had never believed possible, and making sure I slowly lost my mind in the process. Now his mouth moved against mine desperately. His hands were almost bruising at my waist, and there was barely a scant inch of space between our bodies anywhere. The discussion was over. This time, I was here to help him forget, and I wouldn't let the opportunity pass me by. My fingers threaded through his hair. I let him hold me as tightly as he needed. My hip ached where I'd fallen off the horse earlier that week, and I could hardly breathe, but none of that mattered. Rhett needed me. Rhett was taking every preconception I've ever had about men and intimacy and turning it on its head, but then, he'd always been an overachiever. Raising my head slightly, I kissed his brow, his cheek, and then his mouth. At this moment, I could be vulnerable. I could be soft. I could be whatever he needed me to be. For now. The next morning, I found myself infinitely grateful that we were in a cold weather country. I would have had a hell of a time explaining the profusion of love bites, scratches and bruises on my skin otherwise. Rhett was surprisingly quiet all morning, and I figured he was probably embarrassed about the previous night. What should have been an interview had turned into something cathartic, frenetic, and unforgettable, but it was also intimidating as hell. Ultimately, the silence in the hotel room was stifling, and I had to say something. Rhett? I came up behind him as he was working on his laptop, trying for a casual tone. About last night? He stopped typing immediately, and I could all but feel him tense. Whenever you need that kind of thing to forget, I'm here. I don't know what made me say it. I'd never been so bold in my entire life, and especially not with a man of Rhett's caliber. But if we weren't meant to be, I was all right with us sharing that one bit of intimacy, that one reminder of what could have been. For a long beat, Rhett didn't respond, and I was worried I'd overstepped my boundaries. Every man had his pride after all, and Rhett's was bound to have taken some hits. Then, however, he surprised me by yanking me into his lap, and almost displacing his computer. I grabbed it before it could meet the same fate as last night's dinner dishes. Geez, I know you're loaded, but you can't afford to break stuff constantly. You know I'm keeping you in this hotel room all day, don't you? At the prospect, my eyes widened. I found him grinning at me like a cat in cream, and quickly scrabbled out of his arms. Don't you dare. Isn't this our last day? Rhett chuckled, his dark mood seeming to have dissipated. You're telling me you have a better idea for how to wring out Nepal? I sighed, crossing my arms over my chest. I was careful to keep my distance. If I wasn't careful, Rhett would just grab me and that would be it. I thought we were supposed to go adventuring. Everything we've done so far has been pretty tame. In hindsight, that definitely came out far cockier than I meant it to. I'd come a long way from the time Rhett had suggested our motorcycle ride through the Nepalese countryside. To be honest, I now saw each new day as a challenge. A way to step further out of my comfort zone, for what would probably be the first and last time in my life. After all, when was I ever going to come to a place like Nepal again? I'd be too busy moving up in the world. At least, that was the idea. With that idea, I'd thrown caution to the wind as much as I dared. Ziplining, rickshaw rides, exploring the unknown, it was all fair game. Once I adjusted to the idea of simply throwing myself into everything, the excitement swept me away. I had the time of my life. But in the grand scheme of some of the greater stunts that Rhett had pulled in his adult life, the ones that got him the front page in adventure capitalist magazines, what we did in Kathmandu was relatively tame. If I was still going with the interviews, with Rhett's everyday life and the crazy risks he took, I'd need something bigger than what we'd been doing. At least, that's what I thought. Tame, she says. Rhett's grin was positively evil, as he leaned back in his chair confidently. Luckily for you, I've planned the most exciting jaunt for this afternoon. I only hope you can handle it. I should have known better than to press my luck. Bring it on. Approximately 4 hours later, I was eating my words, staring out the window of a small plane as we took off from a minute airport outside the city. Even though I'd been listening at the class we just finished, and I was wearing a flight suit with more zips and hooks than I'd known were possible on one garment, I still couldn't believe what I was doing. Skydiving. Of course, when Rhett actually revealed where we were going, I had a whole laundry list of arguments. I'd never jumped out of a plane in my life. Hell, I hardly rode planes. There was no way I was qualified to do something so crazy. Rhett countered with one simple fact: he was, and I'd be strapped to him. Somehow, I was torn between nausea and a strange sort of anticipation. Of course, I was also scared shitless. That, I felt, was the most appropriate frame of thought to be in, considering what was about to happen in roughly half an hour. I was clutching the seat beneath me so tightly, I was surprised my fingernails didn't rend the leather. The small craft we were taking up to 12,500 feet wasn't as smooth a ride as Rhett's jet. It bounced all over the place, and did nothing to assuage my nervousness. You all right? His hand curled warmly about my shoulder and I jumped, turning to face him. I wanted to demand that we return to the ground. Either that or tell him that he was jumping alone. But somehow I couldn't. Because a part of me wanted to do it. I'll be better once we're on the ground. Rhett chuckled, taking advantage of my stiffness to nip my neck softly. The only way we're getting down now is to jump. Like he had to remind me. I took a deep breath to steady myself, as the plane climbed higher and higher. What the hell was I doing? I was supposed to be writing an article, for God's sake. I didn't know if I could ever recall anything getting so convoluted, so fast, in my entire life. I was all but shoved into this arrangement with Rhett, then it suddenly became hands-on, then I was supposed to be hands-on, and now, I was halfway across the world about to jump out of a plane. CeCe, look at me. Somehow, I managed, even with the plane threatening World War III beneath us. Rhett took my hand, rubbing over the back warmly as my heart jangled against my ribs. You're going to love it. I promise I won't let anything happen to you. I'll never let anything happen to you. I searched his blue gaze for a long time, but all I found there was calm reassurance. There was no way he wasn't half in panic mode too. No matter how many times you jumped out of a plane, I could never imagine something like that being normal, but none of that nervous energy showed on the outside. He contained it, for me. I'm terrified, I finally managed, my grin shaky. Of course you are, he chuckled. You're human. The plane reached jump altitude about 5 minutes later, and I found my legs were so wobbly that Rhett had to help me up. 2 technicians on board strapped us together and made sure that we were secure a moment before we passed through a clutch of clouds and emerged into a startlingly blue stretch of sky. The view took my breath away. We were about 40 miles from Mount Everest, and the mountain loomed large ahead of us. It took up almost the whole horizon, eventually petering out to rolling hills and valleys below us. Though I'd never been the type to get sentimental over landscapes, this one was worth the 1 or 2 cold tears I shed. And then we were flying.
Chapter 12. Rhett.
I wasn't surprised when CeCe slept most of the plane trip home. The schedule I'd set for us in Nepal was pretty vigorous, and I never imagined that she'd actually do everything I suggested. But she had. From riding through freezing temperatures on a motorbike to literally putting her life in my hands and tumbling from 12,000 feet, CeCe had done it all, bravely and boldly. And she had comforted me in a way I never imagined she would. I let her sleep. I should have sat up front to try and make a dent in the work I neglected, but instead, I lay beside her on the bed, my computer untouched in my lap. She had been absolutely breathtaking after we came down. Her face glowed, her hair was a mess, and she was simultaneously laughing and gasping in elation. During the jump, she hadn't even screamed. She was probably too surprised, but the most amazing thing was that during the fall, slowly, the tension had leached from her body. The wind whistled in our ears as we fell towards the ground, and CeCe faced the experience head-on. She even suggested she might do it again one day. Though Nepal had always been one of my favorite places to explore, it gained new meaning for me on this trip. I was bound and determined to bring CeCe back in short order, even if she didn't know it yet. In fact, I found myself making a plethora of new goals on our flight back to the States. I wanted CeCe in my life. Yes, I traveled for most of the year. I was a busy man running half the world, and my life was complicated as hell. However, things never seemed so simple as when CeCe was by my side. I had always dreaded opening up to her. I hoped she would always see me as the boy who had just been with her. I didn't want to be pitied or seem like some sort of charity case. I got what I wanted in life, and while some of the old wounds still hurt, they were just as big a part of me as my success was. But CeCe didn't linger on the negative. She gave me what I needed when I needed it. Christ, just thinking about that night made my stomach tighten in a potent mixture of guilt and arousal. CeCe had always been special to me, and when we were together physically, I vowed to make everything about her. It was my inherent duty to make up for all the pleasure idiotic partners had denied her. But that night in the hotel hadn't been about her pleasure. Damn, I'd been blind to everything except how good she felt in my arms. I treated CeCe like I treated women who I knew only wanted one thing, but being with CeCe was different. She gave to me, and took everything I gave her in return. When was the last time a woman had done that for me? Physicality was one thing, but CeCe had looked the ugly parts of my life in the face without judging me, without reducing me to the sum of so many tragic parts. She had no idea how much I appreciated that. How much I craved it. After staring at my laptop for a good 2 hours without actually writing anything, I finally set it aside to look over at the woman sleeping next to me. CeCe probably needed to sleep for a week. She'd had more excitement than many people encountered in a lifetime. And the longer she slept, the longer I could be near her without wondering when she was going to walk out of my life again. Reaching out, I caught a strand of her dark hair, sifting it between my fingertips. She'd let me wash it for her last night before we checked out of the hotel, and even wet, it felt like silk. She had no idea what a remarkable woman she'd grown into. For all that CeCe told me, she always knew I was destined for great things. I'd been equally sure she was meant for greatness, and here she was. She was braver than any woman I'd ever met, brave enough to call me on my bullshit and accompany me where few others ever dared go. It was enough to reinforce the idea that I should never really have left her. I loved her then, and like hell if I wasn't falling for her again. The woman in my bed was just as charming, headstrong, and ambitious as the child had been. That and more. CeCe murmured something softly in her sleep, stirring slightly as she turned onto her side. The long dress she'd worn to travel hiked up one calf, and I swallowed thickly. I had some decisions to make before we touched down. The interviews might have been what brought us together, but I'd be damned if things would end at that. Not if I had my way. It was all too easy to wrap an arm around Cecily's smaller form and draw her against my chest. She pressed her cheek to my shoulder, her full mouth curving upward in an alluring, sleepy smile, and slept on. Damn, I had it bad. When my phone buzzed on the bedside table, the last thing I wanted to do was pick it up. I had only installed a phone in the plane for emergencies, however, which meant that whoever it was probably needed my attention directly. Frowning, I slipped from beside CeCe to perch on the side of the bed before picking up the receiver. This is Rhett. Man, I thought you'd fallen off the face of the earth. My brows shot towards my hairline at the sound of Tony's voice. Skive off to Asia for a whole week without telling me after a huge deal. You nearly sent me into panic mode, Rhett. As disgruntled as I was at the interruption, I supposed it could be worse. I never enjoyed having to make conference calls at 30,000 feet. You go into panic mode every time I go on vacation, I mused dryly. You know, it's usually clients who freak out when their lawyers go missing. Not the other way around. Well, my client happens to be a multi-billionaire and world-famous philanthropist. I'm just making sure people don't look at me first. Though I rolled my eyes, I couldn't help but smile. Right. So, you're on your way home then? With your girl in tow? I immediately opened my mouth to deny that CeCe was any such thing, before I realized that saying so would, at least in my mind, be a blatant lie. I wanted her to be mine, and I intended to have her, all things considered. We should be back in the city in a few hours. Can you hold down the fort until then? I could practically see him sprawled across the desk in his home office, doing absolutely nothing except giving me a hard time. The man was engagingly insufferable. I'll do my best. The rafters are burning down here. I chuckled at that one. Screw you very much, Tony. Yeah, I love you too, man. He paused for a minute before deciding to add a coda. And Rhett. Yeah. When the wedding bells come, I've got dibs on best man title. Called it. Before I could think of a proper retort, Tony had hung up the phone. I stared at the receiver for a long moment, torn between laughing and groaning. It was nice to be reminded that I had Tony on my side, even if he was a bit insufferable. I was reminded that, no matter how used to dealing with jet lag I might be, Cecily wasn't. Though she was up for the last few hours of the trip, she practically sleepwalked through customs and dozed off again on the way back to the penthouse. Unfortunately, I had to go to the office a few hours after we returned, but she had the much-needed luxury of being able to sleep things off. Which, of course, meant that I took a bit of advantage. I could have woken her for the trip upstairs, but it was much easier and far more indulgent to simply carry her. Though she had her own room down the hall from mine, I indulgently set her in my bed, unable to keep from thinking how right she looked there. CeCe. When I murmured her name, she came half awake, staring up at me with large, adorably bleary eyes. Where are we? Penthouse, I reassured her softly. Sleep. You're probably going to feel off for a few days. She was too tired to argue about the sleeping arrangements, I presumed, and drifted back off in short order. It wasn't until I got up to head for the shower that I realized her fingers had wrapped around my hand and stopped short. For a long moment, I just stared. I remembered the first time CeCe had ever reached for my hand. Jeb and I had been exploring the woods together, and he had firmly instructed his sister to stay at home. CeCe, precocious and disobedient, had followed us anyway and promptly taken a tumble into a large mud patch from a rainstorm the night before. When she began to wail, Jeb had only laughed at her, saying that it served her right. At 10, I'd been annoyed but not heartless. When I took her tiny hand to pluck her out of the filth, she looked at me like I was her guardian angel. I had probably fallen in love with her right then and there. It just took my rational mind a while to catch up. 31 full years to be exact. With a sigh, I leaned down to brush my lips across the back of her hand before prizing it gently from my own. I forced myself to leave her. The quicker I did, I reasoned, the quicker I could come back. The day seemed to last forever, and this was coming from a man who was used to pulling 12 to 16-hour shifts on a regular basis. Cynthia seemed to recognize my lethargy, and, in a maternal gesture, asked if I needed to take the rest of the day off. As tempted as I was, however, I declined. My business had always been my passion. Now I'd just have to find a way to slowly ease it into second place. I was preparing for my last meeting of the day when Cynthia buzzed me to let me know I had a visitor. A visitor. It was enough to make me scowl deeply. The last thing I needed was another appointment today. There's no one on the books. Says he's a childhood friend of yours, sir. A Mr. Jebediah Warner. I almost dropped my 5th cup of coffee of the day. Jeb is here. Shall I send him in, sir? I had some quick thinking to do. The smart move would have been to send him away to buy some time, but that would be suspicious as hell, considering the circumstances. I suddenly wished I had paid more attention to his voicemail message. Of course, at the time, I hadn't intended for things to get as serious as they had with CeCe as quickly as they did. If things were going to move forward, ideally, I'd need Jebediah's approval, but I know from experience that earning it was easier said than done. Money and success be damned. Sure, Cynthia. Please reschedule my last meeting for tomorrow morning. Of course, sir. I had no time at all to prepare. I shocked even myself with my sudden trepidation. 12 years bridged the gap between Jeb and me, and even before I left, we'd grown apart. How the hell were we supposed to interact now? 2 minutes later, a knock came on my door. When Jeb stepped over the threshold, I was shocked at how different he looked. He'd always been a scruffy youth, getting into trouble and avoiding his parents as much as he could. Getting him to take a shower had been a trial, let alone persuading him to wear anything that wasn't ripped or torn. Though I knew we were both grown men now, the shock of seeing him in a suit was enough to stun me speechless for a good 10 seconds. Rhett, you look like you've seen a ghost. The man before me was just as tall and lankier than I remember, his dark hair combed straight from his brow. He'd grown a mustache and beard that made him look like his father, and his crafty dark eyes darted around my office even as he stepped forward, his hand extended. His gray suit actually matched, and looked as if it had been tailored to fit him. Call me jaded, but it would take me a while to get used to seeing him this way. Geez, Jeb, you look great. I finally recovered enough to shake his hand, only to have him use his leverage to pull me into a bear hug. Bring it in here. It's been forever. Another shocker. The Jeb I'd known had never been the hugging type. He hadn't even been the touching type. It has been a while. He released me after a long moment, before dropping into one of the chairs in front of my desk. Man, this place is amazing. I asked for a tour before I came up to see you, and I am beyond impressed. I thought it looked amazing on TV, but it's really something else. Google wishes they were you. The compliment was enough to make me crack a smile. I like to spoil my employees when I could. God knew I couldn't take the money beyond the grave with me. Thanks. I appreciate it. Looking forward to opening similar facilities in Shanghai and Dubai this year. That's insane. Jeb grinned, shaking his head in disbelief. Every time I've seen you make an appearance the past few years, I've been more and more blown away by the things you're doing. I leaned against the edge of the desk, wondering where the conversation was going. Jebediah Warner was the kind of guy who could smoothly talk his way into or out of any situation. I didn't think I'd be overly surprised if he tried to pitch me a business idea or asked for a loan. That would be more in line with the Jeb of my childhood than the slickly dressed man before me. Nobody ever thinks the white trash boys will amount to anything, but look at us now. Jeb's grin was oddly infectious, even though I knew nothing about where he was now. In the past few weeks that we'd spent together, CeCe had only mentioned him a handful of times, and not terribly favorably. I assumed that you're doing well then. I finally returned, crossing the room to the mini-bar to pour us both drinks. I knew I needed one. That's good to hear. Well, damn, I'm hurt. CeCe hasn't mentioned anything about what I've been doing. Here was where I had to tread carefully. It was obvious that Jeb had already figured out that CeCe and I were spending time together. It wasn't obvious from his tone how he felt about that, but I'd have to figure it out if I wanted to address the issue. She hasn't. Talk has been mostly centered around me. I'm sure you know she's interviewing me for her magazine. Yes, I heard. When I handed Jeb his drink, I couldn't help but think his swarthy face reminded me of a fox's. I had planned to come and visit Cecily anyway, but getting the chance to catch up with you. That's a rare treat. So, he didn't live in the city. There was something I could chase. What are you into these days? Jeb took a long sip of the whiskey I'd poured him, before smacking his lips gratefully. That's the good stuff, isn't it? Appreciate it. He set the glass aside before answering me. I got into TV out in California. Manage a production office. Damn. I found myself whistling. That was no small feat. Considering that Jeb, to my knowledge, had quit high school halfway through, I wondered how he'd lined it up. But that didn't mean he deserved any less congratulations. That's amazing. How's the entertainment business? Very picturesque. Jeb leered through his teeth unabashedly. Girls looking to get into the business have a lot of talent, if you know what I mean. And there it was. My smile became slightly strained. I can only imagine. Hopefully, you're not imagining stuff like that with my sister. The conversation altered direction so fast that my head spun. Excuse me. My whiskey glass dangled from my fingertips as I gazed down at Jeb, unsure I'd heard him right. You heard me. His tone was still surprisingly pleasant, even if there was an underlying steel that hadn't been present before. I assume you're still sniffing after CeCe. Certainly haven't seen you settle down with anyone over the years, which leaves you wide open. Jeb, I started as diplomatically as I could, this isn't. Just give it to me straight, Rhett. Are you seeing my sister or aren't you? Jeb took another sip of his drink, and the ice clinked against the side of the glass in my otherwise silent office. If the man had been anyone else, anyone at all, I could have asserted myself. Had security escorted him out, and been none the wiser. But this was Jeb we were talking about. I was going to have to tread very lightly. Maybe you should ask her. I'm asking you. I should have known things wouldn't be that easy. We've been spending a lot of time together, yes. I finally relented, setting my glass on the edge of the desk. Too much whiskey could be detrimental at this point. In bed. The invasive question was enough to rouse my temper. That's none of your damn business, Jeb? Isn't it? He was immediately on his feet, just as tall as me, if not quite as wide. This is my sister we're talking about. You've had an unhealthy obsession with her, for as long as I can remember. Why can't you just let her move on? How are you so confident that you know what she wants? I all but snarled. Have you even seen her since we got back? Got back from where? Damn. This wasn't where I meant this to go. I raked a hand through my hair, turning away from Jeb to gather my thoughts. Look, Jeb, CeCe is 28 years old. She can make her own decisions. I'm sure that as her brother you're concerned for her, but rest assured, I have nothing but the best. Does she know about all that messed up things you went through when we were kids? The question was enough to stun me into silence for almost a full minute. When I turned around to face Jeb, I found him glaring at me in a combination of triumph and unbridled malice. Geez, he hadn't changed at all. What are you talking about? I kept my voice admirably neutral, considering I wanted to throttle the creep. Oh, don't play dumbass, Rhett. All that trauma and woe is me. Daddy beat you. Mama couldn't save you, then all that nonsense with the foster families. You've never been able to let anyone in, and you never will. You're damaged goods, and I don't want you hanging around CeCe. I wanted to ask how he knew, but knowing Jeb, he'd probably have some idea all along. I wanted to challenge the insults, to tell him that he had never known me as well as he thought he did, and that CeCe was worth 10 of him. But ultimately, none of that mattered. Jeb, this isn't about what you want. It's never been about what you want. Now, I met his gaze steadily, rage smoldering in my gut. I'd appreciate it if you left my office. The tension between us hung dense as molasses, and for a split second, I wondered if Jeb intended to start something physical. The fact that he was CeCe's brother would probably prevent me from having him arrested, but I didn't know if I'd be able to keep from wailing on the man at that particular moment. Luckily, it was a decision I didn't have to make. This isn't over, Rhett. With those words, Jeb tossed his glass onto my desk with enough force to crack the glass before turning on his heel to leave in a huff. The moment the door closed behind him, I cursed slowly. That had gone even worse than I imagined. All that time apart, and all Jeb could think to do was start an argument about his sister's welfare. It had been a while since he was CeCe's guardian, and the fact that he and his sister didn't talk much indicated to me that he held less sway over her than he thought he did. But if Jeb had gotten it into his mind to tear us apart, he could have been pretty thorough in his methods. But I was willing to brave that. That, and anything else that might stand in the way of having CeCe in my life. I had let her go once. I wasn't about to do it again.
Chapter 13. CeCe.
There wasn't nearly enough here to write the comprehensive article that I had planned. All the notes I'd taken, the outlines Jim had given me, and the plans I made ended up falling apart the moment Rhett and I were together. I sat at the desk in my room, trying to concentrate on my work instead of remembering what it was like to wake up in Rhett's bed. It smelled like him. The whole room smelled of him, and it was enough to make me luxuriate in bed for an extra hour as I imagined him lying next to me. I had to admire the man's drive. After a week chock full of death-defying adventures and 2 14-hour flights, he went straight to work. He never stopped putting in the effort that had helped him rise to the top. The realization made my heart swell with pride I couldn't avoid, no matter how hard I tried. I told myself that my feelings where Rhett was concerned didn't matter, because our little indulgence was over. I forced myself to leave his bed and his room, to shower his scent from my body, and to face the decision I'd been putting off for the last 2 weeks. Though really, what kind of decision was it at this juncture? I hadn't done the interviews I was supposed to. If I'd stuck to my job, I'd have the material I needed, and my head would probably be screwed on a lot straighter. Instead, I gazed down at page upon page of notes detailing Rhett as my romantic partner, and wondering if I really had the guts to hand it over to Jim. There was no way. I'd written things here that made my face burn. Somewhere during the process of trying to figure out what the hell I was doing, I had stopped writing like a journalist and started keeping a diary of sorts, questioning myself and gathering all my doubts and insecurities in written form. Of course, that wasn't all I had written about. Rhett's story was there in all its brilliant glory. How we'd met as children, all he'd been through, and how I hadn't been able to save him from any of it. How he'd turned up in my adult life, and proceeded to wreak havoc on it. And how things had gotten so completely, irrevocably complicated. It was just as steamy and convoluted as Jim wanted, all that and more. But I couldn't bring myself to send it to him. My boss wasn't happy that I'd skipped the country for a week. I came back to a barrage of calls and emails demanding an update on his pet project, and did my best to ignore them. I wrote something, yes, but that something seemed far too intimate to turn over to someone like Jim. To let half the world read. I wanted to be an actual reporter with every fiber of my being, but I didn't know if that was enough to expose Rhett, as I did in the pages I'd written. Turning in something like this, it made me no better than the gossip columnists I despised. So I stared at it. Agonized and stared at it some more. I remembered seeing Rhett for the first time after 12 years of separation, and feeling something in me click hard as I tried to fight it. I had never believed in fairy tales or second chances, but when life dumped something like this in your lap, what the hell were you supposed to do? After an entire morning of beating myself over the head, I finally threw the damn thing in the trash. It hurt, knowing what I was giving up, but I felt secure in the fact that I wasn't as heartless as I'd once aspired to be. Christ, the irony was suffocating. I'd been lured into this assignment with only the prospect of a promotion to keep me going, and now, I was foregoing said prospect for the subject himself. Dear God, I was the world's foremost cliché. When my body bid me to sleep again, I did. Jet lag was funny that way, and having no experience with it, I let it have its way with me. I woke up around 6 that evening to the sound of the intercom ringing. Normally, I'd have let Rhett answer it, but the incessant ringing made it clear enough that he wasn't home yet. I dragged myself from bed to answer the call, surprised when the doorman told me that there was someone there demanding to see me, but he couldn't buzz them in without Rhett's approval. My nose wrinkled in confusion. As far as I knew, no one besides Jim was even aware that I was staying with Rhett. Who's here to see me? Says his name is Jebediah Warner, miss. I was immediately wide awake. Jeb is here. Of course the doorman had no idea who he was, but I sure as hell did. I'd gotten a few emails from Jeb over the past few weeks, and even a handful of missed calls. He liked to drop in unexpectedly, and I liked to make sure my schedule made it hard for him to do so. But apparently it was too late for that. I tried not to think what his knowing I was in Rhett's penthouse might mean. Would you like to speak to him? No. I mean? Geez, that sounded incriminating. Yes. Put him on. Certainly, miss. The 2 seconds that I waited to hear Jeb's voice were some of the most nerve-wracking in recent memory, and that was considering that I jumped out of a plane 2 days ago. CeCe, what the hell are you doing up there? I winced a moment before my anger flared. It had been years since I'd been under Jeb's thumb, and he was still treating me like I was a child. Jeb, what are you doing here? I fired back, my eyes narrow. You didn't even tell me you were coming. He never did. I left you a few voicemail messages. You probably didn't get them, seeing as how you skipped the damn country. I swallowed a groan. Though things had gotten better between Jeb and me over the years, I still considered him largely insufferable, and this was one of the reasons why. I was working, I hissed, reddening at the notion that the doorman was overhearing this entire tirade. Which you'd know if you paid any attention to my schedule at all. CeCe, just come down here, he insisted in the steely firm tone that had worked so well when I was a teenager. We need to talk. I can't imagine what about, I returned, annoyed. If you really wanted to talk, you'd call my cell like a normal human being. You're in Rhett Wilder's penthouse. I came to get you before you do something you regret. The phrase was enough to rankle me. How many times had I heard those exact words as I was growing up? Jeb was always convinced that he knew what was best for me, though the fact of the matter was that he barely knew what was best for himself. He thought that having a job and finally being self-sufficient gave him a license to check up on me whenever he liked, and I was sick of it. Jeb, last time I checked I was almost 30. I don't need a babysitter. Go back to your hotel, and we can talk about this tomorrow. Don't make me come up there, CeCe. My answer came laden with dry humor. I'd like to see you try. I'd be willing to bet Cecil isn't too happy with you jamming up his intercom. Cecil is the doorman. He wasn't your ordinary run-of-the-mill, elderly man who opened doors and made children smile. Rhett owned the building, and he had hired Cecil with the express intent of keeping out non-tenants and anyone he didn't want inside. The dark-skinned man was over 6.5 feet tall, with a booming voice and an imposing demeanor. Of course, beneath it all, he was a softie, but no one had to know that. CeCe, this? I'll call you tomorrow, Jeb. With that, I walked away from the intercom without looking back. It was the first time in my life I'd managed to avoid Jeb's influence completely. Usually, I let him guilt-trip me into doing some semblance of what he wanted just because I didn't want him to feel neglected. Since our parents had gone abroad, all we had was each other, and Jeb had used that fact to exploit me for so long I had almost forgotten what my life was like before that guilt. There was a 2 or 3 minute period after I returned to my room when I regretted my actions. I couldn't remember the last time I had told Jeb no, but I remember being wary of him for the entirety of my early adulthood. There was a part of me that wanted to run back and apologize, and there was another part of me that didn't care. Owing to my newfound confidence and security in the fact that Jeb couldn't get to me in the penthouse, I afforded myself the luxury of a breath of relief. I could talk to Jeb and get this entire thing straightened out tomorrow. For now, there was only one person I wanted to talk to. I did my best to make myself presentable. For some inexplicable reason, I found myself nervous. With as much time as I'd been spending with Rhett, as intimate as we'd been, there was no need for me to worry about seeing him when it had only been a couple of hours. But in those few hours, something had changed. I admitted to myself that I didn't want what was between us to end. I told myself that Nepal was the last hurrah, that I would do what I had to do for the sake of my article, and then get the hell out of Dodge. It was no small wonder that things had blown up in my face. I had been so ready for the new Rhett Wilder to disappoint me. I turned my nose up at his money and his success, telling myself that funds didn't make a man, but Rhett was far more than just funds. He was adventurous, kind, and empathetic. He was still the sweet boy I had known as a child, and so much more. So the question was, where did we go from here? I didn't know if he'd be able to answer it any better than I could, but I hoped so. I did the best I could to make myself presentable. Truth be told, a trip back to my apartment across town would be welcome at this point. I needed to do laundry and wished I had my entire plethora of beauty products at my disposal, but for now I'd make do with what I had. I slipped into the sundress Rhett had fawned over during our first interview, before pinning my hair atop my head loosely and putting on my favorite lipstick. I was in the process of spritzing myself with perfume when I heard the front door unlock, and my heart leapt into my throat. CeCe. He called my name the moment he closed the door behind him, the low baritone echoing through the entryway of the apartment. Are you awake? I'm here. I hurried from the bedroom out into the hallway and stopped, my tongue suddenly stuck to the roof of my mouth. I had never had any difficulties giving Rhett a piece of my mind, and suddenly all at once I was tongue-tied. He was quite the sight to behold in his three-piece suit, hair smoothed back from his brow, a few days' worth of stubble dotting his jaw. I remembered how that stubble felt scraping across my chin when he kissed me, the raised red flesh it left on other parts of me when he was so desperate for me that we lost ourselves in each other. Hi. I finally managed, my fingers curling around the edge of a nearby doorway for purchase. I realized at that moment that there was a panicked look about him. Almost as if he'd come through the door expecting to find me gone. The moment his eyes landed on me, that panic melted away, and the corner of his mouth kicked up in the handsome smile I knew so well. Hey. He tossed his briefcase onto a couch in the living room. Sorry, I'm so late. I know you probably want to finish up the interviews, so I tried to get back as early as I ran to him. I couldn't help it. Rhett's expression turned surprised a moment before he enclosed me in his arms, and I molded my mouth hungrily to his. He tasted like coffee and booze, a flavor I could easily get addicted to. The kiss was lazy and indulgent, and I gripped him so hard I had to be hurting him, but Rhett uttered not one word of complaint. When I finally released him, he gazed down at me for a long moment, his eyes full of some emotion that made my heart oddly soft. Whoa! What a greeting! Not that I'm complaining. Can we? I hesitated for a moment, wondering how to proceed. I'd played the fool so many times that deep down, I wasn't sure if I could express myself properly. And even if I could, how would Rhett respond? Can we worry about the interviews later? He arched a brow in surprise. Taking a break from work? Shouldn't I be asking you that question? The wry response spilled from me automatically, and the man holding me smirked. Fair point. All right, we'll worry about the interviews later. Though, I do worry about your deadline. And there the prospect hung, heavy with the weight of possibility. Technically, I needed to wrap the project up in a week or two, and that would be the end of things. Funnily enough, however, in the past few weeks, the impulse had gotten into the habit of trumping technicality on my end. Rhett had that effect on me. Well, I was thinking, maybe we could talk more after the deadline. I don't think I'd sounded so tentative since giving a report in the 5th grade. Off the record, you know. Just us. It was the best I could do. I just hoped he understood. Looking back, I was foolish to doubt him. Rhett couldn't have gotten to where he was in the world without a keen sense of business intuition. Cecily Warner, are you asking me out on a date? His tone was just teasing enough that I glowered at him, even as my heart swelled in my chest. You should be so lucky. I managed, before rising onto my toes to kiss him again. This time, Rhett lifted me into his arms, stemming all my protests with deft strokes of his tongue as he carried me down the hall toward his bedroom. I'd been in bed all day, but somehow I didn't mind the direction the evening was taking. After all, with deadlines out of the equation, we had all the time in the world.
Chapter 14. Rhett.
Though my body woke me the next morning at the usual time, I lingered in bed. I was tempted to call out of work altogether and lie next to Cecily until she woke up. Then it would just be a matter of how long I could convince her to sleep in with me. The notion was enough to make me grin as I glanced down at the woman nestled against my chest. I wasn't sure what happened while I was gone, but all at once CeCe wasn't hiding anymore. She had all but admitted what was between us went beyond her assignment, and that it would continue after it was done. I assumed that getting CeCe to admit we were right for one another would be like pulling teeth, but instead, I'd been pleasantly surprised. Atop that, I assumed that Jeb would call her the moment he left the office and try to sway her to his side, but CeCe hadn't mentioned him at all. It seemed I was on a lucky streak. One I had waited 12 years for. Sure, having money was all good, but you grew used to the success after a while. There was only so much of a rush that one could afford to buy a new suit or stay in a hotel's most expensive suite. Though my success had, in a way, liberated me from the demons of my past, it had never given me what I truly wanted. I had to track CeCe down for that. Now that I had, I felt there was nothing we couldn't tackle together, even Jeb if it came down to it. Lowering my head, I brushed a kiss across the warm skin of her shoulder, my heart stuttering in my chest when she sighed contentedly, snuggling closer against me. I could certainly get used to this. I had to wonder, somewhat amusedly, what effect our new relationship would have on the article she was supposed to be writing. I was always painted as the world's foremost bachelor. Only now, I was off the market, and I couldn't see the woman in my arms encouraging other women to come after what was hers. The thought made me chuckle as I buried my nose in her hair, inhaling the sweet scent of her shampoo. If I stayed for much longer, I'd lose the day. The goal was to finish work early so I could plan another trip for us. Now that I'd found someone willing to indulge me in all my death-defying hobbies, I had a lot of lost time to make up for. I rose from bed slowly, careful not to wake CeCe. I had about an hour to get to work, which was just enough time for me to get in a workout, a cup of coffee, and some emails. When I realized that I'd left my laptop at work, however, I scowled. My desktop didn't have the documents I was looking for, which meant that I'd have to get the hard copies. All my paperwork had long since overtaken the boundaries of my office, and I now had a small file cabinet tucked away in every room for storage purposes. The documents I was looking for were probably in the one at the back of CeCe's closet. Though I was loath to leave her, I put a strong pot of coffee on and made my way down the hall to her room. She hadn't brought very much with her, and what she did bring was still packed away from our trip. That meant that my guest room didn't speak very much of the woman in my bed, which was perfectly fine with me. That would make it easier to convince her to simply stay in the master suite. On my way to the closet, I nearly tripped over the trash can she'd pulled up near the desk and cursed lowly as its contents spilled over the floor. Luckily, the only things inside were a few candy wrappers and a notebook. I eyed the worn blue cover with interest. Surely CeCe hadn't meant to throw it away. It was filled to the brim with notes and loose sheets of paper. Considering she had an article due soon, I thought it much more plausible that it had fallen from the desk and into the wastebasket by accident. CeCe had always had an eye for detail, but the amount of writing in the small notebook was slightly mind-boggling. 2 or 3 interview sessions had given her that much? Curiously, I flipped the book open to scan a few lines, wondering just how much she'd paraphrased. And stopped cold. For a long beat, I couldn't actually believe what I was reading. I read the page several times, my chest clenching tighter and tighter each time the words burned themselves into my brain. He's rough. Though he can be gentle, all that playboy passion that people have always expected from him, Rhett can be rough. He can be wild. Screw you with this abandon that makes you feel objectified just as much as it makes you feel needed. And he does need it. Maybe more than any man I've ever met, with far less. He's more vulnerable than I could ever have imagined, and I can only hope that one day the heartache of a childhood of mistreatment will start to heal. I tossed the notebook onto the nearby desk as if it had burned me. CeCe's interview questions had been about my company, my hobbies, all the thrill-seeking and adventure capitalism I participated in. She hadn't once implied that she might be writing an exposé as intimate as what was on those pages. All at once, it was hard for me to breathe. Up until recently, she'd done her best to keep her distance from me. We'd fallen in bed together, but CeCe never wanted to talk about what was going on between us. I had always imagined it was because she was embarrassed, or that things between us were complicated. I never stopped to contemplate that maybe it could be because there was nothing between us. The moment the seed was planted in my mind, the idea spread like poison. Everything fell into place. CeCe wrote for a gossip magazine. Of course she slept with me, even despite her reticence. Of course, she stepped out of her comfort zone and did everything I did. She spent time with me because she wanted to write the most scathing, invasive article that had ever been published about me. I could only imagine how much something like that would be worth. My head was suddenly pounding, and I sank down into the chair CeCe so often used when she wrote. Dear God, how could I have been so blind? This had almost been the perfect ploy. Sending someone, one of the only people I'd ever connected with, in to do the dirty work of the paparazzi. Making it seem like I was being given a second chance when, really, I was being exploited. I had long been done with being exploited, and like hell, if I was going to let it happen again. Rhett. When CeCe's voice, soft and curious, floated into the room, I flinched like she'd struck me. Turning slowly, I saw her standing in the doorway, wrapped in only the sheets from my bed and the silken dark length of her hair. My body betrayed me even as my rational mind began to shut down. She'd come back into my life, all that fiery, gorgeous beauty. All the lies she'd told, and the things she'd let me believe. When I left Georgia, I had never imagined something could hurt me as much as the blight of my childhood. But I was wrong. What's this? My voice was dangerously soft when I held up the notebook, and immediately, Cecily paled. She might as well have announced her guilt over a loudspeaker. Rhett. She started lowly. Let me explain? Please. I don't think there's a whole lot of explanation needed here, I shot back, my voice tight with anger. Did you write every little detail of every sensual escapade we had, or did you prioritize the emotional baggage? People like that angle a little more, I think. CeCe opened her mouth, then shut it before trying again. Rhett, I never wanted to hurt you. Of course you didn't. The words tasted bitter in my mouth. You just wanted to lie to me and exploit me. Make me into a cash cow you could milk for all I'm worth. I'm more used to it than you could ever know. No. CeCe took a step forward, shaking her head frantically in denial. You know that's not me, Rhett. I've never been into that kind of thing. Gossip columns, romance how-tos, all that crap disgusts me. But you still write it. I bellowed loud enough to startle her backward a few steps. You've been writing it for years. I've seen the types of articles your magazine publishes. They're nothing but slanderous gossip for middle-aged housewives. I thought you'd try to rise above that. I did. I am. She tried desperately. I was never going to publish any of that. Stop. I held out a hand before she could go any further. Just how long do you plan on lying to me? The jig is up. You already got what you wanted, so there's no need for you to stay here any longer. The sudden silence in the room was stifling. CeCe gazed from me to the notebook I held, her expression horrified. You're kicking me out, she finally murmured, her tone disbelieving. Like she was the victim here. Consider it another juicy tidbit you can put in your story, I snarled, tossing the book in her direction. It landed on the carpet with an audible thud, the loose paper inside scattering over the floor. She scrambled forward to collect it, not the behavior of a woman who wasn't going to publish what she'd written, in my humble opinion. Once she had finally gathered all the pages in her arms, CeCe straightened. I couldn't even look at her. I knew that if I did, I might do something irrevocably idiotic. Rhett. When she spoke again, her whisper was on the edge of tears. It might have broken my heart if she hadn't done that already. Rhett, please. This isn't what you think. Things have just been confusing for me until recently, and it took me some time to come to terms with everything. But I have. I love you. I probably always have. I rose from the desk in a smooth motion, slamming my hands down on the polished surface with enough force to rock the piece of furniture brutally against the wall. If you loved me, you would never have written those words. There was nothing else to say. I thought she might gather her things at least. Hurry into the room to grab her suitcase and laptop before leaving. Instead, CeCe merely turned tail and fled. Less than 5 minutes after she left the room, I heard the front door slam. And I sagged to the floor. Damn. She was probably running back to her boss as fast as her legs could carry her. The story would undoubtedly be published before the week was out. It wasn't the content I was worried about. I was used to both idolatry and hatred, skepticism and belief. Why did it have to be her? Why did I have to love the only woman in the world who couldn't love me back?
Chapter 15. CeCe.
1 week later. I knew it was a waste of money to stay in my hotel, but I'd be damned if I was staying in my apartment. Jeb was sniffing around it like a dog, only his bone would no doubt be the incredible gratification that came with knowing that he had been right. I had done something I regretted. Though I had never liked going to the office, it was a nice change of pace from the blasé decor of the hotel I was staying in. I wasn't about to put in for the Ritz-Carlton, so a Motel 6 close to downtown had to work. I was pretty sure they never did housekeeping, and the heat in my room was broken, but at least it offered some solitude. At work, I was faced with every woman demanding to know what it had been like to spend time with the great and powerful Rhett Wilder. The answer was a doozy, so I didn't even bother. Instead, I sequestered myself in my cubicle and began to write. What I told Rhett wasn't a lie. I had never intended to publish anything from the notebook he found in the trash. If I'd been smarter, I would have hidden it away somewhere. When I was a teenager, I was smart enough to hide my journals, but adult me didn't feel the need for such precautions. And look where it got me. Even a week after I left the penthouse, I kept seeing his face. Rhett had never looked at me with such raw pain in his eyes, like I had ripped his heart out right through his ribcage. He was convinced that I was planned to use what I'd written to further myself, and I supposed I couldn't blame him. Once upon a time, he would have been right. A few weeks ago, I would have given anything to leave the ranks of the burner, even if it meant pulling a trick as dirty as exposing Rhett's secrets to the world. But things changed. I had changed. Unfortunately, it was too little, too late. I'd never been the crying type. When I was little, my mom used to tell me that my tears were liquid bravery, and I needed them to hold myself together. Now, even as an adult, the sentiment remained. I knew that if I started crying, I wouldn't be able to stop, and that would get me utterly nowhere. I had a tremendous task in front of me, and breaking down would do it no service. For a week, I interacted as little with my coworkers as I possibly could. I ignored the phone every time Jeb called, ultimately turning it off when it seemed to buzz constantly. I did my best not to remember how right my last night in Rhett's arms had been. That was lost to me forever, thanks to my own selfishness. Though I still had every intention of trashing the notebook I'd written, I used parts of it to compose a new article, one that I could only hope would satisfy Jim's thirst for blood. He went prowling past my cube every 30 minutes, and I knew he was itching to find out what had happened between Rhett and me. I had every intention of telling him. Even though I thought I was an old hand at writing nonsense articles on love and advice, my latest piece was one of the most difficult I had ever attempted. I couldn't remember the last time I spent a whole week on one piece, that I had guarded it so jealously, reviewed and edited it myself, and pored over it for hours before I finally released it to my boss. Though the prospect of anyone reading what I had written terrified me, it was the only thing I could think to do. If this piece was going to lose me, the man I loved, I might as well do it right. Love. I had never realized how fickle the term was. Maybe a few days of running on coffee and Red Bull had me philosophical, but I couldn't help but muse over the strange turn my life had taken. Drumming my fingers on the surface of my desk, I scanned back through the article one had so painstakingly written. I knew that Jim must have nearly pissed himself when it showed up in his inbox. Now all I had to do was wait for the inevitable. Within the hour, the phone atop my desk rang. I picked it up almost immediately. Warner. Cecily, get in my office. Jim sounded far from pleased. Right. Coming. Rising from my chair, I let my eyes slip closed as I took a deep, steadying breath. I couldn't think about Rhett during this confrontation. I had enough trouble keeping my composure as it was. I wouldn't think of his touch, his kiss, or how I'd hurt him. Just like his parents hurt him. Like the Fosters hurt him. I swallowed the lump of grief that rose in my throat. There would be time to cry later. Once I took care of my business and everything was squared away, I'd allow myself the luxury of tears. But not here. Not now. I left my cubicle to take the long walk of shame down to Jim's office and confront the man sitting inside. The moment I opened the door, I was met with the older man's intense frown. He was holding a printout of my article in front of him, and a long beat passed before he said anything at all. When he did, the disappointment in his tone was palpable. You have to know this isn't what I asked for, CeCe. Exhaling hotly, I closed the door behind me before dropping into one of the chairs in front of his desk. I wanted to write something I thought readers would learn from. A cautionary tale. Jim eyed me over the top of the papers that separated us, his expression annoyed. You wrote a damn romance novel. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? It's too long. Too convoluted and too... He gestured absently as he searched for a word to articulate himself. Mushy. I tried lamely, crossing my arms over my chest as my own agitation reared its ugly head. Exactly. He snapped his fingers, acquiescing almost immediately before shaking his head slowly. All the resources I give you, and this is what you come up with? Our readers don't want cautionary tales about naive little girls falling in love, CeCe. They want the 3 S's. He ticked them off on a hand as I rolled my eyes. Intimacy, scandal, and splendor. That's what we're here for. I suppressed the caustic retort that rose to my lips. It had been a trial to keep from giving Jim a piece of my mind for the last 6 years, but if I could last that long, I could certainly last a few more minutes. All right, so you don't want it. I held out a hand to reclaim the material, but to my surprise, Jim merely tugged it from my grasp. I didn't say we couldn't use it. It does deal with Wilder, so I'm sure we can find some use for it. Jim tried to make it sound like he was accepting my article from the goodness of his own black heart, but I saw through the routine instantly. No one had ever tried to publish something like what I'd written in the burner. It was controversial, yes, but it could also be huge if it got to the right audience. And that was what Jim was counting on. What we don't really have use for is a writer that can't take risks. Almost immediately, I straightened. I knew this was coming. It had only been a matter of time. CeCe, I'm sorry to say this, but this article was meant to be a test of sorts. I know you've been trying, but I don't think you really fit in here. If Jim was trying to seem fatherly, he was failing miserably. It was difficult to see a middle-aged man who made his living off celebrity gossip as anything but pitiable. You don't want to get your hands dirty. You don't have the drive to climb up the ranks. Considering all that, I think we're going to have to let you go. A year ago, the statement would have shocked and dismayed me. Hell, 6 weeks ago, it probably would have sent me into a panic. Now I merely smiled at Jim across his desk. You're firing me. You're taking my article, I summarized succinctly, and you're firing me. I'm sorry, Cecily, Jim repeated without sounding apologetic at all, but I think you'll have better luck elsewhere. For a long moment, I merely stared at him. Then I gazed over the office. I had dreaded coming in every day for the past 6 years of my life. My mother had always told me to be grateful for what I had, but I could never really be grateful for the burner. The only good thing Jim's publication had ever done for me was bring Rhett back into my life. Then I'd gone and messed that up myself. Well, Jim, I have to admit, that's the best news I've heard in a long time. As I rose from my chair, my former boss looked at me as if I'd just sprouted feet from either side of my head. Excuse me? Now that I'm no longer your employee, I can finally give you a piece of my mind. I'll try to be brief. I held up a hand, ticking off my insults much like he had lectured me on my writing. You're conceited. You're insufferable and selfish. You never give credit where it's due, and you run this publication like it's your own private state, which is why I don't think it has much of a future. If people really put that much stock in gossip, you wouldn't need to commandeer my romance novel to publish on your hallowed pages. So enjoy your reign while it lasts. I left the man staring at me, open-mouthed, as I turned to leave his office for the last time. Oh, and Jim. I tossed my parting words over my shoulder, pausing in the doorway. You didn't fire me. I resigned this morning. I left the building in a daze. There weren't many things to pack up at my desk, but while I did, I was immune to all the whispers that followed me. In many ways, Jim was right. I had never really belonged at the burner. I lingered there, trying to be content with what I had for far too long. As I stepped into the sunshine, realizing I would never have to go back, I smiled for the first time since leaving Rhett's penthouse a week earlier. A wide, infectious grin claimed my entire face as an immense weight lifted off my shoulders. It was almost as liberating as flying. Almost. The high lasted me all the way back to the hotel, and into the evening. Of course, I'd eventually have to face the music. I was now jobless, and journalism positions were hard to come by. I had some money saved up, but it wouldn't last forever. First and foremost, this meant job hunting. It also probably meant a downgrade in apartment size, and a substantial cut to my budget. But none of that would kill me. What killed me was working in a place that suffocated my mind, body, and spirit. Having escaped that, I was sure I could tackle anything. Well, almost anything. Ultimately, exhaustion took over, and I was stuck in my own thoughts. I had left the burner, but my last article would still be published, meaning hundreds, possibly thousands of people would read it. They would realize how precious love could be, and how easy it was to let it slip away. Of course, most readers would focus on the steamy love affair with Rhett Wilder, but that wasn't why I wrote it. I wrote it as my last ode to the man I loved. Once upon a time, I promised myself that I'd move on from Rhett, and I thought I had. When life unexpectedly thrust me back into his life, however, I realized that he was still the only man who ever really held my heart. Losing that hurt. It hurt even more than watching his car drive away from my neighborhood when I was 14, naive and infatuated. I told myself that I wouldn't cry. Crying never really helped anyone. But when I stepped into the shower, the moisture on my face didn't come from the spray. I sank to the cold tile floor, curling into a ball, and finally allowed myself to give in grief. I knew if I didn't, I'd never heal. And I already had a long journey ahead of me. I went home early the next day. If Jeb thought he'd surprise me by camping out on my doorstep, he was sorely mistaken. The sight of him sitting there did little more than give me a slight pause, before I emitted a long sigh. "How long have you been here?" Jeb immediately leapt to his feet and, to my surprise, pulled me into a tight hug. "Geez, CeCe. Where have you been? I was all over town looking for you. I was about to call the police." For a moment, I was sure my brother was just being an alarmist. He'd always tended towards theatrics when they were least needed. But then, I saw the real worry on his face and my expression softened. "Jeb, I'm fine, okay? I just needed a few days to think." "You said you'd call me. Then 5 days go by without a call? What the hell was I supposed to think?" I supposed he had a point. I had pretty much just dropped off the surface of the earth. "You look like you haven't slept in days." Jeb cupped my face firmly, turning it this way and that. "Were you with him?" The thunderous look on his face might have been threatening under any other circumstances, but as Rhett was no longer in the equation, all I could do was laugh hollowly. "No. Not with him." Jeb breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. Just come inside. Let's sit down." He chanced a small smile. "It's been forever since we caught up." I should have been mad at him. Even with everything that had happened, Jeb was still here, uninvited. Still trying to lord over my life. But I found that at that moment, I wasn't so anxious to be alone. Being alone meant remembering what I'd given up with Rhett. And how I'd never see him again.
Chapter 16. Rhett.
It had never been easier to throw myself into my work. I didn't want to think, I didn't want to brood, and I didn't want to drink myself into a coma. Luckily for me, there was always something to do at the firm, and I threw myself into my tasks with great gusto. All right, perhaps gusto was a strong term. It wasn't enthusiasm that drove me, but rather a mindless determination to avoid remembering the events of the past few weeks. As long as I kept pushing myself, there wouldn't be a moment to reminisce, and eventually, I'd forget the whole affair entirely. At least that's what I told myself. After sleeping in the office for 4 days, I was beginning to realize I was fighting a losing battle. "Rhett, go home." It was the 5th time Cynthia had uttered the words in the last 12 hours, and I merely glared at her over the top of my computer. Last time I checked, I was her boss, not the other way around. "I'm working, Cynthia." "No, you're sitting there and slowly killing yourself," she argued sternly. "If I have to come in one more morning to see you've pulled an all-nighter, I'll call the men in white coats to take you away. You need some rest." What I needed was relative. Sleep would be nice, but sleeping meant dreaming, and I already knew who I would dream of. "Rhett, please." Cynthia's tone had softened from dictatorial to low and pleading. The contrast had me jerking to attention almost instantly. I couldn't recall Cynthia ever begging me for anything. Concern was there, etched raw and open on her face, and it was almost enough to make me fold. The alternative, however, is far too much for me to tackle at that particular juncture. "I'll be fine, Cynthia." I lowered my tone to match hers, even managing a small, apologetic smile. "Really?" She didn't answer me. Instead, her frown only deepened before she turned to leave my office, closing the door quietly behind her. I glanced at the clock, wincing to see it was close to 11 in the morning. I needed a shower and something to eat, but I wanted to put in a few more hours first. As long as my head was full of projections, figures, and clients, it wouldn't be full of Cecily. Around 1, another knock came on my door. Much as I valued Cynthia, I was going to have to send her home for the day if she kept interrupting me. "What is it?" I barked at the door, hoping I could call her back to her desk. When the door swung open, however, I was surprised to see Tony standing there, his expression disapproving. "Rhett, what the hell is going on here? I've been trying to reach you for a few days. I get a call from Cynthia, and she's nearly hysterical. She says you won't leave your office. Trying to work yourself to death, man." In reply, I merely glared at the dark-haired man before going back to my typing. By that point, my fingers were almost numb, but the pain gave me something to concentrate on. "I'm busy." "It's in my job description, Tony." "You make your job description," the attorney groused, letting himself into the office and shutting the door behind him. "And you've never worked like this." "Well, I am now." At my flat tone, Tony's gaze narrowed. "Does this have to do with CeCe?" I stiffened, setting my jaw as I fixed Tony with a death stare. "Don't start, okay?" Groaning, he closed the distance between us to lean over the edge of my desk and look me in the eye. "Look, if you won't talk to me, will you at least come out and eat something? When's the last time you had a decent meal?" As if on cue, my stomach rumbled loudly. Tony grinned triumphantly. "See? Come on. Let's get out of here." I should have said no. My office had become my sanctuary, and I was very reluctant to leave it. But I was starving, and it seemed like forever since I'd seen the light of day. With extreme reticence, I pushed back from my desk. "Fine." As I moved past Tony to grab my coat, he grimaced theatrically. "Christ, you stink." I punched him in the shoulder hard enough to hurt my already sore wrist, and he grunted as I led the way from the office. Within a half hour, we were seated at my favorite downtown steakhouse. A quick walk past a mirror revealed that I was indeed at least half as disheveled as Tony insisted I was, so I had a new suit brought to me at the restaurant and washed up as best I could in the restroom. By the time I emerged, Tony was halfway through his second martini, and a glossy publication rested atop my salad plate. I immediately scowled. "What's that?" Tony merely gestured towards the seat opposite him. "Why don't you have a seat and find out?" But I didn't have to sit. As soon as I rounded the table, I could read the magazine title, and I picked it up to toss onto the floor next to the table. "What do you want me to do with that?" I inquired irritably, doing my best to ignore the crumpled copy of the burner. "Read it." "What did you think?" Tony returned with equal intensity. "Why the hell would I do that?" Tony sighed. "Have you even glanced at the article?" Despite the fact that the damn thing had grabbed quite a few news headlines in the past few days, I'd done my very best to avoid it, and the reporters that seemed to flock wherever I went. "Nope." Tony frowned. No curiosity at all. I'd given him the basic rundown of what happened, and I was in no mood to discuss it anymore. Not a shred. "Do you have any idea how many tabloid articles get published about me every day?" Tony reached down past me to retrieve the magazine. "This isn't a tabloid article, Rhett." "It's in a tabloid," I shot back sharply. "That's the textbook definition of a tabloid article." "Don't be a jerk, Rhett. Tony replied offhandedly, barely affected by my rage. I'm telling you, a tabloid article wouldn't be getting this much press. It's been on the news. They want CeCe on national TV. Morning shows. If you just shut up, I snarled, snatching a menu from the middle of the table. Then we could eat in peace. Of all the people I had ever cowed with my temper, Tony was one of the only ones to stand steadfast in the face of blind rage. He'd seen my hangover out of my mind in college, seen me pining after one girl after another, and he'd seen me through the ups and downs of establishing my company. But I'd never seen him look at me like he was looking at me now. Almost as if he pitied me. Rhett, CeCe isn't your parents. You don't have to rush to forget her. I was up in an instant, tossing my napkin down on the table. You know what? I've lost my appetite. I was fully aware that storming out of the restaurant like a spoiled child was neither helping my image or my disposition, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I was being a jerk to my best friend, who was taking it like a champ, but I couldn't even appreciate that. I was seriously messed up. Of course, to add insult to injury, there was a throng of reporters outside the restaurant. One of the waiters must have tipped them off. The moment I caught sight of them, I turned down a nearby alley and ducked through the back of a bakery. It was a route I'd taken my fair share of times on the run from the media, and Eddie, the owner, merely nodded at me as I slipped through his kitchen. After emerging from the bakery, I immediately hailed a cab back to the penthouse. It wasn't until I arrived that I remembered that all CeCe's things were still there. She had never shown up to retrieve them, so I just closed the door to the guest room she stayed in and pretended it was boarded off. If Tony came to visit, he'd tell me I was being an idiot, and I didn't think I could disagree with him. CeCe was only one woman. There would be other women. The pain was fresh now, but it would fade. This wasn't the end of the world. Even if it felt like it. I shed my clothing piece by piece on the way to the master suite, stepping into the shower to turn the hot water on blast. As the spray washed away the grime from the past few days, I found my mind drifting towards the forbidden. The night before CeCe left, we'd been in this shower together. The love I had for her when we were younger was different, sure, but just as strong. Then I had admired her independence, her integrity, and her beauty. Now, well, I thought I admired the same things. She led me to believe that it wasn't about money, fame, or success. It was all about second chances. All at once, my shower couldn't end soon enough. I barely spared time to grab a towel before I raced for my office to bring up the article one had so studiously avoided for the past few days. When I found the link, I hesitated for only a few moments before clicking on it. I must have read the damn thing 10 times. It was long for something from the pages of a gossip rag, almost 4 full pages. But the story wasn't filled with the nitty-gritty details of CeCe and my sensual exploits, or even the day-to-day trappings of my life as a high roller. Instead, it read almost like a confessional, starting with how skeptical CeCe had always been of romance in general. She wrote that if love couldn't be as pure and innocent as it had been in her childhood, then she didn't want to have anything to do with it. Intimacy held no appeal, and pretending to be interested in someone who only wanted one thing had never entertained her. But that had all changed when we were thrown together. I devoured every word of how CeCe's reticence to face her past had faded to curiosity, and then full-blown desire. How she had realized that she had never really relinquished her feelings as completely as she thought she had, and how easy it was to fall in love with me all over again. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but chief among them is that I let ambition, even for the briefest moment, overtake something far more powerful. This could have been a tale of lust, intrigue, and satisfaction. It could have been a scandal for the ages. But it was an awakening. One that I'll always be grateful for, even as I accept the loss that comes with it. As I read the last paragraph one final time, I felt the hollow emptiness that had filled my chest for the past few days slowly begin to fill. CeCe had been telling the truth. She had been trying to throw the material away, and the realization that I had so callously accused her of anything otherwise was like a sudden punch in the gut. CeCe might be ambitious, but she had never been cruel. She was tempted, and had risen above that temptation. And I had chased her away for it. Taking a deep breath, I leaned back in my chair. I needed some time to collect my thoughts. After working for more than 4 days straight, I was exhausted, and in no fit state to say what needed to be said. I would get a good night's sleep, and then I would go see CeCe. This time, when I claimed her, I wouldn't let her go. Not for anything. The next morning, Cynthia seemed relieved when I called out of work. I hardly had the heart to tell her that there would be little rest involved. I had quite an elaborate set of plans in place. Around 8 in the morning, I left the penthouse and set out for the address I had obtained from CeCe's employer. According to him, she'd been fired for failing to meet the requirements of their reporters. All I could think was that CeCe's talents would be far better served somewhere else, and I intended to tell her so the moment I saw her. Her apartment was in a modest but well-kept neighborhood on the edge of town, and I all but sprinted up the 3 flights of stairs to her door before knocking brusquely. The door opened almost immediately, startling the hell out of me, but it wasn't CeCe who answered. "Jeb." I scowled. "You're still in town?" Jen stepped from the apartment, looking far more casual than he had the last time I'd seen him, in sweatpants and a t-shirt. "I am." He met my gaze evenly, his tone confident. "Can I help you with something, Rhett?" My frown only deepened. "I'm here to speak with your sister, not you." "CeCe." Jeb could feign all the surprise he wanted. I'd come to Cecily's apartment. It was obvious who I was looking for. "She's not here." Immediately, my gaze narrowed suspiciously as Jeb continued. "I'm watching the apartment for her. She's lined up for a new job in Cali at a TV studio. I helped her get it." He grinned triumphantly. "She's headed over there to make some arrangements before making the move." "You're joking." The words came out low and hollow, which only seemed to heighten Jeb's glee. "Nope. Producer's a friend of mine. He was thrilled to have her on board. You know she's blown up since writing that article on you." I could have throttled him, but somehow I refrained, doing the best I could to absorb the information. So CeCe was moving to California, all the way to the West Coast. I supposed I should be happy for her. No TV station in their right mind would shuffle her out of the limelight. She'd make a brilliant consultant or reporter. So why was I suddenly so miserable? I straightened my spine, taking a few steps backward. I'd missed her, and now she was beyond my reach. The hollow feeling was suddenly back again in full force. It threatened to crush me into the concrete below me, and I clutched the railing of the staircase to steady myself. "Look, Jeb, I know we haven't always seen eye to eye. With Jebediah as my only connection to CeCe now, the only way I could speak to her is if he gave her a message. But when CeCe comes back, will you just tell her that I stopped by? That I'd like to speak with her?" I knew I was asking for the last favor Jeb would grant, and the impossibility of my situation was only solidified when he answered me, every syllable dripping with conceit. "Sure, pal. I'll let her know." I barely remembered leaving the complex, but somehow I made it across the street to a diner. There was a small to-do when the hostess realized who I was, but she promised not to make a fuss before seating me in a quiet corner where I could be alone to brood. I wasn't hungry, but I ordered coffee and toyed with the mug's handle until the brew inside grew cold. I'd spent most of my life in love with Cecily Warner, and now she was gone. On to bigger and better things. Surely, whatever CeCe pursued, she'd be brilliant at, but she'd be doing it without me. And that would take a while to sit well. I called Cynthia to take a few days off work. I needed to head down to Savannah and take a few days at the manor. There, no one but Mason could disturb me, and I'd have the solitude I needed to come to terms with what I needed to do. Eventually, I paid for my coffee, leaving a generous tip for the waitress' discretion. As I stepped from the diner, however, my eyes widened to the size of saucers. CeCe was less than 40 feet down the road, ducking into a taxi with Jeb's help. So she hadn't left after all. I immediately broke into a run, chasing after the car, but it pulled away before I could get close. Whirling on a smirking Jeb, I gave into my temper. My punch drove him back a good 5 feet, and blood gushed from his nose as he shrieked. "What the hell, Rhett?" His demand came muffled from beneath a bloodied hand. "She was here," I bellowed in accusation. "She was still here, and you lied. What the hell is your problem? Why are you so dead set against me being with her?" His dark eyes met mine as he straightened, wiping crimson droplets from his face. "You don't deserve her. You've never deserved her. You couldn't be honest with her when we were kids, and now you kick her out when she's trying to make things right. She told me what happened, man." Raising a hand, he jabbed a finger in my direction. "You might think I'm out of my mind, but I care about my sister. She doesn't need the drama or aggravation that you bring. She doesn't need to be treated like a bauble on your arm. She deserves kindness, devotion, and a real chance at happiness, and I haven't met a guy who can even begin to provide that for her." For a moment, I was shocked and speechless. When Jeb showed up at my office, incensed, demanding to know if I'd been seeing CeCe, I'd been too wrapped up in her to even entertain his concern. Certainly it was wild, overprotective, and a little misplaced, but deep down, under all that crazy intensity, he did care about her. That much was suddenly painfully obvious. "Jeb," I started, wishing I hadn't been so impulsive. I'd probably broken the poor creep's nose. "I'm sorry. Look, I know you don't want to hear this, but I love CeCe. I've always loved her." Jeb started to shake his head, but I forged on blindly. "Yeah, my life is crazy. There will be a lot of drama and a shit ton of the unexpected, but I can't see myself sharing it with anyone else. She makes me a better man, Jeb. She helps make everything better. Think what you want of me, but surely you can understand that. I need her." Jebediah stared at me for so long that I thought he might simply walk away. Then he merely reached into the pocket of his sweatpants to pull out a mass of napkins, which he promptly held to his dripping nose. He sank down onto the curb before gazing up at me warily. "You'd better hurry the hell up if you want to catch her."
Chapter 17. CeCe.
I didn't know if I was making the right choice. When Jeb first suggested he could get me a job in Cali, I was skeptical. For all that he came to visit me, I'd never actually gone to see him. Part of me suspected that his stories about managing a production crew were all pipe dreams, but I supposed his new suits and sudden financial independence couldn't lie. Either way, I'd soon find out the truth. I had a plane ticket to LA, and an interview with a woman named Marilyn. Apparently, they were looking for evening news announcers on a local station, and she thought that I'd be perfect to add to the office's female demographic. To say I was nervous would be an understatement. Assuming that Marilyn was real, and that I actually got the job, it would mean a jump from being a gossip columnist to actually reporting. According to Marilyn, I would follow ongoing stories and even be sent out on location. The prospect made me want to squeal like a kid in a freaking damn candy shop, but I managed to contain myself. I promised I would take things one step at a time, and the first step was getting on a plane to leave Atlanta. To leave Rhett. Getting a job in California only meant putting more distance between us. I hoped that with time things would grow easier. I'd probably still compare every man I dated for the rest of my life to Rhett, but was that so strange? He'd given me enough memories to keep me warm even on the coldest nights, and I knew he'd loved me more than any man ever had, even if he'd never said so. I was next in line to go through security when I heard someone shout my name. "Cecily. Cecily, wait." I whirled, praying that it wasn't Jim. The man had been calling me incessantly since I quit. After my article had reached nationwide news status, I was willing to bet he'd changed his tune about my talents, but I wasn't about to address that now. I looked for Jim's salt and pepper hair, but instead, incredibly, I saw Rhett's tall, broad form hurtling towards me as he pushed his way past ticketing lines. I dropped my carry-on, my heart bouncing into my throat. Rhett had come. Rhett was here. When the irked security guard asked me to step out of line, I did so, uncaring that I would now probably miss my flight. How could I care about anything else when Rhett was walking up to me, out of breath, rumpled and gloriously handsome? It had only been a little over a week since I'd last seen him, but it felt like a lifetime. Rhett? It was all I could manage to say. CeCe, I read your article. I read it a few times. Immediately, my face flamed. Of all the people I knew were judging me, I never imagined Rhett would be among their number. Okay, I read it about 10 times. He smiled, and he was so heartbreakingly beautiful that my breath caught. You poured your damn soul out. All that? You were trying to tell me how you felt, and I was a complete jerk. I should have listened to you, and I understand if you don't want anything to do with me now, but... He trailed off for a moment, his blue eyes searching my face like a warm caress. Gosh, you're gorgeous. My laugh came out as a sob. I'm wearing leggings and a hoodie. I don't care, he insisted, drawing me to him. You're the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen. When his mouth covered mine, I melted against him. Had I really thought I could run from this? From the rightness of his embrace and the way he looked at me like I was the only person in the entire cosmos. When he drew back, my fingers curled into his shoulders as I savored the lingering taste of him. Don't go. By now, tears were slipping freely down my face. Why should I stay? I ventured, my voice more than a little unsteady. Because. He brushed my tears away with the pad of his thumb. I love you. I've only ever loved you, and I swear to God I'll be so much better at it the second time around. Then he was kissing me again, and all I could think was that I finally found what I'd been missing. What I was so sure didn't exist. Reaching up to cup his face, I smiled. Be content with what you have. I'd never been so happy to comply. I'll hold you to that.
Epilogue. 1 year later.
Rhett had always been a Southern boy at heart, and so of course the adjustment back to California took him a long time. CeCe, for her part, was so absorbed in her new job that she was simply glad to be home whenever she could. Between her numerous TV appearances, as a result of her article and being officially tied to Rhett, she found she hardly had a moment to breathe. Being a reporter on television, she found, was completely different than anything she had ever done. She had always wanted to report things that really mattered, and now she found she could connect with people face to face. While she still enjoyed writing the occasional guest article for magazines and newspapers, she focused on newscasting, and within a few months, she built a close rapport with her crew and producers. Rhett was happy for once to take a back seat to someone else. Of course, he could never stop being Rhett Wilder, and if anything, more people knew him in California than in Georgia. That said, he finally took advantage of his work schedule in the way that Tony had always recommended, and took some much-needed time off. This meant sitting around the house he'd bought for CeCe, and watching her juggle her daily life like she was made for it. He couldn't ever remember being prouder of her. Ultimately, however, as the utmost authority on overwork, he had to insist that she take a break. The station would function without her for a few days, and his need to explore had turned into an incessant itch that he could no longer ignore. When he suggested to CeCe that they head back to the cabin in the Blue Ridge Mountains, she agreed almost immediately. After that, it was just a matter of getting things ready. While CeCe went hunting for wild blackberries, Rhett lit candles and scattered rose petals. When he told Tony his plan for this trip, his friend had given him enough shit that Rhett wished he could reach through the phone to clobber him. Though Jeb, being Jeb, had talked his way in circles and uttered no small number of threats, he too had ultimately given his grudging blessing. Geez, Rhett, you should go into the blackberry business. If you really own all this, these woods are full of them. They're huge and perfectly ripe too. Just look. The moment she stepped through the door, CeCe stopped in her tracks. In the hour that she'd been gone, the cabin had been completely transformed. Candles were scattered on every available surface, and rose petals littered the floor. A bottle of champagne was chilling in the kitchen sink, a fire crackled in the hearth, and soft music played from a radio. Rhett? CeCe closed the door behind her, setting her basket of berries on the kitchen counter. What's all this? Rhett rose from where he'd been waiting for her by the fire with a small, almost sheepish smile. In the past year that he'd spent with CeCe, he'd learned that not as much had changed about her as he'd thought. She still liked to assert her independence. She could be stubborn, she despised elaborate displays of affection, and she had never been fond of surprises. But he hadn't been able to help himself just this once. I know you're not the best with surprises. He took a few steps forward before hooking his thumbs in the belt loops of her jeans to drag her against him. But there are certain courtesies that have to be observed here. Observed for what? She only got out a single question before he was crowding her against the door, his mouth roving hungrily over hers. CeCe had no idea what all of this was about, but Rhett's deft, knowing hands were rapidly overcoming any curiosity she might have. She let her head fall back against the rough wood as Rhett's mouth trailed down her neck. Her fingers tangled in his hair as he headed still lower, and her breath hitched in anticipation as he knelt on the floor before her. And then he stopped. All but squirming in need, CeCe looked down at him and her breath caught in her throat. Rhett was holding a ring and sporting a smug grin. Sorry to disappoint you. He chuckled. But I'm sure we'll get there eventually. CeCe found that she couldn't speak. As little as she liked to cry, she found her throat thick with tears as moisture pricked at the corners of her eyes. Rhett was the only one who could turn her into a frenetic ball of emotions with little to no effort. And she secretly loved it. You idiot. She sank to her knees with him, cupping his face in both hands to press her mouth to his. In their kiss, she tasted the salt of her tears and the sweetness of the berries he'd snuck. I'm really shit at surprises. Rhett chuckled, extracting the glinting diamond ring from the box to take her hand. Last one, I promise. He slipped it onto the fourth finger of her left hand, where it rested like it was always meant to be there. This means you're mine, you know. He whispered against her forehead, his heart full. Really mine. Do you know how long I've waited for this? CeCe laughed through her tears. About 13 years, give or take. No. Rhett corrected her softly, his gaze meeting hers. Everything she needed, everything she wanted was in those eyes. Longer. Much longer than that.
The end. We hope you enjoyed listening to Rush by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for The Agent by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. The Agent, a billionaire's second chance romance. Chapter 1, The Designer and the Agent.
For Alice Tate, sleeping past 6 a.m. on any given day was considered sleeping in. Even on weekends, she rarely rose after 6:30, regardless of what she had done the night before. So when she opened her eyes to a clock that read almost 9 a.m., she realized that the previous night must have been one for the history books. Her suspicions were only confirmed when a decidedly larger form shifted in bed behind her. The dark-haired woman sat up slowly, draping long raven waves over her shoulder before she gazed over at the figure sharing her bed with a sigh. She could barely remember his name, Daniel something or another. He was the lead guitarist for some up-and-coming rock band that played at a function she'd been invited to the previous night. It had been a long while since she'd enjoyed the company of a man as musically talented as he was, and as physically arresting to boot. Even now she could appreciate his long, lithe limbs, leanly muscled chest, and that careless fall of blonde hair. Daniel was American, and Americans were usually entertaining enough to garner her attention for at least a few weeks, but this one had been too inebriated to do much of anything last night. That much she remembered. With a long-suffering sigh, the young woman slipped from the bed, wondering how much longer her guest would be sleeping. She was fonder of men who woke before she did, and slipped out than she was of those who lingered with romantic notions. They might think they were giving her the slip, but in Alice's opinion, they were doing her a favor. She didn't need to be burdened by men who thought they needed her. Naked, she padded across the room to the immense drapes that covered the window before yanking them open with gusto. Instantly, the entirety of the ornate bedroom suite was filled with bright morning sunlight. The man in her bed groaned, immediately diving under a pillow to block out the light, and she scowled. So much for her attempts to be subtle. If he wasn't going to take her subtle hints, she would have to resort to less than ladylike means to get him out of her penthouse. Luckily enough for Alice, she had someone willing to do her dirty work for her. Still stark as the day she was born, she pranced across the suite to open the door and start down the hallway. There was only one other resident of the penthouse besides herself, and at the sight of her without a stitch of clothing on, he merely exhaled a long-suffering sigh. "Where's your robe, Miss Tate?" Alice merely yawned, stretching to her full diminutive height of 5 feet 3 inches as she attempted to ease her sore muscles. "I can't find it. Did you have it sent to the cleaners, Tom?" His dark eyes held not the slightest hint of predatory or physical interest. Instead, the tall, slim, middle-aged man before her merely turned to the linen closet without a word and extracted a deep blue silk kimono hanging from a hook. "Here's a spare. I'll see to it immediately." "Thank you, Tom." She plucked the garment from his fingertips, swinging it around her body to belt it around her waist. The garment had been a gift to her from one of her many admirers, and the Versace silk was smooth and buttery against her skin. "Can you also please see to the guest in my room? My schedule's been thrown off, and I'll be in my study." "Of course, Miss Tate." Beaming, Alice rested a hand on the tall man's shoulder, and he dutifully lowered his cheek to present to her for a kiss. "You're an angel, Tom." "Thank you, Miss Tate." In her world of glitz and glamour, very little was depicted in the movies and films. Alice had long learned that things were rarely as they seemed when money was involved. It was one thing to be born into the lap of luxury, have a silver spoon shoved in one's mouth, and live off your family's fortune forever. It was quite another way to make your own way in the world. Regardless of what path you chose, one always had to be careful. There was a high chance of the riches overwhelming one's individuality. But Alice had never encountered that problem. Even if she didn't rule upon high, from a plush Hermes chair barking orders to interns and only eating from gold dishes, one of the many perks that actually existed in her world was the luxury of well-trained professional butlers. Tom was a gem, and she wouldn't trade him for the world. In the 5 years the man had worked for her, he'd seen everything under the sun. In all honesty, she and her birthday suit was comparably tame when juxtaposed to some of the things he walked in on. But true British butlers were a rare breed. Classically trained and completely resistant to any ruffling, they were loyal, efficient, and, in the modern era, almost completely monopolized by the royal family. But Alice was a Tate. In her opinion, the best thing her name afforded her was the right to employ a man like Tom. A man who could hand a naked woman a robe in the morning, serve her tea, and eject her unwanted guest. Life was bliss. When Alice shut herself into her study, she shut out memories of last night's boozy and somewhat underwhelming event, and settled at her desk. Her study was her favorite room in the penthouse. Of course, when she purchased the property, her properly posh countess mother had gushed over the terrace and the entertaining space. But Alice herself had only been interested in the workspace. Her penthouse had been her first major real estate purchase with her own money, a declaration of her spreading her wings, and a physical representation of her success as an up-and-coming fashion designer. All the young woman had ever wanted throughout her pampered youth was to make a name for herself, to escape the thumb of her overbearing, title-obsessed parents, and find what she truly loved in life. It had taken her until she finished school with the degree that she had no interest in, to finally discover what she was passionate about, but once he had, Alice hadn't looked back. Fashion. Fashion made the world go around. When she was a child, carted from class to class that her mother dictated she take to fit into the right crowds. One thing that had always helped to pacify her, to calm her when she was at her most rebellious, was observing the high fashion of the women around her. Modern high society British noblewomen could be stuck-up twats, but their clothes? Dear God, their clothes. Alice had learned from an early age that Louis Vuitton was king, and Atelier was God. That a good pair of pumps could make or break a woman, and that the right pair of calfskin gloves could have all eyes on you. Even when she resented her mother and father for making her take ballet and French, she would sneak into their room to run her hands over the gorgeous gowns and jackets they wore to events, and even their usual garb. She would never forget the day her persnickety mother had found her trying on one of her Chanel jackets. One would think the uptight countess would have lost her mind, but instead, she merely told her 10-year-old daughter that she could never wear a camel-colored jacket with purple pants. It was simply unheard of. That clarified, she'd redressed Alice in a black dress, strung her with a strand of her own real pearls, and replaced the jacket on her shoulders. It was one of the few fond memories Alice had of the Countess. Her childhood mostly consisted of moments of her mother trying to mold her in her image, while Alice fought back tooth and nail. At the time, she told herself she fought for both herself and her brother, who had always been pretty complacent when it came to their parents. But Mike had recently blown all of that out of the water when he'd gone gallivanting to the Dark Continent on the whims of a woman. And not just any woman, Rose Lithgow. A noblewoman and their parents' front-running choice for his wife. Of course, things hadn't worked out exactly as mother and father had planned. Rose wasn't exactly the picture of a high society lady. On the contrary, she was against the status quo and everything involved with it. She was noble by birth and blood, but she was far more comfortable in a third-world country doing charity work than she was hobnobbing with the royals at Buckingham Palace. In fact, she was only in London now because she was about 6 months pregnant with Mike's child, and they were planning their wedding. Somehow, Michael had let the Lithgows and his own parents wheedle him and his bride-to-be into coming back from the middle of nowhere Thailand. And Alice was glad. She adored her brother without question. As much as he might annoy her, she considered him one of her best friends, and she absolutely loved his bride-to-be as well. In fact, Rose was one of the reasons she'd been so eager to get to her study this morning. If she'd woken when she usually did, Alice might have been able to get an earlier start on finalizing the designs she'd been working on for the past few weeks. She had promised Rose a new line of maternity clothes before her daughter was born, and now her time was running woefully short. Of course, Kat complained that Alice didn't design her maternity clothes, so the young woman knew that she would have to make a specialty dress for her dear friend as soon as she was done with her current task. With any luck, she wouldn't have to go through the woman's arrogant and pretentious husband in order to talk to her. At the thought, Alice grinned. She simultaneously loved and hated Elias. The billionaire architect was one of many braggarts she knew in the world of the extraordinarily rich, and if he wasn't careful, people would find out that he wasn't nearly as much of a windbag as he put himself forth to be. Somehow, Alice let her brother and Kat convince her that the man was a stand-up person. As long as she didn't have to do the standing. As things stood, Alice planned to release the design she created for Rose as part of her new collection. She didn't know why it had never occurred to her before to start a maternity line, especially with the frequency with which her friends and family were turning up with buns in their ovens. Fondly, the dark-haired woman smiled at a picture on the corner of her desk that showed her with her brother and Kat, as she was cradling her friend's baby boy on her lap. Everyone had bloody baby fever, and here she was, struggling to get the flavor of the night out of her apartment. But honestly, Alice enjoyed her solitude. She prided herself on it. As her parents had always pressed her brother to get married in order to continue the family line, she'd enjoyed a more relaxed foray into adulthood. Even when her parents had pressured her, they hadn't done it very attentively. They'd been far too focused on Michael for that. And now it was too late. The Duke and the Countess had learned a resoundingly severe lesson from trying to interfere in Michael's affairs. The scandal had ultimately resulted in what they wanted, But that was only after they had nearly lost everything, revealed that Michael was, in fact, a Russian adoptee, and betrayed his trust and respect so profoundly that he almost absolved himself of them altogether. In Alice's eyes, it was fitting that such a man become heir to the Tate name. It just went to show that the Tates needed to hold themselves in check when it came to meddling with their children, lest they end up with no Tate heir at all. As Alice was working on a bit of gorgeous shading for a deep purple autumn maxi dress, a brisk knock came on her study door. "Come in." The double doors swung open to reveal Tom. He was, as always, dressed impeccably, without a hair out of place. He carried her breakfast tray in one hand and her mail in the other. A wonderful British butler was indeed a thing of beauty, and Alice stopped to admire the man's poise as he all but glided across the room. "I've seen your guest out, madam. And also taken the liberty of preparing your breakfast. Wheat toast and 2 3-minute eggs, as well as fresh chamomile tea with soy milk." He set the tray ever so gently on her desk, before uncovering it and pouring her an excellent spot of tea. "Bless you, Tom." "As you say, Miss Tate." If she could, Alice would take Tom everywhere with her, but her parents were reluctant to allow him in the family manor, where he would be impeding on their family butler's domain. There were a few other times when she left London for more than a week or so. After all, her studio was here, as was her family and everything she held dear. "Can you please lay out my beige Louboutins, the ones with the 4-inch heels, as well as the cream Prada shift?" "Of course, my lady." With a deep bow, the man quietly left the room, closing the door soundlessly behind him. As Alice enjoyed her breakfast, she pondered what was on her docket for the rest of the day. She had a Skype meeting with one of her junior designers in about 2 hours, after which she would spend the rest of her afternoon in the studio, going over the final designs for her new collection. She planned to spend the rest of the week in working seclusion, emerging only to have dinner with Michael and Rose at the end of the week at one of her favorite restaurants. It was then that Rose promised to tell her some of the names they were considering for their daughter, and Alice hoped that some of the collection would be ready for her future sister-in-law. It would be the perfect ending to a very productive week. As she nibbled on her toast, Alice sifted through her mail. There were several invitations to upcoming galas, a bill or two, a letter from her grandmother, and the daily paper. She arched a brow upon seeing herself on the front page holding hands with blonde Daniel. The picture had obviously been taken the previous afternoon when she was on her way out of the party with him. Luckily, she didn't look too terribly intoxicated, and Daniel looked handsome enough, eager to be home so he could have his way with her. The headline for the paper read, "Tate heiress finally snatched for good." Alice snorted into her tea in mirth. It seemed like every week, the British tabloids were intent on her being off the market, for good. Of course, they could never prove any extenuating connections with the men they photographed her with, but that didn't stop them from printing the stories. Alice doubted she would even see Daniel a second time, if ever. The intimacy had been completely uninspiring, and though the man was a talented guitarist, there wasn't much else upstairs. Men like Daniel were a common product of British high society. He wasn't a noble or a royal, but he was famous, and under that fame, there was very little depth of character. Alice prided herself on being an excellent judge of character. All of her favorite people were excellent: her brother Elias' wife Catherine, a number of her close fashion friends, her future sister-in-law. They never had any problems impressing her. Most men, on the other hand, already had quite a lot riding against them. The boys in the circles Alice ran in intended to be self-absorbed, prideful, and dull to the point of inciting suicide. They expected women to flock around them like flies, and yet did nothing to garner any type of awe or intrigue. Generally, they made her flee in the opposite direction, and if she happened to decide to jump into bed with one of them, she was usually disappointed. With a sigh, Alice flipped open the paper to read the new Beyond the Cover story. Unsurprisingly, there was a full half-page feature about her brother's upcoming wedding, which she read with no small amount of interest. Next to the story was a picture of Michael and Rose walking together in Hyde Park. At the sight of her brother's obviously elated smile as he looked upon his bride-to-be, Alice's lips curved upward fondly. Michael was so in love that it made her heart hurt just to look at him. She was happy for him. After all, a mere year ago, the man had insisted that he would die alone and be buried with his surgical instruments. He might have been a tad dramatic, but he was so picky when it came to women. At a certain point, Alice had considered that the man might be asexual. But no. It had just taken a very specific atmosphere for Michael to find what he was looking for. And now that he had, her brother never ceased to hound her about when she would find the one. Alice thoroughly enjoyed laughing off his every inquiry. She was just a year shy of her 30th birthday, attractive and successful. What need did she have for a husband? Even Alice considered if she wanted one, and where on earth she was to find him. She'd traveled to half the countries in the world, met sheikhs, princes, and billionaires, and she'd yet to find a man who made her knees weak. Perhaps there was some small part of her that wanted a man to look at her like her brother looked at Rose, but her brother was one of the rare few men in the world to garner Alice's admiration, and she was related to him. In reality, she barely had the time for romance. She was too busy being a socialite, media idol, and world-famous designer. If that didn't fulfill her, what could a man possibly bring to the table?
Chapter 2: Fighting the Tide.
Russell had his eye on Alice Tate all night. Of course, he wasn't usually so instantly taken with women, so he made sure that he avoided her while his intrigue was still fresh. This was, of course, no easy task. The woman was easily one of the most beautiful he'd ever laid eyes on. The moment Amelia introduced her, a heated spark of attraction planted itself in his lower belly, and he fought a physical reaction that would be all too apparent in his very fitted suit. While most people might think Amelia outshone most of the women in the room with her wholesome, clean beauty, Alice Tate was a siren in her own right. She was short in stature, no more than 5.5 feet tall, with dark hair that fell in gorgeous gleaming waves down her back. Her dress certainly did her curvaceous, lithe form justice, the pale color bringing out the startling blue of her eyes, and the neckline plunging to reveal a mouth-watering amount of cleavage. If men flocked to Amelia because she was a breath of fresh air, they wanted Alice Tate because she was a siren, seduction incarnate. He instantly wondered why she didn't star in any of the ads for her own brand. She would have been an immediate hit. "I had an enchanting evening, Miss Tate." At her question, he inclined his head politely, his eyes lowering to a full mouth painted deep red. He wondered quite suddenly what that mouth tasted like. Champagne, sweet and bubbly? Or something darker and richer? "You throw quite the party." Well, one can always afford to be extravagant when the cause is for those who need it most. She said the words with a remarkable amount of conviction, such that he found himself believing that she truly meant well with her cause. "Are you in the habit of much charitable work, Miss Tate?" "Alice, please." She corrected him with a slow, sensual pull of her lips that stirred something deep in him. Something that hadn't been touched in a long while. It made him instantly wary. "It's not my forte, but my future sister-in-law Rose has a knack for it. I thought I'd take advantage of both her expertise and mine tonight." "Well, your combined efforts were stunning," he replied truthfully. As long as they kept the conversation light, he might be able to keep from thinking less than clandestine thoughts about the stunning woman before him. It wouldn't do to betray less than gentlemanly intentions. Not when he'd only just met the elusive designer. Some of those gowns would be at home on American movie sets. They're absolutely breathtaking. "You have an eye for fashion, Mr. Darwell?" Her coy intrigue made his stomach clench in interest. "Russell, please." If she wasn't going to stand on formality, neither was he. "I like to think I can speak to my clients' stylists about what does and doesn't work for them," he replied succinctly. "Women, after all, come in many shapes and sizes. Part of what I do is make sure each one of them is appreciated." Alice arched a brow. "You're sure you're not a designer?" You sound like you're in the business. If only, he replied with a charming smile. It would be easier to work with fabrics than people. She was a clever conversationalist, more than interesting enough to keep his attention as the party continued to wind down. He spoke with Alice about fashion, the latest designs she was working on, and the new studio that she had established in the past year. In return, he regaled her with stories of costuming fiascos on set, and some of the more difficult instances he'd had with his clients. Over a bourbon on the rocks, he told her of his connections in American film and entertainment, enjoying the way her eyes lit up in intrigue. He would enjoy entertaining a woman like Alice Tate all night, and not only with conversation. She was, as Amelia had promised, singular. A woman with a noble background, who cared nothing for it and had made her own way in the world. Not only that, but it was clear that she couldn't give two wits what anyone thought of her commanding personality. When Alice Tate spoke, all eyes in the room were on her. He supposed he shouldn't have been surprised when she started flirting with him. Despite what she'd told him about thinking he'd left, he sensed she'd been secretly watching him all night. Just as he'd been watching her. "Will you be in London long, Russell?" Her finger idly circled the mouth of her empty champagne glass, and he tore his gaze from it. "Only a few weeks, I'm afraid. This is a rather short holiday for me before I get back to work." "I'm sure you miss it," she replied, looking up at him from beneath long lashes. "You seem to me a man who takes pride in what he does." "That I do." He chuckled. "Much like yourself, I imagine." "Well, I'm always pleased if my work catches the attention of the right people." Setting her glass down on a nearby table, Alice ran her hands through her long hair, draping it over an elegant shoulder. "I must say that I'm pleased that my gowns are in such high demand among your clients. I'll be sure to answer the phone personally next time you call." Russell sipped his bourbon, enjoying the slow burn and hoping it would be enough to counter the growing desire in his gut. "Are you sure you don't make suits?" he inquired, enjoying the flirtation, even if he knew he shouldn't entertain it. "I'd be more inclined to call sooner." Alice laughed. "I might be persuaded to start if you're my first customer. You seem like you'd be a dream to fit." When she ran a hand over his shoulder, the warmth of her touch sizzled through every nerve ending in his body. "I'd be flattered." He took her hand, raising it to his lips impulsively to brush his lips across it. When her gaze flared in obvious interest, he forced himself to release her. "Though no doubt I'd be monopolizing one of Britain's greatest talents." "You could monopolize me for the rest of the night." Well, she certainly wasn't one to beat around the bush. "We could have a late dinner, perhaps catch a midnight art exhibition if you're feeling so inclined." Russell didn't usually encounter women who made the first move with such little hesitation, and he found he liked it. He liked Alice, which meant that she was quite dangerous. Thankfully, a prior commitment kept him from taking her up on her offer. And likely taking her to bed. Funnily enough, instead of being happy for his own self-preservation, Russell found himself lamenting his early morning flight. "Wish that I could, darling." He provided her with an apologetic smile, taking her hand once more in earnest regret. "But I have an engagement in Scotland tomorrow that I really can't miss." Alice arched a skeptical brow immediately. "Scotland? Really? On such short notice?" Such is a career lived at the whim of one's clients. When he kissed her hand again, he found himself delighted at the visible shiver that passed through her. He wanted to devour her on the spot. Alice Tate, so brash and demanding, would probably revel in a man who showed her the depths of her own depravity. "When you come back then?" Ah. She wasn't giving up. It pleased him on more levels than he cared to admit, even if Russell was far too intrigued with her to allow himself to safely give in. "I'm afraid I'll find myself terribly busy with family, Alice. Though if you like, I can contact you the next time I return to London." When her lovely face fell, he felt like a complete and utter cad. Immediately, Russell wanted to take it back, to sweep her away to the most exclusive supper club in London and wine and dine her all night. "Well, that's an awful shame." Alice drew back from him, immediately closing herself off. I would have liked to get to know you better if it weren't for your commitments. Russell sighed. She was so lovely, so enchanting. It was heartbreaking how quickly she turned cold. Commitments, unfortunately, supersede convenience in my line of work, my dear. Though I don't hope you doubt my earnestness. The smile Alice afforded him in reply was stiff-forced. And Russell knew he'd lost her that evening. Of course not. She dipped her head to him deferentially. In fact, I appreciate your honesty. I hope you enjoy the rest of the party, Mr. Darwell. And with that, she swept away from him, all fire and swinging hips as she set off in search of better company. Russell watched her go mournfully, before deciding that perhaps now would be the best time to take his leave. He found that he had soured his own evening. On the way home, Russell did his best to put himself in a fit state to deal with his client in a few hours. He told himself he would be lucky if he managed to sleep at all, considering all that he needed to arrange for the short trip, but when he returned to the hotel room, he found himself reluctant to open his laptop. Instead of his client, he found his mind full of Alice Tate. Frowning, he pulled off his tie and jacket, tossing them onto a nearby armchair as he considered. He hadn't met a woman he was so immediately drawn to in a long while. It was a fact that Russell liked to be able to carefully control his emotions, and that included the women he pursued. When he was in control, he could avoid getting too attached to those who would only want a commitment from him. Something he found himself unable to give. That said, one-night stands were his encounter of preference. No strings attached intimate encounters, in which both parties could immediately go their separate ways. He didn't have to worry about breaking hearts or treading on toes, as he liked to do neither. Alice Tate might have been inviting him into just that, a one-night stand. And he certainly wouldn't mind matching bodies and wits with a woman of her caliber. But he hadn't. His prior commitment notwithstanding, he could have seen her any time after he returned, but he'd made up a ridiculous excuse and turned her away. And why? Because Alice Tate intimidated him. She was a woman who knew what she wanted and wasn't afraid to take it, and that was far outside his realm of control. As Russell had accepted that the moment he realized he was attracted to her, one would think that now he could work undistracted, but instead, all he could think about was Alice's bare shoulders and the gorgeous gown she wore. How he might like to kiss those shoulders, and as she inclined her neck, offering more to him. Then he might like to take her bloody dress off completely, and worship the body only hinted at in the form-fitting garment. A body like Alice Tate's deserved to be enjoyed leisurely, worshipped even. Running a hand through his dark hair, Russell blew out an exasperated breath. At this rate, he would be able to neither sleep nor work. And all because of the alluring designer he just had to meet. Alice stewed. She was supposed to be working on the final designs for her collection of hats set to launch in the spring, but all she could do was stare at the empty pad before her as she chewed unbecomingly on her lower lip. She might have been staring at said pad for the last 5 minutes, or for the last several hours. Either way, she'd gotten terribly off track. With a sigh, she pushed her pad aside, setting her elbows on her desk as she massaged her temples. This was ridiculous. It had been 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks since her successful charity event. With all the money she had raised and the successful debut of her maternity line, she should be over the moon. Instead, she found herself irate and snappish, to the point where everyone in her studio noticed and tried to stay well away from her. This should have been one of the most exciting parts of the year for her. The holidays were coming up, her maternity line was flying off the shelves wherever it was sold, and distributors were already asking when she was going to start her next collection. But Alice could only purse her lips and dwell on the one man who had evaded her attention, Russell Darwell. The night he had rejected her, she'd spent the rest of her party in a fit of annoyance, even snapping at Michael when he asked her how she enjoyed herself. Her reaction had been enough to send him to the other end of the hall, and he even lingered after she left to stay out of the way. When Rose called the next day to make sure she was all right, Alice apologized profusely, even though her mood hadn't lifted. Commitments. She would have liked to think Russell was interested enough to commit to at least a single night with her, but apparently, that was the wrong assumption. It shouldn't matter. He was one of an entire city of men that she might be interested in. It should have been nothing to move on. And that was just the problem. Alice couldn't stop bloody thinking about the man. A few days after her event, she'd looked him up on the internet just for the hell of it, and discovered that he was even more well-connected than she'd previously thought. He was the agent to two of the world's highest-paid actresses, and was considered the man to speak to if one wanted to make a blockbuster movie. Even directors and producers had to bow and kowtow to him. When Alice laid eyes on the man's picture, she frowned. He was, unfortunately, just as devilishly handsome as she remembered. She spent a good 5 minutes staring into those startlingly blue eyes of his, before she shut her laptop and stormed out of her penthouse for a martini. Since then, she told herself she wouldn't look him up. She wouldn't think about him, and most of all, she wouldn't imagine what could have been. So why now was she sitting at her desk doing exactly that? With a groan, Alice rose from her desk, considering for a moment before she made her way from the study towards the kitchen. She needed a spot of tea, most likely properly spiked with whiskey. When she turned the corner down the hall, however, she almost collided with Tom, who caught her elbows to steady her immediately. "Steady on, Miss Tate." When he took in the irate look on her face, he arched a brow in concern. "Are you all right?" "Fine, Tom," she answered quickly. "I should like a pot of tea, please, with a generous tot of bourbon." "Of course." Tom inclined his head respectfully. "Will you take it in the sitting room with your guests?" Alice's gaze immediately jerked to his. "Guests?" Tom's lips curved upward in a distinguished smile. "Miss Catherine and young Liam are here to see you, miss." Immediately, Alice's face lit up, and her anger faded somewhat. "Are they?" "Wonderful." Alice had found a few problems that couldn't be solved by holding a baby in one's arms. No sooner had she greeted Kat with a warm kiss on the cheek than she confiscated the chubby-cheeked Liam from the dark-haired woman and settled him on her lap, where he cooed and smiled in pleasure. He was absolutely adorable. Sometimes Alice wondered that Elias was his father. "You came just in the nick of time," she cooed to the baby before addressing his mother. "I was on the edge of a fit, I swear." "Really?" Kat's green eyes lit in concern. "What's going on?" Alice merely groaned, considering the gentlest way to pose her problem. Kat, of course, didn't have any male problems. She was happily married to an overprotective billionaire architecture mogul who monopolized almost every moment of her time. But she was also desperately in love, something that Alice had to admit she envied. "Nothing awful. Well, there's been someone on my mind and I'm positive he wants nothing to do with me." "He?" Kat arched a brow, her expression appropriately shocked. "I can't think of a man within 100 miles who wouldn't fall at your feet, slathering." "Who the hell are we talking about here?" Americans had such a delightfully blunt way of putting things. Alice adored it. "His name is Russell, and though I thought we were getting along famously when we met, he's expressed no interest in seeing me." Kat tapped her chin thoughtfully as her son drooled all over Alice's Lanvin. Little Liam was literally the only person in existence who could get away with soiling her designer clothes. Maybe he's busy. Well, that made no difference. Alice knew he was busy. Even if he were interested, wouldn't he make time to see me? A valid point. Though he could easily want to see you just as badly, and not be available. "Somehow, I doubt that," Alice returned sourly, remembering the way the man had rebuffed her. "I all but invited him into my bed, Kat, and he refused." Leaning back against the expensive leather couch, the young woman sighed. "Perhaps he likes a more subtle approach." "He kissed my hand twice." Kat laughed. "Isn't that just a British man's way of saying hello?" "Perhaps 100 years ago." Kat made a face. "This is the bloody modern age." I think he just wanted to kiss my lips and settled for what he could get. Kat laughed as Liam reached up to toy with a gold pendant around Alice's neck. I'm not being much help, I'm sorry. Since becoming a mother, I haven't had much time for girl talk. Oh, that's all right. Alice waved off her apology quickly. Who wants to waste time talking about men anyway? Unless it's this little one, of course. When she tickled baby Liam, his gay laugh filled the room and lifted her spirits. At that precise moment, Tom brought tea and cakes, and the conversation turned to lighter fare. It was the first time in 2 weeks that Alice hadn't dwelt on Russell Darwell, and she had to admit it felt damn good. She spent a comfortable afternoon in Kat's company, and the two agreed to meet for shopping later that week before her friend took her leave. By the time she was soaking in the bath later on that night, Alice resolved that she didn't care one whit about Russell Darwell and what he thought of her. In fact, if he didn't wish to entertain her, she'd find someone who would. She remained resolute in that choice until she actually found herself on a date. Of course, at that point, everything fell apart. He was ridiculously handsome. That was one of the primary reasons Alice had picked him. One of the premier jewelers in London, he was also fabulously wealthy. Just to ask her out to dinner with him, he sent her one of the most exquisite diamond bracelets she'd ever seen. Such an overt gesture would usually have Alice sending the gift right back to where it came from, but on this particular occasion, she considered it an invitation. She dressed in one of her most sensual Louis Vuitton sheaths and sky-high pumps, pinning up her hair, and went to meet Benicio Attoli with bells on. So why now was she realizing how insufferably dull he was? The man was Italian, and while he did have a certain amount of foreign allure, all he wanted to talk about were his jewels and the exotic locales he'd been to. They weren't even halfway into the first course, and Alice was bored out of her mind. And with that, all of her irritation came screaming back in full force. This would never have happened if she'd gone out with Russell Darwell. Perhaps he hadn't really wanted to be with her, but he would have been polite enough to provide a more stimulating conversation. Darwell seemed a man who could genuinely appreciate a woman's company, at least. Attoli just liked to have someone present to hear him talk. But even so, Alice found her irritation perturbing. 6 months ago, upon meeting a man like Attoli, she would have taken him to bed just to shut him up, but now the thought revolted her. The idea of taking a man as pompous and self-absorbed as Attoli to her penthouse, it was almost enough to turn her off her filet mignon. Have you heard of the film agent Russell Darwell? She wasn't quite certain what Attoli had been droning on about, something about her eyes being the same color as sapphires sparkling under the starlight, or some other bloody nonsense, but she decided to interrupt him at that particular juncture. For a moment Attoli looked confused, then his swarthy face lit up in recognition. Darwell. Yes, I know him. I've sold several pieces to clients that he represents. He dropped a few names of famous starlets that Alice supposed were meant to impress her. She ignored them completely. What do you know about him? Now her date arched a brow in curiosity. No? I've spoken with him a handful of times, but I cannot profess to know him personally. Why? Are you planning on working with him? What was she doing? Alice didn't know if she'd ever performed so completely out of character in her entire life. It was common etiquette that you didn't talk about other people on a date. Even if this particular date was horrible, that was no reason for her to be a complete cad. Perhaps? She mused, wondering how on earth she could get this dinner back on track. Was there anything that she had in common with this man? Anything at all? Had they even ordered the same thing for dinner? Well, if you are planning to work with him, perhaps you'd care to speak with him in person. He's hosting a birthday party for one of his clients in New York next week. She's commissioned the most beautiful sapphire ring to mark the occasion. When next week? The demand rushed from Alice so quickly she was barely aware she'd spoken, and Attoli jumped in alarm. I'm not sure, he replied thoughtfully, toying with one of the several ornate rings he wore on his fingers. Thursday or Friday, perhaps? Alice did her best to look disinterested, especially after her little outburst. With a small smile, she nodded her head, taking a sip of wine. Ottoli immediately grinned, raising his glass in a toast to her. And Alice prayed the night would end quickly. While international stars could be high maintenance, Americans were the next level of opulence. As Russell looked over the mounting bills for his client's upcoming birthday party, he grimaced. It wasn't as if she couldn't afford it, but he himself had long been against such outlandish displays of wealth. Regina wanted to be flown from LA to New York in a private jet and book the ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton for an evening. She wanted only the best wine from a specific producer in Martha's Vineyard and catering from one of the premier restaurants in the city. For her guests, each gift bag would be filled with over $1,200 worth of designer goodies, and that was just the start. Often, Russell didn't know whether to be amused or aghast at the inclinations of the very rich. Though he was wealthy, he liked to believe that he wasn't obtrusive about it. For his own 39th birthday, he had a small gathering of friends at one of his favorite restaurants in the West Village, an intimate and quiet affair. Regina's party would, of course, be the exact opposite. He'd have to have a few of her bodyguards on damage control to make sure the media didn't catch sight of her on a drunken binge. The actress didn't drink too terribly often, but when she did, she tended to get absolutely hammered, which was a nightmare for him to deal with. When he finished signing off on everything for the party, he decided to take the rest of the afternoon off. It was a gorgeous fall day in the city, the ripe colors of autumn strewn over the streets and blanketing the ground. Fall in New York was crisp and cool, one of his favorite seasons, and it was the perfect day to walk to one of his favorite eateries. The moment he rounded the corner to cross Fifth Avenue, he was struck by a new billboard on the building across the street. Russell paused. The image featured a slinky blonde, draped in an alluring sky-blue gown on a chaise lounge. Every facet of her image oozed sensual appeal, but it was clear that the gown was meant to shine in this particular ad. The color was pristine, and even from an image alone, one could tell the satin was high quality. The gown was, of course, Alice Tate. Russell stared at the billboard for long after the signal changed to cross the street. As he did so, he gave in to the urge that had haunted him since his encounter with the designer almost a month ago. He thought of her. Really, when wasn't he thinking of Alice? He might not allow himself to properly acknowledge it, but the moment Regina told him she was having a party, hadn't he immediately asked if she'd like to wear an Alice Tate gown to the event? Thankfully, Regina hadn't realized anything amiss and had simply politely declined. He was looking for an excuse to speak with her. But with award season half a year away, and all of his clients currently very content with their wardrobes, what on earth was he supposed to do? He should be content and stop obsessing over the woman. She was, after all, half a world away. He'd already told himself that she was beyond his reach, and he was all the better for it. Even after he'd returned from Scotland, it had been hard knowing that Alice Tate was in the same city as he was. He even looked up the location of her studio online and contemplated dropping by. Not that she would see him, after he'd rejected her at her own event. He had, Russell realized, made a mistake, if a self-preserving one. He supposed it was fair that, as punishment, he saw Alice Tate in his dreams. And what vivid dreams they were. It wasn't, Russell reminded himself, entirely appropriate to be reminiscing over them in the light of day on a crowded New York avenue. He might embarrass himself. In that vein, he decided instead to return home for lunch. In the comfort of his own home, he ordered out from the bistro and allowed himself to consider his memories of Alice Tate. Her in that damn dress. Russell knew full well that the woman didn't walk around in ball gowns, but all he could picture was her modeling it for him, prancing around his apartment as he watched rapidly, enticed by her curves. Of course, this particular fantasy was relatively tame, considering some of the others he'd had. It had occurred to Russell that perhaps he needed to occupy himself with another woman to get Alice Tate out of his system. In theory, the plan could work, but he currently found himself too busy and, honestly, unwilling to pursue anyone else. Why would he, when he knew that, ultimately, he would just end up comparing her to his memory of the designer? Time would heal all, but in the meantime, Russell knew there would be little he could do to distract himself from Alice Tate. Only work, and God knew he did enough of that already. He was actually looking forward to Regina's party this week. It might be a messy, sordid affair, but it would be the first time in almost 4 weeks that he'd done something other than work. And think of Alice. Even if she was delightful to picture. Of course, he got nothing done for the rest of the afternoon, or the next day really. What he did do was take a walk down Fifth Avenue to the Alice Tate boutique. Of course, she was all over it. Not her image, but her touch was there. Each of the pieces in the shop was just as exquisitely designed as the one on the billboard, and though he knew her work was in high demand, Russell realized that the clothing certainly wasn't overpriced. There was care and attention to detail in every stitch. Almost as if Alice had handmade each one herself. He was glad to see that he wasn't the only workaholic in the cosmos, and when he picked up a winter scarf, he told himself he was just remaining on trend. Of course, he didn't have to wear said scarf to Regina's party. Russell did it casually, incorporating it into his outfit with a navy blazer and a pair of Italian leather shoes. And somehow it felt good to wear something that was hers. The party was, as he'd imagined, an extravagant affair. The ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton was roped off, and guests were signed in via a closely guarded list. There was a host of security outside, half of which were unneeded in his opinion, but after only 15 minutes of finagling, he actually managed to get into the party that he had helped plan. For once, it was nice to do the observing rather than to be observed. With a drink in hand, Russell leaned against a wall and watched the party take place. He would, he decided, stay for an hour or two, find the opportune moment to wish Regina a happy birthday, and then leave Tony and Mike, her preferred bodyguards, on damage control. At least, that was the plan until he saw her. For a moment, Russell was too stunned to move. He merely stared at the woman in a skin-tight golden dress, directly across from him, as she laughed with Regina before toasting her with a glass of bubbly. There was no doubting it, Alice Tate was here. In the flesh. Dimly, Russell tried to recall seeing her name on the guest list. It wasn't as if he'd gone over it with a fine-toothed comb, but surely he would have noticed her. Apparently not. Like a moth drawn to a flame, he straightened from the wall, downing the rest of his drink in one swallow. In the back of his mind, he felt it, the niggling inkling of doubt that was always there, always pressing. But for once, Russell decided to ignore it. He was sure that Alice had worn that dress to get attention. It wouldn't hurt to simply welcome her to the party, would it? It had been next to nothing to get herself invited to Regina Alderman's 31st birthday party. She was a close friend of Amelia's besides sharing the same agent, and so Alice secured her invitation within the week. Of course, making excuses for why she was jaunting off to America was harder. Alice wondered why she had never considered that her brother, in his own way, might be as overprotective as Elias was of Kat. He always wanted to know where she was going and what she was doing. The last time she checked her phone, she had 2 missed calls from the man. She was tempted to call his bride-to-be and tell her to rein in her fiancé. Rose might very well sympathize with her. She had to live with the man. But Alice would worry about Michael later. Right now, she was busy pretending to enjoy a party, which she was pretty sure was liquid opulence. Not exactly her style. But then again, she hadn't come for the festivities. If she was lucky, she might run into the one person who'd been plaguing her since the day she met him. Of course, Alice's plan was completely self-servicing. The moment she decided she was coming to America, she decided that, instead of pursuing the man, she was going to prove that she could overcome him. Once she saw him, and realized that he hadn't even begun to live up to what she had imagined, she would be able to go back to London and get on with her life. Alice was confident that she was being silly in her slight obsession, that this little jaunt across the pond would settle things permanently. And she remained firm in that conviction until the moment she laid eyes on Russell. Alice was on her way to get a spinach puff from the tempting array on the far wall when he came striding out of seemingly nowhere. She was suddenly very glad she was in a crowded ballroom. If not for that, she was certain someone would see her standing stark still, gaping like an absolute loon. For a woman who loved fashion, Russell Darwell was an absolute dream. The man was impeccably well dressed in a pair of dark khaki slacks, a crisp button-up blue blazer, and amazing shoes she recognized to be the work of a very exclusive Italian designer. And around his neck, tucked very jauntily, was what she knew to be a scarf from her own fall collection. Alice didn't know whether to be pleased, shocked, or even further intrigued. Did the man know he was wearing her line? Did he do it on purpose? Or did he just have an impeccably good taste? As much as she'd like to believe the latter, the former was far more interesting. He didn't pretend to be interested in anyone else. Rather, the man sidled right up to her with a charming smile that set off his roguish good looks. "Alice Tate. Fancy running into you here." She wanted to repel up the man like a bloody tree, but Alice quickly reminded herself that he had rejected her. It wouldn't look too flattering to seem overly interested. "Mr. Darwell." Despite these intentions, however, she couldn't keep the genuine warmth from her smile. "I assume that you are Regina's agent?" She did so love playing coy. "That I am." When he took her hand to kiss it, Alice held her breath. His lips against her skin sent a spark racing up her arm that made her knees weak, and she swallowed thickly. Evidently, this wasn't going to be as easy as she had hoped. "Are you in the habit of kissing the hands of every woman you meet?" she inquired breathlessly. Russell merely smiled as he straightened. "Only the exceptionally striking ones." He was flirting with her. Right off the bloody bat. What a 360. First, he couldn't wait to get away from her, but now she was striking. "How was your business in Scotland?" She changed the subject abruptly, gazing up at him. In truth, she was hoping to catch him in a lie. It would explain a lot if the man had never really had an engagement outside London in the first place. But she was woefully disappointed. "Exhausting," he returned promptly. "A morning of scheduling film shoots, and promising things I only hope I can deliver." "Sounds like a perfectly workaholic getaway then." He laughed at her assessment, shaking his head slowly at her sarcasm. "I might have enjoyed an evening spent with you more." Alice did her best to hide her shock. "I suppose you might have. Now we'll never know." Alice resisted the urge to imply he should ask her out again. She made a habit of turning her back on men who scorned her, even if they were few and far between. That being her policy, she was still standing before Russell Darwell. And she didn't think she had any intention of moving anytime soon. "Miss Tate, might I say that you have a supreme talent for leaving a man wanting?" The words were uttered with the utmost respect, but Alice couldn't mistake the gleam of interest in Russell's eye. She merely batted her lashes at him, for once, giving in to the reputation that preceded her. "Not intentionally, I assure you." The Flash raised his drink to take a sip, his gaze never leaving hers over the edge of the glass. "Of course not." Though Alice might have liked to pursue the matter further, she had Darwell right where she wanted him. At that precise moment, their little bubble burst. "Russell. Took some time off to come to your own party." A burly arm came from behind to wrap around Russell's shoulder, and Alice looked over in surprise to see none other than David Wright, one of the most popular American film stars of the past decade. Alice had just gone to see one of his dramas the previous week with Rose, and despite having met a number of important influential people in her life, she found herself momentarily starstruck. David was joined by another film star she recognized, Juliet Marigold. According to tabloids, the two may or may not be dating. "It's not explicitly my party." Russell's profession only made David grin as he patted the man on the back. "Don't think Regina's organized enough to plan all of this, even if she is the birthday girl." "It's fabulous, Russell." Juliet was known for her striking gray eyes and her fashionable blonde pixie cut. I'm sure she's having a great time. Russell. At that precise moment, David seemed to realize he'd interrupted a conversation as his eyes slid to Alice. She gave the man a cheeky little grin, waggling her fingers. Though quite good-looking, she had the impression that movie stars weren't often as intelligent as they were made out to be. Who is this lovely creature? I don't think we've been introduced. Seeing as how Juliet didn't throw a fit when David issued the compliment, Alice thought it safe to assume that the tabloids were wrong about their relationship status. Ah, David, Juliet. Russell chuckled, gesturing to Alice grandly. May I have the pleasure of presenting Alice Tate? Juliet, to her merit, immediately began to gush. Not the Alice Tate. The designer? You're gorgeous, look at that dress. I love your work. I have nearly every piece from your fall collection. You flatter me. Alice grinned, shaking the blonde woman's hand in greeting. As appreciative as she was, she really wished this pair would bugger off so she could continue conversing with Russell. Do you design for men? David was immediately front and center, his gaze only an iota away from sensual deviancy, and Alice swallowed her laugh. Well, at least the American was very frank with his interests. Not presently, she answered truthfully. Though, her gaze slid to Russell's, who was eyeing her with an oddly possessive look in his eye. You're not the first to ask. Alice is actually in town for the party, I assume. Russell butted in, looking to her for confirmation, and Alice had to wonder if it wasn't the smallest iota of jealousy she was witnessing. How delicious. That's right. I'm leaving the city in another day or two. What, before we can show you around? Russell's gaze flickered from the film star to her and then back again, and this time he was definitely territorial. Hey David, isn't the film you and Regina are starting in a few months still in the market for a costume designer? The slightly shorter man looked to Russell in surprise when he spoke quickly, arching a brow. That's right. Juliet's face lit up as she looked back to Alice, clearly excited. The guy they had on board bailed at the last minute to do some indie flick. Alice, you should definitely meet with the director. The movie is a gothic horror piece. I'm sure your design would be amazing. Alice's eyes widened in complete surprise. Dear Lord, how had this happened? In the space of an hour she'd gone from telling herself she'd be rid of Russell, to being enthralled by him, to being offered a job? People truly moved fast in the States. Well, I'll see if I can get in contact with him, perhaps assess his needs. I can set up a meeting, Russell interjected politely, his expression earnest. If indeed you are interested. What was this man? Alice had never before met his like. Tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, she gazed up at him, and right past David, so there was no mistaking to whom she was speaking. I'll take some time to think it over and get back to you. Great. David had a 1,000-kilowatt smile that Alice was sure had felled many a woman, but she wasn't going to be entrapped by it. Not when there were bigger fish to be had. Since David and Juliet had come to join them, it was only polite that they entertain the two. For about half an hour they talked about film and ridiculous shooting schedules in exotic locales, and when Juliet finally claimed to need a drink refill, Russell managed to persuade David that he should be the one to go. It was astounding, Alice realized, that the man could be such a complete gentleman and still covertly get people to do what he wanted them to. I was beginning to think they'd never leave. She sighed the moment they were gone, refilling her own drink from a passing attendant. Russell mimicked shock. You mean you weren't veritably starstruck by the man trying to see through your clothes? Alice grimaced before laughing. He had noticed. So, I wasn't just imagining it. He was staring unabashedly at my chest. Even though I'm not his agent, I hope you'll allow me to apologize to him. Russell stepped close to her, and for one fleeting moment, Alice thought the man might kiss her. Instead, he merely brushed past her as he reached over her shoulder to usurp a shrimp from a tray. As his scent filtered through her senses, Alice resisted the urge to lean against him, to wrap her arms around him and see if he was really anywhere near as interested in her as she was in him. I won't. Perhaps if I work on his film, he'll get to make his own apologies. Russell didn't seem to find that particular idea as entertaining as she did. His mouth twitched into what was unmistakably a frown before he spoke again. I'd be wary of him if I were you. He's got a string of broken hearts a mile long behind him. Does he? Alice arched a brow in inquiry. And what about you, Russell? No skeletons in your closet? I dare say you're the perfect man. He merely winked winningly at her, giving nothing away. No such thing, my darling. None at all. Though Alice had promised herself that she would eventually greet the birthday girl and pretend to be enjoying the party at hand, she spent the majority of the evening enjoying Russell's company. The party was a cliched mash-up of celebrities getting drunk and trying to outdo one another while conversing with Russell, which was almost the exact opposite. He drank very slowly, and whether he was truly interested in what she had to say or not, he very duly played the part. Alice learned that he would be spending the next 6 months on the west coast of the States during the filming of Regina's movie. As luck would have it, Emilia also had a play opening in San Diego during the winter as well, so he'd be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It seemed to Alice that the man was forever traveling, yet he didn't give the air of someone who was world-weary at all. In fact, Russell seemed to be enchanted by the world he lived in, and why wouldn't he be? He was unquestionably a king in his domain. And Alice found it incredibly attractive. She didn't think she had ever encountered a man with as much casual confidence as Russell Darwell. He was attractive, intelligent, fashionable, and interesting without any apparent effort, and despite her best intentions, Alice couldn't help but like him. He was also unique in the fact that she had no idea whether or not he was similarly interested in her. He thought her attractive, yes, but entire slews of men thought she was attractive. She wanted Russell to want her, to need her. It was a foreign feeling for her, a woman thoroughly convinced that she would never need a man at all. Indeed, she'd flown 3,000 miles in hopes that she might see him, and that evening. At the same time, seeing just how much power Russell wielded in the American film industry gave her a bit of pause. Though Alice had never before had any reservations about courting powerful men, for the first time, she wondered exactly how much of her overinflated reputation had reached Russell's ears. And how people might look at her for cozying up to him. Though Alice had been in tabloids that several times proclaimed her a woman who slept with others to get ahead, the gossip and scandal had never really bothered her. At least not until now. So, I assume that with all the work you're wrapped up in, your schedule is virtually packed. After lamenting over 2 particularly difficult clients, Alice found she couldn't help herself. As impressive as he was, the man must be exhausted. Certainly he could take a break, they could finagle both of their schedules and maybe, just maybe. Just then, a table near the back of the ballroom went toppling over and they both turned to look. Alice grimaced to see that it was the birthday girl herself, careening into a champagne tower. Luckily, one of her friends grabbed her before she ruined her dress, but the table was absolutely finished. And the commotion was immense. In the 2 or 3 minutes it took for everyone to laugh things off, Russell went into work mode. Oh bloody hell. Regina's started early. Damn. Double damn. One look at the man's stern expression was enough to let Alice know she'd lost his attention for the evening. She forced a smile onto her face. Maybe you should go check on her. I think I will. The man stroked his goatee, his expression worried, and then all at once his eyes swung back to the woman standing before him. But don't think it means I'll forget you, Alice. You will call me about the film, won't you? He took her shoulders in a firm but gentle grip, before tipping up her chin so they could see eye to eye. I'm sure you'd be a perfect fit. Bloody Christ, when he looked at her like that, Alice could swear they were the only 2 people in the world that existed. At that particular moment, she hated Regina. She hoped the actress was laid out in a coma the next day, for the trouble she'd caused. Perhaps Russell would call her to tell her about it. The man withdrew a card from his breast pocket with 2 dexterous fingers. My direct number, darling. For when you make your decision. With that, he bent down for what Alice was sure was meant to be a very proprietary, friendly kiss. Instead, the man's mouth brushed the corner of hers in a gesture both surprisingly intimate and sensual. His whiskers scratched ever so slightly against her skin, making her shiver, and Alice fancied she could taste him, the bitter tang of the bourbon he drank, and a fresh, alluring flavor that was just the surface of the man who plagued her every waking moment. "I'll talk to you soon." The words were murmured softly against her ear a moment before Russell straightened, headed for his inebriated client. Alice could only watch him go, her heart racing inordinately, as it hammered against her ribs. It was clear that Russell was poisoning her mind. The problem was, she couldn't decide whether she abhorred or adored him for it. True to her word, Alice returned to England 2 days after the party, Russell's card firmly in hand. Once she was back in her London penthouse, however, faced with real life and the enormity of the choice before her, she realized that she had no idea what to do with it. Alice stewed over a few hours in her studio before heading to see her brother. After all, he'd been calling her almost non-stop for the past week, so she supposed she wouldn't be entirely uninvited if she showed up at his flat after his hospital shift. As she had a key, she intended to let herself in and raid his liquor cabinet, but she was surprised to find the man home at 2 p.m. He answered the door in only a pair of flannel bottoms and a t-shirt, and his sister arched a brow at his haggard appearance. "Rose is feeling under the weather," he provided by way of explanation, as she stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. "I'm taking care of her." "Well, isn't that gentlemanly of you?" She breezed past her brother, and managed to gain herself a fraction of a second before the interrogation started. "Did you have a good time on your trip?" She managed to ignore him for a whole 5 minutes as she fussed over Rose, who was propped up on the sofa covered in blankets, hugely pregnant and down with the flu. It was only after she promised to make tea and bring her a salve for her feet that Michael finally caught up with her in the kitchen. The immense man leaned against the wall, crossing his arms over his chest. "You know, not answering me isn't going to get me to leave you alone. Are you sure you're the eldest here?" His sister jibed as she found a kettle and some tea leaves. "'Cause I swear I'm the most mature one." "No, you're just more stubborn," Michael rebutted, taking the kettle with her to fill it with water. "Where did you go again?" Of course, she hadn't told him where she went in the first place, so this was a bid to find her out. But Alice had no intention of hiding the truth from him any longer. Not when she needed his advice. "New York. I had an event to attend." "Really?" Michael's brows shot up in surprise. "I never knew you as one to jaunt halfway across the world for a party." "Well," Alice stood on the toes of her precious Gucci pumps, searching for sugar in her brother's extraordinarily high cabinets. "I might have gone in hopes of running into a certain someone." If Michael had been interested before, now he was positively riveted. "Do tell. Has my man-eating sister finally caught sight of prey she's acquired a taste for?" Alice glared at him. He made her sound like a bloody flesh-eating disease, for Christ's sake. "Nothing as dramatic as that. Tell me, is the name Russell Darwell familiar to you?" Michael arched a brow, taking the tea leaves from his sister to set them aside before turning on the burner for the kettle. "Somewhat. He's an American agent or something like that. I've seen him on television a few times. His name is credited in a couple of movies I've seen recently." "What about him?" Alice hesitated only slightly before sticking to her decision to bear all. It didn't make any sense for her to hide things. Michael would find her out sooner or later, and it would be a far worse headache to deal with then. "Well, I met him at my event a few weeks ago." "Did you speak to him?" "In passing." Her brother was eyeing her with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's. Alice would be willing to bet that he knew where this conversation was going before she uttered a single word. He was too bloody perceptive for his own good. "Don't look at me like that." She scowled, her mouth turning downward sharply. "I'm trying to confide in you." Michael hid an obvious chuckle behind his hand, before reaching past her into the cabinet to retrieve a tin of biscuits. It was well known that, though Rose usually watched her figure, her pregnancy gave her cravings for digestives that couldn't be ignored. This meant that her fiancé liked to indulge her and his unborn daughter. "All right, confide in me." Alice blew out a long breath before finally continuing. "Russell Darwell, he's something else. A rare man who garners both my respect and my interest." Her brother looked surprised. "Interest as in you've had a fling with him?" Alice wanted to reprimand him, but she knew that she couldn't have expected any other reaction. All Michael knew was her prolific tendency towards one-night stands. He loved to reprimand her about the dangerous nature of such habits, while she attested that monogamy was for people who were ready for the commitment. Ready for marriage, children, and such relations entailed. She hadn't yet met a man who tempted her to contemplate those things, and as she wasn't the heir to the Tate name, she wasn't expected to provide a child post-haste. She could basically live her life as she pleased, bar any complete stupidity. Of course, she wasn't thinking about eloping with Russell Darwell, nothing that serious. But she'd certainly like it if the man stopped to give her the time of day. As it was, he was the only man she'd ever encountered who seemed immune to her charms. And that riled her especially since she couldn't seem to get him out of her mind for more than 5 minutes at a time. "I haven't touched him." Crossing her arms, she leaned back against the pristine cherry cabinets to fix him with a neutral gaze. I went to the States hoping I'd run into him at a particular function." Michael merely continued to stare at her, obviously waiting for her to continue. "And did you?" Alice chewed her lip contemplatively for a moment, a horrible habit but one she couldn't avoid when she was nervous. "I did, and I have no idea what any of it meant." She proceeded to explain to Michael exactly what had happened between her and Russell at the party in New York. How the man seemed to have sought her out, but hadn't made a single move other than to offer her what seemed like a job. Other than that, however, he'd done little but kiss her on the cheek, which was no more than Michael himself would have done under similar circumstances. The result, Alice was thoroughly vexed. "What is going on with this guy?" she finally queried exasperatedly, reaching to turn off the kettle when it started to whistle. Even though Michael moved to make the tea himself, she slapped his hands aside to take over. Alice felt as if she needed to keep her hands busy, or she might very well punch something. It had been a long time since she'd been so frustrated. "I'm contemplating the job, but if I take it, what does it mean? A fast track to 6 months in America that I don't necessarily want? Or will he actually be there?" Watching her steep the leaves, Michael ran a hand through his disheveled hair thoughtfully. He was quiet for a moment, as she measured milk and sugar to Rose's preferences. Neither of them would dare go against her whim when she was in such a state, after all. Before Michael could answer his sister's inquiry, however, his fiancée herself appeared in the doorway, with a hand over her swollen belly as she looked over the both of them. Michael immediately went into overprotective mode. "What are you doing up? You should be on the couch, darling." As always, Rose merely scowled at him, knocking his hand away lightly. "I have a cold, I'm not dying, Michael. Besides," she shot Alice a cheeky grin, "I overheard your conversation and wanted to make sure I wasn't excluded." Alice flushed slightly at her implication, helping Rose over to take a seat at the kitchen table. It was hard enough to admit that she fancied someone. She supposed she should be happy that Rose, a dear friend, was here to add her 2 cents to the mix. "Rose, what on earth am I to expect from this man?" Rose appeared to consider, as her fiancé poured her a cup of tea. Once she took a sip of the hot sweet fare, she sighed in bliss before speaking once more. "You say he offered you a job?" Alice nodded, letting Michael pour her a cup of tea as well, though she didn't like hers nearly so sweet. "Something about introducing me to a producer one of his clients is working for. Does that mean he'll be there? That he wants to see me?" Rose pursed her lips contemplatively. "Personally, I think he might have been more direct." Her eyes flickered to her fiancé. Michael was quite direct. Alice grimaced. That is far more information than I'm comfortable with. Her brother snorted his amusement, before striding over to his bride-to-be and planting an enthusiastic kiss on her upturned lips. You'll survive. Taking a sip of his own oversweet tea, Michael made a face. I am of the personal opinion that he's just being a gentleman. If the man said he had a prior commitment, he had a prior commitment. Perhaps he's the type of man that doesn't like to stand women up. Alice arched a brow in intrigue. So, he is interested in me? Michael shrugged. Probably. Bloody hell, this wasn't helping at all. Rose thought he wasn't interested, and Michael thought he was. So what the bloody hell am I supposed to do now? Rose merely smiled serenely up at her, which made her feel like an idiot for being so frustrated. Well, you have to make that decision yourself. How much do you fancy him? Alice felt her face heating anew, and knew she must be red from her bosom all the way to the roots of her hair. This was why she never took a liking to men for very long. Things always got woefully complicated with the questions and major decisions. Lord knew she got enough of that in her career. A lot? She admitted reluctantly. Probably a little too much. Michael merely grinned in satisfaction. It's about bloody time. She was going to kill him. His daughter was going to be fatherless, Alice swore to God. Right after, she figured out when she was going to contact Russell about his job offer.
End of Sneak Peek for the Agent by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this preview of The Agent, an alpha billionaire romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.